Chapter 1. The Madman Chen Xun. Ahaha. I am invincible in this world, Kikik. On the busy street, a young man dressed in a tattered green robe and carrying a wooden sword suddenly threw his books aside, placed his hands on his hips, and laughed towards the sky. This sudden scene startled passing pedestrians, who were about to scold him for his behavior. However, when they looked up and saw the disheveled young man, their expressions froze. It's that crazy scholar again, nothing to worry about. They then cursed under their breath and gradually moved away. The young scholar, laughing maniacally, picked up his books again and squatted at the street corner, feverishly flipping through them. Whenever passers-by walked by him, they would glance at what he was so engrossed in, only to be astonished to find it was just a blank book with no records at all. They would inwardly sigh, confirming he was indeed a madman, and then toss a few copper coins before shaking their heads and leaving. But the young scholar was completely oblivious to all of this, wholly immersed in his own world. His name was Chen Xun, and no one knew where he came from. The townsfolk only knew that ever since this young scholar appeared in Xiao Town, he had never left. It had been 2.5 years, and everyone was aware of the existence of this crazy scholar. Chen Xun squatted at the street corner reading, oblivious to what he was reading. He would often exclaim in surprise, drool in silly laughter, and occasionally spring up to perform strange actions that baffled onlookers, resembling a peculiar eccentric. Soon, the sun began to set. Grumble, grumble. Chen Xun's stomach growled. Curiously, he touched his belly and said, "Can you make that sound again? Grumble, grumble." Hey! Chen Xun suddenly became interested, quickly getting up and grabbing a bewildered old passerby by the hand, pointing at his belly and asking in shock, "It's making noise, can you hear it?" Old Li, seeing it was Chen Xun, pursed his lips and leaned in closer to pretend to listen to Chen Xun's abdomen, then nodded seriously. It is making noise." After saying that, he cautiously glanced away, fearing Chen Xun might do something outrageous at any moment. Old Li was already of an age, worried about losing his dignity. Chen Xun looked suspicious. Why is it making noise? Old Li cleared his throat and said, "It's hungry, of course it makes noise." Old Li wanted to avoid staying with this madman any longer and wished to leave, but Chen Xun was tightly gripping one of his hands, leaving him with no chance to escape. Hungry. Chen Xun's features twisted together, scratching his head, and murmured, "How could I be hungry? No way, how could I be hungry? It's so annoying, it keeps making noise, really annoying." Damn. Old Li was startled by Chen Xun's demeanor and hurriedly said, it's okay, just calm down. I'll take you to eat. Once you're full, it won't make noise anymore." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun calmed down a bit and looked at Old Li hopefully. Really? Old Li's expression was awkward, glancing helplessly at his wrist that Chen Xun was gripping tightly, and nodded, "Really?" Then, Chen Xun and Old Li, hand in hand, left amidst the strange looks of many passers-by, with Old Li's face turning red, secretly cursing his own misfortune. Usually, people avoided this mad scholar, but today, he had inadvertently caught Old Li. What bad luck. Happy Noodle Shop. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Xun buried his head in eating noodles, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of other customers. Across the table, Old Li's gaze was fixed not on Chen Xun but on the towering stack of bowls in front of him. 10 bowls, which meant Chen Xun was currently on his 11th bowl. Old Li's heart raced. This kid could really eat, like a starving ghost reincarnated. No, he couldn't let him keep eating like this at this rate. Even mountains of gold would be eaten away, all gone. Just then, Chen Xun looked up at Old Li, using his chopsticks to point at the empty bowl in front of him. Old Li glanced at the empty bowl with difficulty, internally exclaiming, "Good grief," he finished it again, not even leaving the soup behind. Chen Xun, you've eaten 11 bowls already, are you still not full?" Old Li cautiously asked. Chen Xun touched his face, confidently saying, "Not at all." Old Li was momentarily at a loss. Good grief, how can you tell if you're full? You should be touching your belly, not your face. Moreover, can't you feel if you're full or not? Just as he was thinking this, Old Li suddenly realized, damn, he almost forgot. This kid is a madman. How could he use normal reasoning to deal with him? Old Li sighed, touched his pocket, and awkwardly smiled. Chen Xun, I don't have much money on me. I still need to buy a hairpin for my granddaughter later, so I can't let you eat more noodles. The implication was that 11 bowls was already the limit. But Chen Xun just frowned and asked, "Money?" Old Li was dumbfounded. "You have to pay for the noodles. Do you think the owner will let you eat for free?" Chen Xun nodded thoughtfully. Old Li was delighted to see this. Although Chen Xun was crazy, he still had some basic reasoning left, which made things easier to at least he looked a lot more normal than before, able to communicate properly. Then can't we just not pay? Unexpectedly, Chen Xun suddenly said seriously. Old Li's expression immediately became quite interesting. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. This sentence was also overheard by many customers and the noodle shop owner. The owner immediately jumped out and said angrily, Chen Xun, if you dare to eat and run, I will definitely report you to the authorities. But Chen Xun couldn't care less about what reporting to the authorities meant. He just turned his head and looked at the owner with a gaze that suggested he was looking at a fool. The owner's mouth twitched uncontrollably today. He was actually seen as a fool by a madman, and he was about to get angry and teach Chen Xun a lesson. It was impossible not to be angry after all. He often felt pity for Chen Xun and gave him food. Who would have thought he didn't remember any of his kindness and even looked at him like that? Cough, cough, old Su, don't be angry. We will pay. I am treating Chen Xun to a meal today. Old Li hurriedly stood up and handed over 33 copper coins for the noodles that he had counted in advance, then pulled Chen Xun and ran out of the noodle shop. The owner accepted the money, and his expression relaxed somewhat, but he still grumbled as he watched Chen Xun leave. Humph, what a thankless wretch if I ever give him food again. I won't be named Su. Hey, boss, don't be angry. What's the point of arguing with a madman? Yeah, boss, Chen Xun is also a pitiful person. He went crazy at such a young age, sigh. The customers chimed in to comfort him, and the owner forced a smile before turning back into the kitchen. At the same time, Chen Xun, it's getting late. I need to go buy a hairpin for my granddaughter, then I'll head home, Old Li said with a smile. As he spoke, he frantically gestured with his eyes at the hand that Chen Xun was holding. Chen Xun looked confused for a moment, then danced around excitedly, saying, What is home? You want to go home? Can I go home too? Old Li's smile froze. He inwardly cursed. This is not good. Chapter 2. The Sound of the Wind? At this moment, Old Li's face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and he hurriedly said, Chen Xun, I'm already kind enough to treat you to noodles, so don't be shameless. Like a sticky plaster sticking to me. Old Li, Chen Xun, however, didn't understand what Old Li was saying. He just held Old Li's hand high above his head with a radiant smile, shaking it and twisting his waist and hips, utterly happy. Seeing that it was getting late, Old Li lost some patience. He took a deep breath, suddenly pulled his hand away from Chen Xun's grasp, and ran off. Chen Xun tilted his head in confusion, watching Old Li's awkward retreating figure. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he bent down, using all fours like a beast, and swiftly chased after him. On the street, passers-by stepped aside, staring wide-eyed as Chen Xun's figure rushed past, secretly wondering what this madman was up to now. Old Li, running for his life, was panting heavily. Suddenly, he felt something and turned his head. When he saw Chen Xun's beast-like figure chasing him under the dim streetlight, he was instantly scared out of his wits. Damn it! Old Li was nearly scared to death, but the frightening scene also triggered his potential, making him sprint even faster. So they went on, one chasing and the other fleeing, turning the street into chaos. Old Li's house was located on the west side of Xiao Town. Although it was somewhat remote within the town, he was still a resident with his own small courtyard and lived comfortably without worries. At this moment, Old Li rushed home in a panic, quickly shutting the courtyard gate behind him. He hurriedly grabbed a hoe and walked briskly to the fence, looking at Chen Xun outside, panting, and said, You little brat, don't force me, Old Li, to do something. Be smart and scram. Chen Xun looked at Old Li in the yard, not saying a word, just laughing to himself. Chen Xun's strange expression and laughter terrified Old Li, leaving him at a loss. Old Li couldn't help but nervously glance at the courtyard fence, worried about what would happen if this madman forced his way in. Old Li was old enough to not care for himself, but he didn't want his granddaughter to be frightened by Chen Xun. Chen Xun, you little brat. Just as Old Li was about to say something, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out from inside the house. Grandpa, you're back? Old Li's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly shouted, Yuan, don't come out. But as soon as Old Li finished speaking, a 15 or 16-year-old girl ran out. The girl was slender, with a ponytail that radiated youth, and her features, while not stunningly beautiful, were quite delicate and pleasant to the eye. Especially her crescent-shaped eyes, which were bright even in the dark night. The girl was named Li Yuan, Old Li's granddaughter. Li Yuan saw Old Li holding the home menacingly and was immediately startled, rushing forward. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Seeing the situation, old Li sighed helplessly, pointing outside the fence with his chin, and said, "It's all because of this mad scholar. I kindly invited him for noodles, and now he wants to stick to me." Humph. Li Yuan was slightly surprised, tilting her head to look through the fence, and then she saw Chen Xun outside, disheveled and in ragged clothes. "It's him." Chen Xun was somewhat of a celebrity in Xiao Town, and Li Yuan naturally recognized him. She had seen him from a distance when she accompanied old Li to the market before. Upon seeing another person next to old Li, Chen Xun smiled broadly at her, revealing a row of white teeth that shone brightly in the night. "Jia jia jia." However, that manic laughter made Li Yuan's expression change slightly, and she instinctively took a half step back. Seeing that his granddaughter seemed frightened, old Li immediately raised the hoe, threateningly shouting, "Chen Xun, you little brat, get lost. Don't make me call the police." Unfortunately, Chen Xun couldn't understand him at all, which was what left old Li feeling helpless. Old Li's threat to call the police was just a desperate attempt to scare Chen Xun. In old Li's view, Chen Xun was just a pitiful person who wouldn't report him unless absolutely necessary. Li Yuan came back to her senses, pursed her lips, and stepped forward to take the hoe from old Li's raised hands, saying, "Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest early. He should leave on his own if we ignore him." Old Li thought about it and found it reasonable. He then suspiciously glanced at Chen Xun, who was still grinning foolishly and saying nothing. He was just afraid that this guy might jump over the fence. This guy was mentally unstable who knew what kind of commotion he might suddenly cause next. But then again, old Li felt he might be overthinking. After all, although Chen Xun was not mentally sound, he hadn't truly harmed anyone in the 2.5 years he had been in Xiao Town. Otherwise, he would have been locked up long ago. After thinking this, old Li finally relaxed, glaring at Chen Xun with resentment before turning to Li Yuan and saying, Yuan, go back to your room and sleep." "Okay." Li Yuan nodded, casting one last curious glance at Chen Xun before gracefully returning to the house. Seeing this, old Li shot Chen Xun a glare and then also went inside. Yuan was right. As long as they ignored Chen Xun, he would leave on his OWNAs. Old Li and Li Yuan went into the house one after the other. Chen Xun stood there as if he hadn't seen them, continuously lowering his head and laughing maniacally. To be honest, in the dark night, this scene was quite unsettling. Time slowly passed, and it was deep into the night. The season had entered autumn, and the cold wind howled in the middle of the night. Outside the courtyard, Chen Xun, dressed in tattered, thin clothes, seemed oblivious to the cold, standing there and laughing madly, continuously. Creak. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed in the courtyard. Li Yuan came out with a lantern, and when she saw the figure outside, she was startled, her expression turning incredulous. Whoosh whoosh. A gust of cold wind made Li Yuan shiver, and she quickly shrank her neck and retreated back inside. After a moment, Li Yuan came out again, but this time she was holding a blanket. Li Yuan approached the fence and tossed the blanket out. "Here, for you." The blanket fell next to Chen Xun, but he remained completely unaware, as if he hadn't even noticed Li Yuan's presence. Li Yuan couldn't understand Chen Xun's current state of mind and didn't know what he was thinking or laughing about. She stammered, You should cover yourself up. The long night is cold, and you'll catch a cold like this." Chen Xun still did not respond. Seeing this, a struggle flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Finally, she mustered her courage, opened the courtyard door, gritted her teeth, and stepped outside. Li Yuan cautiously approached Chen Xun, and when she saw that he showed no signs of aggression, she bent down and picked up the blanket from the ground, carefully wrapping it around him. Chen Xun continued to laugh maniacally, not glancing at Li Yuan even once, giving the impression that he was completely immersed in his own world. Li Yuan looked at Chen Xun with pity, unable to see his disheveled face, only feeling that this person was very pitiful. Alas, that Li Yuan sighed, retracting her gaze and turning to enter the courtyard, preparing to go back inside. The cold wind outside was biting, and she couldn't withstand it. "Thank you." Suddenly, a faint voice seemed to echo. Li Yuan's body stiffened. She abruptly turned around and looked around. There was no one in the dead of night. Finally, she focused her gaze back on Chen Xun, only to find him still laughing foolishly, and she let out a sigh of relief, unable to help but smile bitterly. "It seems I mistook the sound of the cold wind for something else." After speaking, Li Yuan glanced at Chen Xun again and then shrank her neck, reluctantly entering the house. Chapter 3. Has Brother Chen changed a bit? The next day, Old Li came out of the house with a smoking pipe, sat down in the yard, knocked the pipe against a stone, then filled it with tobacco, finally picked it up and took a few strong puffs after lighting it, and soon smoke began to rise. Old Li smiled and comfortably took a puff. However, when Old Li hummed a little tune while surveying the yard, he unexpectedly spotted a figure squatting outside, and he was suddenly choked by the smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Cough. What the hell, Chen Xun? Old Li snapped back to reality, immediately extinguished the pipe, and hurried out of the yard to Chen Xun. Upon seeing the quilt on Chen Xun, his expression changed slightly. Goodness, isn't that my granddaughter's quilt? Old Li asked suspiciously. You brat didn't spend the whole night out here, did you? Chen Xun, however, squatted there without responding, not even moving an inch. Seeing this, Old Li couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. He certainly knew how cold the nights were in late autumn, especially given the geographical location of Xiao Town. Is this kid going to freeze to death? Old Li felt anxious and quickly squatted down, giving Chen Xun a shove. Chen Xun. Chen Xun. Chen Xun tilted his head, glancing sideways at Old Li, and said, Don't disturb the growth of the young. Seeing that Chen Xun was fine, Old Li's heart relaxed a bit, but he couldn't help but ask, Growth? What growth? Chen Xun solemnly replied, I am now a sapling in some time. I will grow into a towering tree. Old Li. After finishing his sentence, Chen Xun lowered his head very seriously, maintaining a still posture. Old Li felt helpless. He didn't understand the world of crazy people, so he simply shook his head and went back to the house, waiting for his granddaughter to wake up to make breakfast. Soon, smoke began to rise from the chimney of Old Li's house. Many nearby households were the same, with smoke curling up from every home. While Old Li was making breakfast, Li Yuan also came to the yard and immediately spotted Chen Xun outside. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Old Li calling, Yuan, Yuan, it's time to eat. Got it, Grandpa. Li Yuan then went back inside. Old Li's breakfast was quite simple, just porridge and pickles. While Li Yuan was still leisurely sipping her porridge, Old Li had already finished eating, refilled his bowl with porridge, added some pickles, and walked outside. Grandpa. Old Li paused when he heard Li Yuan suddenly call him, turning around in confusion. What's up, Yuan, Yuan? Li Yuan hesitated and said, Grandpa, since it's just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks, why not? Let him stay with us. Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes widened. Yuan, Yuan. This is not just about a few more pairs of chopsticks. Don't you know, that brat Chen Xun ate 11 bowls of noodles yesterday and still wanted more. Such a way of eating, to exaggerate a bit, even the royal family might not be able to afford it, let alone Old Li. Of course, the most important thing was that although Chen Xun was physically capable, he was a madman, which meant he had no labor capacity. He cannot be taken in. Otherwise, why has no one taken in Chen Xun in Xiao Town for the past 2.5 years? Isn't that the reason? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was also shocked. 10, 11 bowls. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment and said, Grandpa, I can take on more sewing work in the future, and as for his appetite, how about we control it a bit at each meal? Actually, the thanks she thought she misheard last night kept swirling in her mind. Moreover, in Li Yuan's eyes, Chen Xun was indeed pitiful. Hey, Old Li was extremely frustrated. He didn't want his granddaughter to interact with Chen Xun before, because he knew his granddaughter was too kind-hearted and would easily soften. Now look at this. Let me think about it, Old Li said and walked outside. Quickly, Old Li brought a bowl of porridge to Chen Xun, handing it over. Kid, drink some porridge. The previously motionless Chen Xun twitched his nose and swiftly took the bowl from Old Li, finishing it in a few gulps. Old Li was surprised and joked, Oh ho ho, can a tree drink porridge? Chen Xun had already returned the bowl and resumed his still posture. Old Li took the bowl, shook his head, his eyes flashing with conflict, and sighed. Well then, I'll let you stay for a while to see if you don't behave. You still have to get lost, humph. After saying this, Old Li took the bowl and walked back to the yard. Chen Xun remained squatting on the ground pretending to be a sapling, but there was a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Time flew by, and it was now the dead of winter. In the midst of heavy snowfall, Xiao Town transformed into a white world. Chen Xun had been staying at Old Li's house for over 3 months, eating, drinking, and living for free without doing anything. Recently, Old Li and Li Yuan noticed that Chen Xun's mad behavior had decreased significantly. He often stood quietly in the yard alone, seemingly lost in thought. However, Old Li and Li Yuan did not disturb Chen Xun much in their view. This version of Chen Xun was quite good, at least quiet, Unlike when he first arrived, causing chaos every day, Old Li was practically at his wit's end. In the evening, Chen Xun still stood in the yard, seemingly pondering something. Chen Xun still wore his tattered blue robe, with disheveled hair and a broken wooden sword on his back. Previously, Old Li and Li Yuan had thought about helping Chen Xun tidy up, but they felt a bit apprehensive who knew if Chen Xun would suddenly lose it. So they left him as he was, letting it be. "Brother Chen, it's time for dinner," Li Yuan called out as she entered the yard. Hearing it was dinner time, the originally quiet Chen Xun's eyes lit up, and he turned around, laughing wildly as he charged toward the house. Li Yuan was not the least bit surprised, deftly stepping aside to let Chen Xun pass. At the dining table, Chen Xun buried his head in his food, eating like a whirlwind. Old Li and Li Yuan exchanged glances and smiled wryly, having gotten used to it. Suddenly, Li Yuan looked at the wooden sword on Chen Xun's back and curiously asked, "Brother Chen, you carry this wooden sword every day. Does it have any special significance for you? Can I take a look?" Upon hearing this, Old Li also looked over but felt no curiosity. Chen Xun was already a madman. It didn't matter if he carried a wooden sword or even a toilet seat for years. Old Li could understand. However, in Old Li's opinion, Yuan's question was pointless. Chen Xun was so mentally disordered that it was good enough if he could recognize people they hadn't really communicated normally. Actually, Li Yuan thought the same, but unable to resist her curiosity, she still asked. Yet the next moment, Chen Xun's actions stunned Old Li and Li Yuan. Chen Xun stopped eating, turned around, and took the wooden sword off his back, handing it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan was taken aback as she accepted it. Chen Xun grinned and went back to his food. Li Yuan examined the wooden sword carefully. Its surface was pockmarked, and other than that, it seemed unremarkable, so she returned it to Chen Xun. At this point, Chen Xun had finished eating, and after putting the wooden sword back on, he dashed out of the house, came to the yard, and came to a sudden stop, standing. Quietly, Old Li and Li Yuan had grown accustomed to Chen Xun's eccentric behavior. But speaking of which, Grandpa, have you noticed that Brother Chen seems to have changed a bit? Li Yuan hesitated and said, Chapter 4, A Moment of Clarity, The Mystery of Identity and Madness. Old Li frowned and nodded. That kid Chen Xun really has changed a bit. It was evident from earlier when he handed over the wooden sword that Chen Xun was much more normal than before. Bai Ti gave off a feeling of having gained a bit of intelligence, but not too much. After that, Old Li and Li Yuan tidied up the dining table, took a glance at Chen Xun in the yard, and advised him to go back to his room and sleep early before heading back to their own rooms. The people of Xiaohe Town generally went to sleep soon after dinner in winter, with little in the way of entertainment, except for a few who frequented the brothels. Chen Xun stood alone in the yard until the midnight hour before quietly returning to his own room. His room was originally a storage space, which Old Li had specifically cleared out for Chen Xun to live in. The room was simple, with just a wooden bed covered with a thick mat, a table, and a stool, nothing else. This wooden bed was made by Old Li himself, having chopped down the wood from the mountains near Xiaohe Town for Chen Xun. At this moment, Chen Xun sat cross-legged on the bed, his gaze rare and momentarily clear, yet deep within his eyes was a struggle of consciousness. 3 more months. At this moment, Chen Xun was unusually awake. He was clear about his own situation. Every bout of madness lasted for 3 years. Then came a rare period of normalcy, but how long it lasted was uncertain, sometimes just a day, sometimes 10 days, or half a month, or even a month. The longest was merely 3 months. Chen Xun had lost count of how many times he had experienced this since he had memory, in his quest to uncover his own identity. Chen Xun had always been trying to find a way to resolve this situation, but he had yet to find answers to either, drifting aimlessly and letting fate take its course. Thus, over the long years, Chen Xun was caught in an infinite loop of madness and clarity, with the vast majority being in a state of madness. Of course, after so much time, Chen Xun's strength had grown somewhat. Additionally, Chen Xun harbored a secret that no one knew: he was immortal. Chen Xun had traveled to many places, witnessed countless lives and deaths, sent off many friends and relatives, and in the end, he was the only one left alive. He had long since become accustomed to this. For Chen Xun, immortality felt more like a torment, not because of anything else, but simply because the moments of clarity were far too few and far between. Chen Xun glanced at the house where Old Li and Li Yuan were, a hint of warmth appearing in his eyes, but soon after, his clear gaze uncontrollably blurred, becoming wise. Chen Xun's features twisted, and a silly, mad smile reappeared on his face. Finally, he lay down, hugging the blanket, and fell asleep, a fragrant drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. The next day, Chen Xun got up early, standing in the yard as usual, but he kept shaking his head and laughing foolishly, occasionally making exaggerated movements. Li Yuan was sweeping the accumulated snow in the yard, glancing at Chen Xun from time to time, shaking her head helplessly and smiling. There was nothing she could do. Chen Xun's antics were indeed quite amusing. However, Li Yuan was puzzled clearly. Brother Chen had seemed a bit different a couple of days ago, but today he seemed to have reverted. Could it be that Brother Chen was just in a bad mood a few days ago, which made him so quiet? Strange. Speaking of which, do madmen also have bad moods? Sometimes, she envied Brother Chen for living so carefree. Wasn't that a kind of happiness? Chen Xun, we're out of firewood at home. You're coming with me to the mountain to chop some firewood today. You can't just sit around. Old Li came to the yard and said to Chen Xun. He had a firewood knife on his waist and a bundle of hemp rope over his shoulder. Hee. Chen Xun turned around and smiled at Old Li, unsure if he understood. Old Li didn't care, pulling Chen Xun out of the yard. Yuan, I'm going to chop wood with Chen Xun. You stay home and lock the door. Got it, Grandpa. Be careful, you and Brother Chen. On the way out of Xiao Town, Chen Xun and Old Li encountered many townsfolk greeting Old Li. Xiao Town was small, and the fact that Old Li had taken Chen Xun in was no secret. To the townspeople, Old Li was a soft-hearted person, taking in a madman who only ate and drank for free, something they could not do. However, the townspeople were genuinely grateful to Old Li. Ever since he took Chen Xun in, they had been much more at ease. After leaving Xiao Town, Chen Xun and Old Li arrived at a mountain peak outside the town after about half a stick of incense. This mountain peak was the closest to Xiao Town and had plenty of resources, thus it was named Xiao Peak by the townspeople. As the saying goes, those who live by the water eat from the water, and those who live by the mountain eat from the mountain. Many townsfolk relied on Xiao Peak for their livelihoods, whether hunting or gathering to sell. Of course, Xiao Peak was also fraught with danger, as wild beasts were fierce. It was common to hear about hunters being eaten or severely injured by wild animals, and some had even gone missing after entering Xiao Peak. Old Li wasn't worried, as he wouldn't go to the high and deep parts of Xiao Peak for firewood. He usually chopped wood at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, in winter, most wild animals hibernated and were rarely seen. Hey, you brat, your stamina is pretty good. You're not even out of breath, and I'm really getting old. At the foot of Xiao Peak, Old Li sat down on a wooden stool, looking at Chen Xun, panting. Hee. Chen Xun seemed to be mocking him. Seeing this, Old Li was helpless, smiled, and after resting for a bit, picked up the firewood knife to start chopping trees. He naturally didn't expect Chen Xun to chop, with the main reason for bringing him along was to have someone to talk to, and after chopping, he would carry a bundle of firewood, while having Chen Xun carry another bundle, and then they would both carry it home together. Time passed quickly, and soon an hour had gone by. Old Li had chopped enough firewood and was now tying it up with hemp rope. During this time, Chen Xun was well behaved, just standing in place without wandering off, which pleased Old Li greatly. Rustle. At that moment, a sound of crunching snow came from ahead. Old Li's hands froze in place, tying the firewood. Since Chen Xun was behind him, it was clear the noise wasn't caused by him. Then, realizing something, Old Li's hands began to tremble, and he suddenly looked up to see a massive beast lurking not far ahead, its eyes fixed on them, ready to attack at any moment. Old Li's pupils constricted sharply. A black tiger. The black tiger was definitely a dominant beast in Xiao Peak. Usually, hunters avoided it at all costs, yet today, they encountered it. Damn it! How could a black tiger appear at the foot of Xiao Peak? Old Li dared not breathe, but his heart was racing to the extreme, tense to the point of being unable to breathe. Despair filled Old Li's heart, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Chen Xun, saying without hesitation, Chen Xun, you, run fast. If it were anyone else, they would have had Chen Xun, this foolish madman, stay put to delay the black tiger, buying more time and chances to escape. But Old Li's first thought was to let Chen Xun escape. Chen Xun was smiling to himself, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Old Li knew he couldn't communicate with Chen Xun, so he gritted his teeth, gripping the hatchet tightly, aimed at the black tiger, his hands visibly trembling. This was a black tiger. Even the hunters with bows and arrows would weaken at the knees upon seeing it, let alone Old Li and Old Manat. That moment, after sizing up Chen Xun and Old Li for a moment, the black tiger seemed to feel that the two posed no threat and began to move, approaching step by step in a low stance. Old Li's face turned pale, his legs barely able to stand, murmuring yuan yuan, yuan yuan. What would happen to his granddaughter if he died? What about Chen Xun? It was he who called Chen Xun to chop wood, which meant he had put Chen Xun in danger. Chen Xun was still so young. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, Chen Xun suddenly stepped in front of Old Li, crouching down on the ground in a beast-like posture, just like the night when Chen Xun chased Old Li down the street. Roar, roar, roar. Chen Xun looked up at the approaching black tiger, letting out a low growl mimicking a beast. It appeared to be an act of a reckless madman. But to Old Li, this scene was filled with disbelief, his eyes reddening, his heart a mix of emotions. Chen Xun, good boy. To be honest, during this time, Chen Xun had done nothing but eat and drink for free, and Old Li had some resentment in his heart. But all that resentment vanished the moment Chen Xun disregarded his own life and bravely protected him. Chapter 5. Winter goes, spring comes. The shock of grandfather and grandson seeing Chen Xun being so grateful and loyal, Old Li was moved. How could he really let Chen Xun stand in front of him? He quickly stepped in front of Chen Xun, wielding a hatchet towards the black tiger, and shouted stubbornly, "Chen Xun, you're still young. Hurry and go." Before Old Li could finish speaking, he was astonished to find that the approaching black tiger suddenly turned and left. Old Li was stunned. Could it be that the black tiger wasn't hungry? He didn't notice that the black tiger was trembling slightly, even unsteady on its feet. Coming back to his senses, Old Li was overjoyed to have survived the ordeal, but he didn't let his guard down. He kept his eyes on the black tiger until its shadow disappeared, then let out a long sigh of relief and sat down in the snow, his face pale and breathing heavily. At this moment, Chen Xun also stood up, laughing madly, in front of this king of all beasts. That little thing is still a bit tender. He even proudly imitated a beast's roar. Ha ha ha, only you would boast like that. Old Li could only chuckle at Chen Xun's outrageous statement, then looked around and quickly said, let's go, let's go. It's not safe to stay here. We don't know if that black tiger will come back. We need to hurry. Old Li carried a bundle of firewood onto Chen Xun's back, took another bundle on himself, and then hurriedly left with Chen Xun. Fortunately, they were already at the foot of the mountain, and the two quickly left Xiaohua Peak. They arrived home around noon. After unloading the firewood from his and Chen Xun's backs, Old Li went to get the teapot and poured 2 cups of hot tea, handing one to Chen Xun. It's quite cold. Chen Xun, hurry and drink some hot water. As he spoke, Old Li took a comfortable sip. Chen Xun held the teacup but didn't drink. Instead, he tilted his head and curiously examined the patterns on the cup. Old Li was speechless. Grandpa, Brother Chen, you're back. I've already cooked, just waiting for you. Li Yuan, hearing the commotion inside, ran out with a smile. Good, good, good. Old Li was about to call Chen Xun to eat. However, Chen Xun had already dashed into the house. Old Li could only smile helplessly. Li Yuan covered her mouth and laughed, then curiously asked, Grandpa? Usually when you call Brother Chen for lunch, you often remind him that he is no good at anything and that eating is the most important, right? Why aren't you saying that today? Old Li's eyes widened. Nonsense. When have I ever said that about your brother Chen? After the incident with the black tiger, he found Chen Xun more and more pleasing to the eye. Although this kid was a bit crazy and had an unusual way of thinking, he was truly loyal, and it was worth taking him in. Of course, Old Li didn't tell Li Yuan about the encounter with the black tiger at Xiaohua Peak, since everything was fine now. Saying too much might only worry Li Yuan. Ever since the last time they encountered the black tiger while gathering firewood, Old Li had gone alone every time they needed more firewood from Xiaohua Peak, no longer bringing Chen Xun along. Throughout this winter, Chen Xun stayed at home and rarely went out. On ordinary days, Old Li was busy with the market and making a living, while Li Yuan took on more sewing work, leaving Chen Xun all alone. Several times, when Li Yuan was doing her sewing in the yard and saw Chen Xun making those strange movements, she laughed so hard that she accidentally pricked her finger with the needle. In the midst of the cold winter, Xiaohua Town welcomed the new year. Every household hung up red lanterns and set off firecrackers. Chen Xun spent the new year happily with Old Li and his grandson. Thus, winter passed and spring came. The ice and snow melted, and everything revived. Wow, the snow has all melted. Spring has finally come. Early in the morning, Li Yuan greeted the gentle warm sun, yawning as she stepped out of the house. Upon seeing the scenery outside, she immediately smiled with joy. Brother Chen, good morning. Although Li Yuan knew that Chen Xun was still immersed in his own world and wouldn't he respond, it had become a habit for her to greet him every morning. After greeting him, Li Yuan prepared to head to the kitchen to see what her grandfather had made for breakfast. Good morning, Yuan. Just then, a calm voice sounded, causing Li Yuan to stop in her tracks, frozen in place. She turned around abruptly to look at the figure standing with its back to her, incredulously exclaiming, "Chun, brother Chun, was that you?" Chen Xun slowly turned around, smiling and nodding, Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's pupils contracted, her big eyes revealing a mix of surprise, anxiety, and disbelief. Even though Chen Xun's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered, the sunlight refracting off him revealed a faint warm smile on his face. Li Yuan swallowed hard and shouted loudly, Grandpa, brother Chun is normal again. What nonsense. Old Li, unable to hear clearly, came out of the kitchen cursing. What's all this shouting early in the morning? Li Yuan hurriedly pointed at Chen Xun, saying, Grandpa, brother Chun is normal. Really? Huh. Old Li was taken aback, instinctively thinking that Li Yuan was joking, but when his gaze met Chen Xun's eyes, which were different from before, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Good heavens, could it be true? Old Li walked up to Chen Xun, uncertainly calling out, Chen Xun? Chen Xun smiled slightly and replied, Li Grandpa. Although Chen Xun was much older than Old Li in terms of actual age, it didn't stop him from addressing him this way. Wow. Old Li was so shocked that he stumbled, his face filled with disbelief. Chen Xun, you're better? What happened? Chen Xun smiled without speaking, not providing much explanation. He himself was still searching for answers. How could he explain? At the dining table, Old Li and Li Yuan absent-mindedly sipped their porridge, their eyes and thoughts all focused on Chen Xun beside them. Chen Xun was now drinking porridge leisurely, even elegantly, a stark contrast to his previous wolfing down of food. Old Li and Li Yuan still hadn't come to their senses, feeling that everything was too sudden, making it feel like a dream, so unreal. After all, it was unbelievable for someone who had been crazy for years to suddenly become normal one morning. Cough. Chen Xun, what are your plans for the future? Old Li put down his chopsticks and cleared his throat to ask. In his view, now that Chen Xun was better, there was no way he would stay at Old Li's home. To be honest, while Old Li's house could provide for basic needs, the conditions weren't good in Xiaohua Town. Their living standards were even considered below average. Otherwise, Li Yuan would have been able to continue her studies. It was precisely because the family's finances were limited that Li Yuan had to drop out after 2 years of school to help Old Li make a living. At this moment, Li Yuan also looked at Chen Xun curiously. Chen Xun put down his chopsticks and sincerely said, Li Grandpa, thank you for taking me in over the past 6 months. It's just a matter of adding another pair of chopsticks. No need to say this. Old Li waved his hand. Then he added with relief, Chen Xun, seeing you now speak and act like an ordinary person, I am very happy. Chapter 6. The person on the road is like Jade. Chen Xun smiled and continued. As for what comes next, I'll trouble you, Li Grandpa, for a couple more days. Old Li chuckled. Hey, you brat, saying these things, as long as you're willing, you can stay at my place for a lifetime. After spending half a year together, they had developed some affection for each other. Moreover, the experience with the black tiger at Xiaohua Peak was deeply etched in Old Li's heart. The three quickly finished their breakfast while chatting. During this time, Old Li asked Chen Xun where he was from, whether he had any relatives at home, and why he came to this small river town, among other questions. To this, Chen Xun naturally dodged and casually brushed it off, because none of the questions Old Li asked were ones he could answer. However, Chen Xun was fine, and Old Li and Li Yuan were genuinely happy. Old Li said he was going to the market to buy some vegetables, planning to have a lavish meal for lunch to celebrate. Brother Chen, shall we go to the market too? Li Yuan said with a giggle, holding a small basket. Li Yuan was planning to take Chen Xun to get a haircut and then buy him a set of clothes. These things were difficult to do before, but now that Chen Xun was a normal person, it was naturally possible. Chen Xun smiled slightly at her words and said, okay. Li Yuan was delighted and immediately went out with Chen Xun. However, Li Yuan had a lingering doubt in her heart for such a long time. She had never seen Brother Chen take a bath or anything, yet he didn't smell bad at all. How strange. Old Li's house was a distance from the market, and on the way, Chen Xun walked quietly with his hands behind his back. Li Yuan occasionally glanced at the straight-backed Chen Xun, not knowing what to say. When she saw the wooden sword on his back, she found a topic and asked, Brother Chen, is this wooden sword very important to you? You used to carry it every day, and now that you're better, you still haven't taken it off. Originally, Li Yuan thought this wooden sword was just a toy from Chen Xun's past. Chen Xun shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's not that important. I'm just used to carrying it." "So that's how it is," Li Yuan nodded. But she didn't notice that the wooden sword behind Chen Xun trembled for a moment after he finished speaking. After a while, Chen Xun and Li Yuan arrived at the market, and all the townsfolk who saw Chen Xun were secretly shocked. Goodness, the mad scholar. You see, ever since Chen Xun was taken in by old Li's family, he rarely appeared in front of people. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chen Xun felt different to the townsfolk. Although he still had messy hair and looked a bit shabby, he seemed to have become normal. It was vastly different from the previous madness and loudness. Those who knew Chen Xun could tell. Chen Xun? A passerby tentatively called out. Chen Xun looked over and nodded. Wow. At this moment, the surrounding pedestrians were astonished. The madman is no longer mad. What's going on? Until Chen Xun and Li Yuan's figures disappeared from the street, the passers-by were still in disbelief. After all, it was truly incredible that someone who had been mad for so long suddenly became normal. It wouldn't be long before the news of the blue-clad mad scholar becoming normal would spread throughout the small river town, becoming a topic of amazement for many at mealtimes. Half an hour later, Li Yuan stared blankly at the handsome young man walking out of the alley, unable to help but rub her eyes, and tentatively called out, "Brother Chen." Chen Xun smiled gently and nodded. Li Yuan gasped, swallowing hard. It was clear that Chen Xun had simply washed his hair, and the barber had just slightly trimmed and tidied it up. But the change was truly astounding to Li Yuan. Previously, Chen Xun's messy hair made it hard to see his features, but now that it was trimmed, he was clearly visible. His features were indeed as warm and smooth as jade, making a striking impression. A person like him is truly remarkable. This young man is unparalleled. The aura he exuded was far from the previous mad scholar and made people unable to help but want to call him sir. Li Yuan exaggeratedly noticed that even Chen Xun's slightly tattered blue robe suddenly looked good. "Brother Chen, let me take you to buy a new set of clothes," Li Yuan hurriedly said. Chen Xun was silent for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "No need, I'm quite fine in this outfit." If it weren't for Li Yuan's insistence, he wouldn't have even considered getting a haircut. After all, he didn't know how long this state of clarity would last, and besides, the money was all earned by Li Yuan stitch by stitch, so he didn't want to waste it. Li Yuan, feeling anxious, said, "Brother Chen, are you afraid of spending money?" "It's okay. A set of clothes doesn't cost much." Chen Xun smiled. Yuan, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm used to wearing this set of clothes, so I won't change." Speaking of which, although his clothes were a bit worn, they were only slightly old. This set of clothes had been worn for many years. "All right," Li Yuan said, feeling regretful but no longer insisting. Although she had only recently interacted with the normal Chen Xun, she could already tell that he was the kind of person who meant what he said. Subsequently, Chen Xun and Li Yuan strolled around the market, bought some snacks and trinkets, and then went home. During this time, many passers-by were once again shocked when they saw Chen Xun. If it weren't for that iconic tattered blue robe, they might not have recognized him at all. Old Li's lunch was very lavish, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat all on the table. To be honest, during the new year, Old Li's family didn't eat this well. This showed how genuinely happy Old Li was. Chen Xun looked at the table full of dishes and sighed. "Grandpa Li, the food is very sumptuous. Thank you." Chen Xun expressed his gratitude directly without being overly polite. Chen Xun, can you drink? Come have a drink with me," Old Li said. But he was already getting up with a wine jug to pour wine for Chen Xun. "Grandpa, you can just drink yourself. Why drag Brother Chen into it?" Li Yuan muttered. After all, in Li Yuan's opinion, wine was so unpleasant that Chen Xun probably wouldn't like it. Okay. To her surprise, Chen Xun readily agreed. Haha, good. Let's drink." With someone to drink with, Old Li was extremely happy. Lunch quickly ended in a joyful atmosphere. Old Li felt a bit tipsy and went back to his room to lie down. After Chen Xun and Li Yuan cleaned up the dining table, he told Li Yuan he was going out for a walk and left the small courtyard. Li Yuan wanted to follow him, but was refused by Chen Xun. So she had no choice but to give up and reminded him to come back before dinner to get back to work. Chen Xun not allowing Li Yuan to follow him was naturally for his own plans. Chen Xun intended to earn some money for Old Li. After all, he had been living there for a while without paying. Although Chen Xun looked like a scholar, his way of making money was not through writing or painting. Instead, he planned to go hunting at Xiao Peak, which was quite rough. Chapter 7, Nangong Yao. Tiger Hunt returns. At the top of Xiao Peak, a figure gradually appeared. like a ghost. If old Li and Li Yuan saw this scene, they would surely faint from shock, because this figure was none other than Chen Xun. Standing at the mountain's peak, Chen Xun gazed far and wide, taking in the magnificent spring landscape. Below, the entire small river town was within Chen Xun's view. Since Xiaohe Peak was quite high, looking down from the top, the small river town truly appeared pitifully small. After admiring the scenery for a moment, Chen Xun sat cross-legged, waved his hand, and a Guqin appeared, resting on his knees. As Chen Xun's fingers gently plucked the strings, a soft and melodious sound echoed at the top of Xiaohe Peak. The beautiful melody attracted many birds and butterflies, swirling around Chen Xun, dancing gracefully, with some daring ones even landing on his shoulders. Unfortunately, this scene went unseen by anyone. At a certain moment, Chen Xun suddenly stopped playing, his palms gently pressing down on the strings, and the sound of the zither abruptly ceased. The birds and butterflies, however, were reluctant to leave, circling around Chen Xun again and again before finally flying away sadly. It was as if one could hear celestial music, a beautiful tune. Suddenly, a powerful middle-aged male voice rang out. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in a plain brocade robe descended from the sky, standing 10 zhang behind Chen Xun. The man had hair that was black and white, flowing elegantly over his shoulders. With a square face and sharp eyes, combined with his sturdy physique, he appeared quite imposing. However, Chen Xun showed no signs of surprise at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, as he had sensed him while playing the zither. The middle-aged man noticed that Chen Xun remained seated, looking slightly surprised, and then stepped forward to stand beside him. Seeing that Chen Xun still did not react, he became even more astonished. At this distance, it was quite an unsafe situation, yet Chen Xun remained as still as a mountain, showing no signs of vigilance. After some contemplation, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Nangong Yao, passing through this place. Upon hearing the celestial music, I couldn't help but come to seek it out. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me. Nangong Yao turned slightly and gave a slight bow to Chen Xun. While speaking, he cast a glance at the wooden sword behind Chen Xun, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Chen Xun lightly waved his sleeve, put away the zither, stood up, and turned to look at Nangong Yao, smiling as he said, "This place does not belong to me alone, so how could I speak of disturbance?" Nangong Yao paused, then laughed. Interesting, truly interesting. It has been many years since I have encountered such an intriguing person. I never expected to find one in this remote corner. Nangong Yao couldn't help but ask, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" Chen Xun shook his head with a smile. "We are just meeting by chance. There's no need to mention it." As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of mountain wind blew by, and Chen Xun dissipated like sand. Nangong Yao's pupils constricted as he watched this scene, feeling a shock in his heart. A high-level being. After a while, Nangong Yao regained his senses and couldn't help but quickly scan his surroundings, but he no longer saw that figure. His breathing became a bit hurried. And while feeling a sense of fear, he also felt a sense of loss. The scene he had just witnessed seemed like a dream. Yet he knew it had truly happened. He never expected to encounter a high-level being in such a secluded place, but regrettably, he did not learn the elder's name. Nangong Yao shook his head bitterly and murmured, "That elder is clearly a powerful figure, a true recluse. I have never heard of such a person in Beixian before. I suppose he is not from Beixian, but rather wandering here from other regions. However, it is also possible that he is from Beixian, as there are countless cultivators in this vast Beixian, and it is not unusual for some powerful beings to hide among the mundane or in various corners. But those who do so are quite rare. After all, the vast majority of cultivators still pursue fame and fortune." In Nangong Yao's view, those who see through the mundane and do not seek fame and fortune are the true cultivators. Nangong Yao once again scanned his surroundings, sighed softly, and then took off into the sky. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was carrying a black tiger's corpse down the mountain. This black tiger was the one that had tried to attack him and old Li. The black tiger was quite large, without 5 or 6 strong men. It would be impossible to carry, let alone on the rugged mountain path. However, Chen Xun carried it with ease. Upon closer inspection, the black tiger was not actually being carried by Chen Xun, but rather floated beside him. Chen Xun quickly reached the outskirts of Xiaohe town with the black tiger's corpse. To avoid causing panic, he specially set down the black tiger and went into the town to find a cart, placing the tiger on it and pulling it into Xiaohe town. Just imagine, a seemingly frail scholar like Chen Xun effortlessly bringing a large black tiger into town. It would surely scare the townsfolk to death. However, Even with Chen Xun bringing the black tiger into the town this way, it quickly attracted a crowd of curious townspeople. The townspeople surrounded Chen Xun tightly, all looking shocked at the beast's corpse on the cart. A black tiger? Oh my god. Some hunters were even more shocked. They knew that even they avoided the black tiger like the plague. This creature was the ruler of Xiahe Peak, incredibly fast, even with bows and arrows. It was hard to hit. Oh heavens, I once caught a glimpse of a black tiger from a distance on Xiahe Peak, and it scared me so much that I rolled and crawled away. Luckily, that black tiger didn't chase after me, otherwise. Chen Xun, you didn't kill this black tiger, did you? How is that possible? Just look at Chen Xun, he's got such thin arms and legs. He wouldn't even be able to fit a toothpick in the tiger's mouth. The townspeople were all talking, their words filled with shock and disbelief. Damn it, a black tiger like this must be worth a lot of money. Yeah, of course. Most of the townspeople were envious. Chen Xun smiled and said, of course I didn't kill it. I don't have that ability. Today, I was viewing the scenery on Xiahe Peak when I was attacked by the black tiger, but fortunately, a celestial being appeared out of nowhere to save me, or else my life would have been in danger. Upon hearing this, the townspeople were once again astonished. What the heck? A celestial being? Chen Xun actually had the fortune to meet a celestial being? The townspeople certainly knew of the existence of celestial beings, but they were extremely rare. They had only heard from the older generation that they had seen celestial beings flying across the sky. In recent years, however, they hadn't seen any, and they never expected that Chen Xun had encountered one. This was truly a great fortune. After a flurry of astonishment, the townspeople looked at the black tiger and couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this a great fortune? Just look. It's obvious that the celestial being killed this black tiger and then directly gifted it to Chen Xun. This guy is really lucky. Everyone make way. I need to sell this black tiger, Chen Xun said with a smile, then pulled the cart away. However, many townspeople still followed him, wanting to see the excitement. Some townspeople looked at Chen Xun's departing figure, turning green with envy, their eyes filled with jealousy and regret. Everyone knew that Chen Xun was now part of the Oldley family. Once he sold this black tiger, the Oldley family would become wealthy. It was no exaggeration to say that selling this black tiger would instantly allow the Oldley family to soar in Xiahe Town. If they had known this earlier, they should have taken Chen Xun in back then. Chapter 8. Visitors from the Yamen. Meanwhile, 3 hunters were watching the direction in which Chen Xun had left, their eyes flickering. One of the lean men swallowed hard and said, Big brother, second brother, I estimate that black tiger can sell for at least 100 gold. That's 100 gold coins. A fortune beyond measure. Converted to silver coins, that's 10,000, and converted to copper coins, that's 1,000,000. That can bury a person alive. The common currency conversion, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, 1,000 silver coins equals 1,000,000 copper coins. In Xiahe Town, a bowl of ordinary vegetarian noodles sells for only 3 copper coins. How many bowls could 1,000,000 copper coins buy? You couldn't finish it, not even close. 100 gold, 100 gold. If our 3 brothers had 100 gold, we wouldn't have to worry for the rest of our lives, and wouldn't have to risk our lives hunting anymore. Another middle-aged man with a full beard took a deep breath and said, thus, the lean man and the bearded man turned their heads to look at the burly man in the middle, who had a scar on his face, with a conflicted expression. Big brother, the bald man is the boss, named Dawei. The bearded man is the second, named Su Chong, and the lean man is the third, called Shouho. These 3 hunters are not from Xiahe Town, but came from outside. Seeing that the resources of Xiahe Peak are decent enough to make a living, they decided to settle here. They have been settled here for several years, even longer than Chen Xun. Dawei noticed the way the 2 were looking at him. His expression changed slightly, and he pulled them into a corner, saying irritably, You dare to have such thoughts? Are you looking to get yourselves killed? We've been living in Xiahe Town for a few years, and we've seen how the government operates. Do you really think the government is just sitting idle? Su Chong and Shouho smiled bitterly at his words. Su Chong said, Big brother, while you say that, I don't believe you're not tempted. That's 100 gold. We could never earn that in a lifetime. Dawei paused. He was indeed quite envious, but still said solemnly, Anyway, I won't do anything illegal. If we commit such a crime, we won't have a place to stand in Xiahe Town anymore, and once caught, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. No matter how Dawei thought, he felt the risk was too great. To be honest, after living in Xiahe Town for so many years, Dawei considered it home. Although he wasn't wealthy, at least he wouldn't starve and didn't have to wander around aimlessly like before. In Dawei's view, it was better to continue saving money honestly for a while. Enough to marry a wife in Xia Town and then live a stable life. Shouho, feeling anxious, quickly said, "Big brother, we are not from Xia Town anyway. At worst, after we finish this job, we can just run away. With this money, where can't we three brothers live comfortably?" "Yes, big brother, although life is okay now. I also want to live a good life. With this money, we three brothers can all marry beautiful wives." Suchong quickly added, his face full of anticipation for the future, as if that 100 gold was already in hand. Dawei looked at Suchong and Shouho sighed. Although the three were not blood brothers, their bond was closer than that of brothers. After so many years and many hunting crises together, they had formed a life-and-death friendship. "Second brother, third brother, I." Dawei hesitated. "Oh, big brother, stop with the formalities. Just be straightforward. Are we doing it or not? Let us be clear. Even if you don't do it, Shouho and I will. It's been so many years, and we finally have this opportunity to get rich in front of us. We don't want to give it up." Suchong said seriously. Shouho nodded repeatedly. "The bold survive, the timid perish. Wealth is sought in danger. Let us go for it." Hearing this, Dawei glanced around, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. What he was most attached to was this warm little town. Shouho saw Dawei's expression and thought for a moment. Suddenly a flash of inspiration hit him, and he raised his finger excitedly. "Hey, big brother, second brother, I have a plan." Suchong was taken aback. "Shouho, you usually seem so dull, and you can actually come up with a strategy? Quick, tell us." Hee. Shouho smiled, then looked at Dawei and said, "It's obvious that big brother can't let go of Xia Town. To be honest, second brother and I feel the same way. Since that's the case, why don't we just not leave Xia Town?" "Not leave? We commit a crime and still don't leave? What do you mean? Can the government tolerate us? That's impossible." Shouho said proudly, "Big brother, second brother, you must be thinking about how to escape Xia Town after the robbery, right?" Dawei and Suchong exchanged glances. "Otherwise, this isn't child's play. We could end up in prison." Shouho said ominously, "Big brother, second brother, you might be mistaken. That black tiger was originally hunted by us three brothers, so how could it be considered a crime? What if Chen Xun took advantage of our negligence and stole the black tiger?" Upon hearing this, Dawei and Suchong's pupils contracted, and their backs felt cold. Shouho's plan was too sinister and shameless. Dawei rubbed his bald head and said, "But third brother, Chen Xun already said it was killed by an immortal, and many townspeople were there to hear it." Shouho dismissed it. "Does what Chen Xun says count for anything? Without evidence, who would believe it? An immortal, really? Are they that easy to meet?" Dawei and Suchong fell silent. Although Shouho's method was a bit underhanded, it seemed to be feasible. One could even say it was brilliant. This way, they could likely get the black tiger without being pursued by the government and continue staying in Xia Town. As for Chen Xun, a thin scholar, they had no fear of him. He probably wouldn't dare to seek revenge, and in the end, he would only have to swallow his anger. After some thought, Dawei finally couldn't help but feel tempted. After all, it was very likely they could take advantage of the situation. That was 100 gold. Dawei immediately asked, "Third brother, what should we do next?" "Chen Xun is already preparing to sell the black tiger." Suchong said seriously, "Right, we can't let him sell it. We should intercept him." Shouho waved his hand. Unperturbed, "Big brother, second brother, don't rush. The black tiger was originally hunted by us, so the reasoning is on our side. What we need to do next is to report to the officials first." Dawei and Suchong were taken aback, then nodded in succession. Thinking about the black tiger's corpse soon to be in their hands, their hearts raced with excitement. They're going to get rich. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had already brought the black tiger to the largest tavern in Xia Town, Chunfeng Tavern. Since the black tiger was a rare item, many townspeople followed Chen Xun, surrounding the tavern in layers. The old Li family had already sent someone to inform them, and it was likely that old Li and Li Yuan were excitedly on their way. Outside the tavern, the shopkeeper circled the black tiger a few times, nodding in satisfaction from time to time, then said, "Chen Xun, we at Chunfeng Tavern are willing to buy this black tiger for 120 gold. How about that?" Wow! Hearing the astronomical figure of 120 gold, the townspeople present erupted with excitement, each staring at the black tiger, breathing heavily, their eyes wide with anticipation. If it weren't for the strict law enforcement in Xia Town, many would have rushed forward to snatch it. Chen Xun nodded. "Okay. That price is quite fair." Chen Xun understood that the other party was also a businessman. After buying the black tiger, they would likely transport it to other larger towns for resale, making a considerable profit, which was only reasonable. Haha, good. The shopkeeper was delighted, took out his money pouch, and prepared to pay. To be honest, even he felt a bit pained at the thought of parting with 120 gold. But thinking about the profit from resale made him feel better. Just as the shopkeeper was about to hand over the money pouch to Chen Xun under the envious gazes of the crowd, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Yamen officials are handling a case. Bystanders, step back. Chapter 9. In court, the area outside Chunfeng Tavern suddenly fell silent. Some townspeople quickly made way for 3 Yamen officials to enter. At this moment, everyone was puzzled, unsure why the officials had suddenly arrived. Oh, it's actually Captain G. I wonder what brings Captain G to our Chunfeng Tavern. The shopkeeper squinted his eyes and quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and smiling. The shopkeeper hadn't done anything illegal, so he naturally wasn't afraid of the officials. Most importantly, as the largest tavern in Xia Town, he had regularly shared profits with the town's leader. With this connection, he felt even more at ease. Among the 3 Yamen officials, the burly middle-aged man at the front was Ji Ba, the captain of the Xia Town government. Don't worry, shopkeeper. I didn't come here to target your Spring Breeze restaurant. Rather, someone reported a crime. A person named Chen Xun stole their black tiger and has been asked to come along to the court to face those 3 people. Ji Ba said. As soon as these words fell, the outside of the Spring Breeze restaurant became restless again, with people's eyes filled with shock and uncertainty as they looked at Chen Xun. Did he steal the black tiger? Some couldn't help but feel schadenfreude, thinking, good, stealing is good, stealing is good. Scared me to death, almost let Chen Xun and the old Li family get rich. Thus, many cast scornful glances. It was as if they were saying, at such a young age, why do something so despicable? He even made up a story about an immortal destroying the black tiger. The shopkeeper was also taken aback and looked at Chen Xun with suspicion, silently putting away his money pouch for the time being. Faced with all this, however, Chen Xun remained unperturbed. You are Chen Xun? Ji Ba looked at Chen Xun and asked. In fact, Ji Ba was going through the motions, knowing full well that not many people in Xia Town didn't recognize Chen Xun. Yes, Chen Xun replied. Ji Ba nodded and waved his hand, saying, cuff him. Take him away. Yes, boss. 2 constables immediately stepped forward, ready to put handcuffs on Chen Xun. However, Chen Xun said, don't cuff me, I can walk myself. The 2 constables paused and looked at Ji Ba. Ji Ba took a deep look at Chen Xun. For a moment, the atmosphere in the place became somewhat stagnant. Just when everyone thought Chen Xun was about to anger Ji Ba and get into trouble, Ji Ba, however, said, all right then. Everyone was dumbfounded. How come the usually fierce Captain Ji Ba was so easy to talk to today? Little did they know, Ji Ba was just going by his instincts. He observed Chen Xun for quite a while and found that he had been calm and composed the entire time, showing no signs of guilt. Moreover, those who are wronged usually appear anxious, but Chen Xun was different. This demeanor made Ji Ba see him in a new light. After all, Ji Ba had been a captain for many years and sensed at this moment that perhaps it was those 3 hunters who reported falsely. Although he had some suspicions, he still had to take Chen Xun away as part of the routine. Thus, Chen Xun was taken away, and the black tiger's corpse was also pulled along to the yamen. The townsfolk saw this and surged toward the yamen. On the way to the yamen, Chen Xun ran into Old Li and Li Yuan, who were hurrying over. Old Li and Li Yuan were stunned to see this scene. See Chen Xun, what's going on? Old Li's voice trembled with urgency. Li Yuan's eyes were also red. They knew that as common people, they feared the government the most. Chen Xun smiled and reassured them. It's nothing serious, just going to the yamen for a stroll. Grandpa Li and Yuan, you should head back first. I'll be back soon. After saying this, he walked away with Ji Ba and the others. But Old Li and Li Yuan wouldn't believe that nothing was wrong and anxiously followed along, asking people around, only to learn that someone reported to the authorities that Chen Xun had stolen their black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan immediately became frantic. But there was nothing they could do. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of the drum fading, the courtroom quieted down. On the platform stood the town master of Xiao Town, Ji Bochang. Below, the constables stood on both sides, and the black tiger's corpse lay in the middle on a cart. Chen Xun stood tall to the left of the black tiger's corpse, while Dewei, Su Chong, and Shouho stood to the right of the black tiger's corpse. The townsfolk who had come to watch stood outside the courtroom, with only Old Li and Li Yuan nervously watching. At this moment, Shouho provocatively looked at Chen Xun, as if saying, "You dare to steal the black tiger? Get ready to spend time in jail." In contrast, Dewei and Su Chong slightly lowered their heads, showing signs of guilt for being the first to report. Bang! Ji Buchang glanced at the black tiger's corpse and then struck the wooden block, saying, "Who is here? Who reported this case?" In fact, usually, small cases didn't require the town master Ji Buchang to personally preside over them. He wasn't that free. But today's case was different. The money involved was too significant. Dawei and the others suddenly knelt on the ground. Shouho bitterly said, replying to the town master, "We reported the case. Today, the three brothers went hunting on Xiaohe Peak, enduring many hardships, and finally succeeded in killing the black tiger. Just as we were about to reap the rewards, we went to relieve ourselves, and when we returned, the black tiger's corpse had been stolen. We hurried back into town and found out that it was this guy Chen Xun who stole it. He even told everyone that it was given to him by an immortal, full of lies, truly infuriating." After these words fell, the townsfolk watching immediately began discussing among themselves. Silence. Bang! Ji Buchang struck the wooden block again, and the courtroom instantly fell silent. The townsfolk didn't dare to breathe. And old Li and Li Yuan could only watch this scene with pale, helpless faces. Meanwhile, Ji Ba coldly watched away and the others. For there were many flaws in their words. Can this be stolen? These people mean to say they left the valuable black tiger's corpse unattended and went to relieve themselves together? How absurd. Shouldn't at least one person stay to watch? Ji Buchang slightly nodded and then looked at Chen Xun, saying, "They say you stole their black tiger. Do you have anything to say?" Chen Xun cupped his hands toward Ji Buchang, then looked at Dawei and the others, asking, "Since it was the three of you who hunted the black tiger, may I ask, where is the fatal injury on the black tiger?" Upon hearing Chen Xun's calm question, Ji Buchang felt somewhat displeased, as Chen Xun didn't even kneel before him. This kid has quite the guts. Ji Buchang naturally recognized Chen Xun and had heard that he had previously gone mad and only recently recovered to become a normal person. However, it seemed that this Chen Xun had not completely recovered yet. Hearing Chen Xun's inquiry, Dawei and the others immediately felt a startle and began to feel uneasy, hurriedly raising their heads slightly to look at the black tiger's corpse. At this moment, the black tiger's back was facing them, and they could see that the back of the black tiger's head and back fur was clean, without a trace of blood. When they first saw the black tiger, their hunter instincts had led them to observe the other side's injuries, and there were no wounds on the abdomen or neck either. Since the black tiger's corpse was lying on its side, the only area they had not observed was the side of the abdomen. The fatal injury should be there. The three brothers exchanged glances and made a decision in their hearts. Dawei immediately gritted his teeth and said, "The fatal injury is on the side of the black tiger's lying abdomen." Chapter 10. The truth revealed. The town master buys the tiger. The townsfolk outside the courtroom saw that the plaintiffs, Dawei and the others, were so certain, and they began to speculate that it seemed Chen Xun really had stolen the black tiger. Old Li and Li Yuan clenched their fists, feeling extremely anxious. Ji Buchang glanced at Chen Xun and saw that he remained calm, so he ordered, "Someone, turn the black tiger's corpse over." Yes, the constables on both sides complied and stepped forward, struggling to turn the heavy black tiger's corpse over. When everyone saw that the other side of the black tiger's abdomen was also smooth and clean, intact, they were all stunned. Old Li and Li Yuan let out long breaths, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Ji Buchang took a deep breath and suddenly glared at the already bewildered Dawei and the others, shouting, "Didn't you say the fatal injury was on the side? Where's the fatal injury?" Dawei and the other two began to tremble, their minds blank. How could this happen? The thin monkey, in a moment of panic, stammered and tried to argue. "Town master, my brother has a poor memory. Actually, we killed this black tiger with medicine." Bang! Ji Buchang slammed the judge's bench and sternly said, "Still dare to argue? From the beginning until now, your words are full of loopholes. Do you really think this town master is a fool?" Dawei and the others were instantly terrified, bowing repeatedly and tremblingly saying, "We dare not. Please spare us. My lord, please spare us. If I had known this, I would have just robbed and run away back then. Now, it's good, they are right in the yamen. Just like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. It's all the thin monkey's bad idea, thought of at the last moment, too little preparation, leading to so many flaws." Ji Buchang coldly said, "This town master sees you all as greedy for money, the villain first accusing the good. Come, give these 20 heavy lashes, then imprison them in jail for 2 years. If it were a common case, it wouldn't have been so severe. But this time it was the black tiger, and the money involved was too huge. Soon, Some Yamen runners came forward to carry out the punishment on Dawei and the others. As the lashes came down, Dawei and the others went from initial screams to hanging their heads, on the verge of collapse, their backs already raw and bleeding. It was evident that every lash of these 20 was merciless. Good. Outside the court, the townspeople came to their senses and cheered. Hey, I know these three. Dawei and the others. After all, outsiders are outsiders. How could they do such despicable things? Yeah, I thought from the beginning that Chen Xun wasn't lying. Chen Xun is a scholar. How could he engage in theft? Look, the black tiger's body has no wounds, so what Chen Xun said is indeed true. Who else but an immortal could have killed the black tiger? After the case was concluded, the townspeople began to chatter among themselves, their attitudes changing dramatically. Chen Xun watched the scene with an expressionless face, as if he were an observer. How could he not see it? From the beginning, only old Li Yuan, and a few townspeople were concerned about him. The vast majority, however, hoped that the black tiger was indeed stolen by him. Simply put, it was a case of not being able to stand others doing well. This is quite human nature, haha. Afterwards, Dawei and the others were carried off to jail. In the last moment, the three glanced at Chen Xun, and there was actually resentment in their eyes. In this matter, Chen Xun was the real victim. Yet Dawei and the others even held a grudge against him. Why not harbor resentment against the officials instead? This is a classic case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Given the situation, after 2 years in prison, Dawei and the others would probably come looking for trouble with Chen Xun, but they might not have the chance. After Dawei and the others received their deserved fate, Chen Xun was too lazy to dwell on it, but that glance just now made him change his mind. Ji Buchang saw that the matter was settled, then slammed the judge's bench and said, "Dismissed." The townspeople watching outside hurriedly dispersed. "You scared us to death." Old Li and Li Yuan jogged over, patting their chests. Chen Xun smiled. "I said it wasn't a big deal. Can white turn black?" At that moment, Ji Ba walked up to Chen Xun with a smile. "Chen Xun, your visit to the Yamen was official business. Don't take it to heart." Chen Xun shook his head. "It's fine." Ji Ba nodded. "All right, since the matter is settled, you can take the black tiger away. I'm really envious. This black tiger is worth quite a bit." Chen Xun smiled, then called old Li and Li Yuan to help him with the black tiger and was about to leave. "Chen Xun, right?" At that moment, Ji Buchang unexpectedly walked over with a smile. "Town Master." Ji Ba quickly bowed, and old Li and Li Yuan were also startled and bowed. Chen Xun clasped his hands. "Town Master." Ji Buchang saw that Chen Xun was neither servile nor overbearing and scrutinized him deeply, but then thought of something, glanced at Ji Ba and old Li, and said, "This town master wants to have a private conversation with Chen Xun." Ji Ba immediately understood, signaling the Yamen runners, as well as old Li and Li Yuan, and led them out first. Old Li and Li Yuan did not know what the town master wanted to talk to Chen Xun about, but they assumed it should be nothing serious. After giving Chen Xun a meaningful look about speaking with the town master, the two also exited. "Hee. Now that there are no outsiders, please sit." Ji Buchang gestured to a chair beside him. Chen Xun had no reservations and sat down. Ji Buchang nodded slightly, paced back and forth for a few steps, then said, "Chen Xun, this town master will get straight to the point. Can this black tiger be sold to this town master?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xun was not surprised. He had already noticed Ji Buchang's eyes on the black tiger. So he smiled and said, "The town master is quite easy to talk to." "Oh." Ji Buchang was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Xun said, "The entire Xia town is under the town master's jurisdiction. If the town master had the intention, he could have taken the black tiger by various means. And as a mere commoner, I would have nothing to say. Yet now, you want to buy it with money. Isn't that easy to talk about?" Ji Buchang paused, looking at the calm Chen Xun. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Chen Xun, I must say, you have quite the audacity. In all of Xia town, probably only you would dare to speak like this to this town master." Then, as his laughter subsided, he pondered, "Name your price. Although this town master loves money, he will only do so within the scope of his duties and will never do anything to harm the common people." Chen Xun regarded this straightforward Ji Buchang with a newfound respect and said, "Previously, the Chunfeng Tavern wanted to buy the black tiger for 120 gold. Ji Buchang immediately understood and turned to leave the court, entering the inner courtyard. "Wait here for a moment, town master." After a while, Ji Buchang came out from the inner courtyard, holding a money pouch, and walked up to Chen Xun, handing it over. "This is 120 gold." Chen Xun took the pouch and weighed it. Indeed, being an official is good, having money. 120 gold is quite a sum in the mundane world. Yet it was easily taken out by a town master of a small town like Xiahe. And the town master of Xiahe is merely a ninth-rank official. One can see the glimpse of the leopard through the tube. Chen Xun suddenly opened the pouch and took out 20 shiny gold coins, handing them back. Ji Buchang was taken aback. What do you mean by this? Chen Xun said, the Chunfeng Tavern is the Chunfeng Tavern. How can it be compared to the town master? Therefore, the transaction price naturally cannot be the same. Ji Buchang smiled, looking at Chen Xun much more favorably. Not bad. It's rare to see a young person with such insight. He then took back the 20 gold coins. After all, 20 gold is indeed quite a sum. Chen Xun then said, Town Master, I estimate that I will be leaving Xia Town soon, so I hope you will take care of old Li's family. Ji Buchang was stunned. Chen Xun was leaving? However, having just received Chen Xun's 20 gold, Ji Buchang naturally wanted to return a favor and smiled, of course. Chen Xun smiled and clasped his hands. And this was his true purpose. Chapter 11. A dark night for murder. Chen Xun left the yamen and prepared to head home with old Li and his grandson. Old Li saw that Chen Xun did not bring the black tiger out and sighed inwardly, guessing that it must have been detained by the town master, and did not dare to say anything. As long as the person was safe, it was fine. Chen Xun smiled, not explaining too much. On the way, they encountered the eager innkeeper of Spring Breeze, and after hearing the conversation, Old Li realized that Chen Xun had sold the black tiger to the town lord. The Spring Breeze innkeeper sighed and left regretfully. There was nothing he could do since the town lord got there first. Moreover, the innkeeper did not blame Chen Xun, as the town lord wanted that black tiger, and in his view, Chen Xun had no choice. The selling price might have even been quite low. On the way home, Old Li and Li Yuan did not inquire about how much the black tiger was sold for. To them, it was Chen Xun's own money, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask. Of course, neither Old Li nor Li Yuan had any desire for Chen Xun's money. In the evening, Chen Xun and Old Li's family gathered together for dinner. Halfway through the meal, Chen Xun suddenly put down his chopsticks, took out a money pouch, and handed it to Old Li. Old Li was taken aback, and Li Yuan looked at the money pouch in surprise. Chen Xun, what is this? Old Li asked. Chen Xun smiled and said, this is from the sale of the black tiger, for you and Yuan. Old Li hesitated, saying, Chen Xun, you should keep this money for yourself. It will definitely be useful in the future. Yuan and I are not greedy for your money. Chen Xun smiled helplessly and said, there isn't much money in there, Grandpa Li, just accept it. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel right about having eaten and drunk for free at your place for so long. Old Li wanted to say something else, but Li Yuan, seeing Chen Xun still holding out his hand, said, Grandpa, just accept Chun Ji's kind intention. You can think of it as helping him save it. All right. Old Li had no choice but to take the money pouch, saying, Chen Xun, then I will help you save it for now. When you get married or something, just come to me for it. In Old Li and Li Yuan's view, there probably wasn't much money in the pouch, which is why they reluctantly accepted it to save for Chen Xun. Little did they know, there was actually 100 gold pieces inside. Chen Xun nodded and smiled. Li Yuan was lost in thought as she looked at Chen Xun smile, not knowing what she was thinking. After dinner, Chen Xun stood in the courtyard, quietly gazing at the stars in the night sky. Chen Gu, Li Yuan's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Chen Xun continued looking at the night sky and smiled. What's wrong, Yuan? Li Yuan looked up at Chen Xun's profile for a moment, then lowered her head and asked, is Chen Gu going to leave soon? Chen Xun was momentarily stunned, turned to look at Li Yuan, and understood that she had sensed something during dinner. He nodded, yes, feeling the answer. Li Yuan felt a pang of reluctance in her heart and asked, then, where is Chen Gu going? Chen Xun's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion as he shook his head and softly said, I, Chen Xun, am like a rootless wandering plant, wherever I drift. That's where I will be. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's mouth slightly opened, and her eyes became vacant. For some reason, a wave of sorrow rose in her heart. Chen Xun in front of her gave her a sense of eternal loneliness, a loneliness that was hard to articulate. Li Yuan wanted to say that since Chen Gu had no home, he might as well stay here and consider it his home. But she already knew that Chen Gu would definitely refuse. Li Yuan murmured, will Chen Gu come back? Chen Xun pondered for a moment and said, maybe. I will come back to take a look at Xiao Town when I have time. Li Yuan felt a bit relieved and nodded silently, momentarily unsure of what to say. Chen Xun turned and asked, Yuan, speaking of which, what about your parents and grandmother? A hint of sadness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes as she replied, "That year, during the Great Drought, there was no food at home, and many people died in Xiaohe town. My parents and grandmother starved to death. My grandfather almost died too. But fortunately, the new town lord Ji Bai brought disaster relief food, and my grandfather survived. After that, I relied on my grandfather until now. It's been over 10 years. Chen Xun nodded slightly and gently patted Li Yuan's head. After withdrawing his hand, he didn't say any more comforting words. Natural disasters are merciless. Li Yuan was already considered lucky, as countless old, weak, women, and children perished in such calamities. As long as one can live, that is good enough. Li Yuan suppressed her sadness and smiled. Chen Gu, when you leave, you must say goodbye to me and Grandpa. Let me and Grandpa see you off. Please don't just leave quietly. Chen Xun nodded and smiled, okay. On a dark night with a strong wind, old Li and Li Yuan had already fallen asleep early. Inside Chen Xun's room, he slowly opened his eyes on the bed, and then his figure gradually dissipated. At the same time, in the government prison, 2 guards were fast asleep. In this confined prison, even without their watch, the prisoners couldn't escape. The prisoners in the jail had mostly fallen asleep. Only 3 prisoners, separated by cold iron bars, stared at each other with lifeless eyes. These 3 prisoners were, of course, Dawei, Su Chong, and Shouho, who had just been brought in today. It's all your fault, Shouho. What kind of terrible idea did you come up with that got us sentenced to 2 years in prison? If I had known, it would have been better to just rob and run away. Su Chong sighed. Upon hearing this, Shouho retorted, second brother, you can't blame me for everything, right? My plan was definitely feasible. It's just that the timing was too rushed, and we were too unprepared. Who could have expected that the black tiger wouldn't have any external injuries? Su Chong nodded silently, and said, what you said makes sense. It seems that what Chen Xun said was true. It really was the work of an immortal. The black tiger's injuries must be internal. Dawei's eyes gradually focused, and he weakly said, all right, stop talking. It's too late for regrets. We might as well just serve our 2 years in prison. Now, getting married, and everything else will be delayed for 2 more years. How many 2-year spans does one have in life? He winced, as if the injury was bothering him. Shouho pursed his lips and quietly said, big brother, second brother, when we get out, we must not let Chen Xun go. Our current situation is all because of him. Upon hearing this, Dawei and Su Chong exchanged glances, but said nothing. They knew that their predicament was self-inflicted, but they just couldn't swallow this anger. What to do when they can't swallow this anger? They couldn't go to the town lord or the government office, could they? They didn't dare, so they could only find Chen Xun to vent their frustrations. Free gentlemen, what exactly have I done that is so heinous that you hold such a grudge against me? Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed in the ears of Dawei and the others. The 3 of them jolted and quickly looked around, exchanging terrified glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes, until a young man appeared out of thin air like a ghost. Dawei and the others' pupils suddenly constricted, and they were so frightened that they leaned back. Chen Xun. Chapter 12. Is the government office haunted? Looking at Chen Xun outside the iron bars, Dawei and the others were nearly scared out of their wits. They had seen Chen Xun appear in an unbelievable way. It was simply the work of an immortal. What is happening? Isn't Chen Xun immortal like them? Who would have thought he was actually an immortal? Immortal, spare us. Immortal, please spare us. Dawei and the others fell to their knees, filled with unprecedented fear, regretting deeply in their hearts. They had actually picked a fight with an immortal. At this moment, Dawei and the others understood that Chen Xun's earlier claim of having the immortal kill the black tiger referred to himself. I wanted to spare you, but you wouldn't spare me. Chen Xun smiled slightly, opened his palm, and 3 flickering flames danced in his hand. Then, with a gentle wave, the 3 flames slowly floated toward Dawei and the others. Dawei and the other 2 saw the flames drifting towards them and instantly felt the presence of death. They screamed in terror, murder, murder. Suddenly, the entire prison was awakened. This shout only made things worse. The flames instantly accelerated and attached themselves to Dawei and the other 2, quickly burning them and turning them into fire people, mixed with their painful screams. Chen Xun merely smiled faintly at the sight and gradually disappeared. At the same time, the guards rushed over, and the prisoners in the cells leaned against the iron bars, watching in horror as the flames illuminated the cell where Dawei and the others were. The 2 guards were shocked as they watched the 3 burning figures rolling on the ground. After a moment of confusion, they turned to fetch water to put out the fire. But by the time the guards returned with water, Dawei and the others had already turned to ashes. The guards were so frightened that they immediately reported the incident. That night, Ji Buchang was awakened from his sleep and called Ji Ba to urgently go to the prison. Shocked to see the 3 piles of ashes and listening to the guard's narration, Ji Buchang and Ji Ba's expressions trembled. The prison was dark and damp, with no source of fire. How could these 3 prisoners have caught fire and turned to ashes for no reason? Such an event, not to mention during Ji Buchang's tenure, had never happened in history. This incident was filled with strangeness. Who were the 3 dead prisoners? Ji Buchang immediately asked in a solemn voice. The guard hurriedly replied. Reporting to the town master, it was Da Wei, Su Chong, and Shouho, the 3 hunters who were imprisoned today due to the Black Tiger case. It was them. Ji Buchang and Ji Ba were stunned. Remembering this case, they both unconsciously thought of Chen Xun. Ji Buchang frowned and asked again, "Has anyone entered the prison?" The 2 guards immediately knelt in fear, saying, "Town master, we were extremely vigilant during that time. Not even a mosquito got in." In fact, the 2 guards were also feeling nervous. They couldn't dare to say they had dozed off during their watch, saying that would be tantamount to seeking death. Besides, who could have expected such an incident would happen? Ji Buchang nodded slightly and said, "For now, do not publicize this matter. I will investigate it myself." Yes. The 2 guards quickly agreed, and after Ji Buchang and Ji Ba left the prison, they dared to stand up, their bodies already soaked in cold sweat. One could imagine that for some time to come, these 2 guards would not dare to doze off during their watch. Outside the prison, Ji Buchang said helplessly, "Fortunately, these 3 hunters are from out of town and have no relatives in the town. Otherwise, if such an incident occurred, it would be difficult to explain." What the town master said is true. Ji Ba bowed in agreement. Ji Ba was someone Ji Buchang had personally promoted. He was responsible for Ji Buchang's personal safety, so Ji Buchang often took him along. Ji Buchang glanced at Ji Ba and asked, "Ji Ba, what do you think about this matter?" Ji Ba paused, quickly understanding what was being asked, and then showed a bitter expression, saying, "Town master, I carefully observed the scene in the prison just now and found no clues whatsoever." The implication was clear. Ji Ba himself didn't know either. However, Ji Ba suddenly said, "But town master, there's something I don't know if I should say." Ji Buchang replied, "Speak." After a moment of silence, Ji Ba's heart raced slightly as he said, "Town master, precisely because there are no clues at all, I believe this matter is not human-made." Ji Buchang's expression changed, and he coldly snorted, "Humph. Are you implying that our government is haunted?" Ji Ba panicked and quickly bowed, saying, "I misspoke." But in Ji Ba's view, there seemed to be no other possibility except for it being haunted. It's not strange to have ghosts. After all, there are immortals that exist. Ji Buchang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued, "Just now, I heard the guard say that the 3 prisoners shouted something about murder before waking them up, indicating that they must have seen something before they died. Very likely the person who killed them. Unfortunately, they were burned alive, leaving no evidence. However, even more bizarre was that the guards rushed to the scene immediately, and none of the prisoners saw any murderer. That murderer truly came and went without a trace, shifting shapes and shadows. What you said might not be human-made does indeed have a high probability." Upon deeper thought, Ji Buchang felt a chill in his body, tightened his robe, and continued. "But speaking of which, everything has its cause and effect, so even if it were a ghost, why would it want to kill those 3? And why not kill them earlier, but only when they were in prison?" Ji Ba shook his head, also feeling a bit cold. If we talk about contradictions, ghosts are still unknown, but there is indeed one human contradiction, Chen Xun. However, all signs indicate that this is something Chen Xun could not do, unless Chen Xun is not human. Ji Buchang shivered and said, "Ji Ba, in a few days, invite a Taoist priest to the government to perform a ritual. I feel quite uneasy." "Yes, town master," Ji Ba nodded in agreement. As Ji Buchang was preparing to return, he suddenly paused and said, "Tomorrow morning, you will accompany me to find Chen Xun." Ji Ba was taken aback, but understood that although it was known Chen Xun was unlikely to be responsible, the town master couldn't help but want to ask him. Understood. That night, it seemed they would have trouble sleeping. The next day, Oldley was just about to go out when he saw 2 people standing outside the yard. He looked in confusion and was immediately shocked to see it was the town master and Captain Ji. Upon hearing that they were looking for Chen Xun, he quickly and respectfully welcomed them into the yard and brought over 2 benches. "Town master, Chen Xun." Oldley was about to say something respectfully when Chen Xun came out of the house, glanced at Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, and then smiled, "Grandpa Li, you go ahead and be busy. I will host the town master and Captain G. Okay. Old Li, having lived a good half of his life, was also a wise man. He understood that the town master had something to discuss with Chen Xun, so he bowed and left. However, one thing puzzled Old Li. When did this kid Chen Xun become so important? Normally, it should be the town master issuing orders. And then Chen Xun would go to the government. But why was the town master personally visiting? Strange. Seeing Chen Xun walking over, Ji Buchang got straight to the point. Chen Xun, last night. Soon, Ji Buchang recounted the strange events that occurred in the prison last night. Chen Xun was surprised. Such a thing happened? Chapter 13 Departure. Ji Buchang and Ji Ba watched Chen Xun's expression with trepidation, and upon seeing Chen Xun's reaction, for some reason, they felt relieved. Yes, such a bizarre thing happened. I was tossing and turning all night, unable to sleep, Ji Buchang sighed. Chen Xun smiled and said, "The government won't be haunted, right?" Ji Ba immediately felt a chill. He knew he had said the same thing last night, and the town master had been somewhat angry. If Chen Xun said this again, it might provoke the town master. However, the subsequent attitude and words of Ji Buchang left Ji Ba dumbfounded. There are indeed immortals in this world. Although they are elusive and we mortals find it hard to see them, they do exist. Since there are immortals, it is normal to have ghosts. Today, I will invite a Taoist priest to the government to perform a ritual. Sigh, Ji Buchang said helplessly. Ji Ba thought Ji Buchang would be angry, but he didn't realize that for some reason, Ji Buchang found it hard to be angry with Chen Xun in his subconscious. Chen Xun nodded, indicating that this method was feasible. Ji Buchang said, "It's just that the lord of this town feels guilty. Although those 3 criminals have made mistakes, their crimes do not warrant death. Now they have died in the jail of the yamen." Sigh. Chen Xun smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Ji Buchang stood up and said, "Then let's leave it at that. I came to find you today because I wanted someone to talk to, and it gives me some comfort. Chen Xun, I have already issued a ban on this matter, so don't publicize it." Chen Xun nodded and said, "All right." After that, Chen Xun saw Ji Buchang and Ji Ba leave the courtyard and quietly watched them walk farther away. Chen Xun knew very well that Ji Buchang and Ji Ba were here not just to talk, but to test him. In short, they harbored some suspicion about him. But it was only a slight suspicion. After all, in the eyes of Ji Buchang and Ji Ba, he was just a commoner and could not possibly do, or even say, such things. It was certain that for a long time to come, this case would remain an unsolved mystery. Brother Chen, who came just now? Li Yuan walked out of the house, curious. Chen Xun turned around and smiled. No one. Oh, Li Yuan nodded obediently. At lunchtime, Chen Xun suddenly said, "Grandpa Li, I will be leaving Xia town this afternoon, so you don't need to prepare dinner for me." Li Yuan's hand, which was picking up vegetables, paused for a moment before she silently continued. Old Li looked up in shock at Chen Xun, his eyes full of surprise at such a sudden announcement. Old Li anxiously said, "Chen Xun, why don't you stay a few more days?" Chen Xun replied, "No, that would trouble you too much." Old Li's eyes widened. "Nonsense. What's the trouble in that?" Chen Xun shook his head and smiled. "Grandpa Li, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I have already made up my mind." For Chen Xun, every Qingming festival after 3 years of madness was hard-earned. He didn't want to waste this time. He just wanted to wander around and see the sights during this clear period. During his madness, Chen Xun was like a rootless floating weed, drifting along. Moreover, he estimated that he would soon go mad again, which would indeed bring trouble to Old Li's family. Old Li's lips moved slightly, and he said softly, "Well, all right then." To be honest, Old Li was reluctant. During this time, he had come to see Chen Xun as part of the family. Li Yuan quietly ate her meal and said softly, "Brother Chen, when will you leave this afternoon? Grandpa and I will see you off." Chen Xun smiled slightly. "Let us leave at the hour of Wei." Okay. The rest of the lunch was rather dull, lacking the usual laughter. Regarding this, Chen Xun felt little fluctuation in his heart. Over the years, he had already experienced countless farewells, including life and death. Time quickly arrived at the hour of Wei. Chen Xun, accompanied by Old Li and Li Yuan, made his way to the outskirts of Xia town. Chen Xun turned around, looking at Old Li and Li Yuan, and smiled. "Grandpa Li, Yuan, let us stop here." Chen Xun carried a bundle on his back, containing clothes that Li Yuan had specially bought for his size, which he couldn't refuse to take. Old Li patted his smoking pipe and sighed. "Chen Xun, when you're out there, be sure to be careful. I don't have much to offer, but here is a bag of cakes. Take it to eat on the road." Saying this, He took off a cloth bag from his waist and handed it to Chen Xun. Chen Xun's eyes flickered as he took the bag, weighed it, and said, "Grandpa Li, this bag of cakes is a bit heavy. Is there really only cake inside?" Old Li hesitated and stammered. Chen Xun smiled, opened the bag, and took out a money pouch. This was the money from the sale of the black tiger that Chen Xun had given to Old Li that day. Chen Xun handed it back to Old Li, saying helplessly, "This really isn't too much money. Grandpa Li, don't refuse it again." Seeing Old Li not accepting it, Chen Xun forcibly pressed it into his hands, saying, "Just consider it as saving it for me. That should be fine, right?" When Old Li still wanted to return the money pouch, Chen Xun was startled and quickly turned to leave, walking away swiftly. Old Li immediately stopped, watching Chen Xun's back, tightly gripping the money pouch, and smiled bitterly. Li Yuan, who had been silent, saw Chen Xun leave and instantly felt her vision blur. She stepped forward a few paces and called out loudly, "Brother Chen, have a safe journey." She saw that figure raise a hand and wave, gradually moving farther away. Soon, he disappeared into the vibrant spring landscape. Old Li and Li Yuan stood outside the town for a long time before turning and slowly walking back. Old Li glanced at his granddaughter, who was feeling low, and sighed. Yuan, actually, Grandpa has long seen that your brother Chen might not be an ordinary person." Li Yuan was taken aback and nodded silently. How could she not see it? Previously, when Brother Chen was mad, it was understandable, but after he returned to normal, whether in appearance, demeanor, or conversation, he far surpassed ordinary people. Not to mention, just the way he faced the town lord with composure and without fear was something ordinary people could not achieve. After returning home, Old Li opened the money pouch in front of Li Yuan. When he saw the money inside, he was instantly stunned. Li Yuan, curious, leaned over, and the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, covering her mouth. Gold, the pouch was full of gold coins. Upon closer inspection, there were about 100 of them. Old Li came to his senses, blinked his eyes, which were filled with difficulty, and hurriedly put away the money pouch as he rushed outside. When Old Li breathlessly ran to the outskirts of the town, he found no trace of Chen Xun in the vast world. Exhausted, Old Li sat down on the ground. And after a while, tears welled up in his eyes as he tightly held the money pouch, murmuring, "Good boy, this isn't worth it. Grandpa Li can't accept this 100 gold." Chen Xun's departure seemed to make little waves in Xia town. Perhaps after a while, people would notice that the scholar named Chen Xun was gone. Chapter 14, Vast Mortal Realm. Do I look small, Aunt? After leaving Xia town, Chen Xun headed south, sometimes eating and sleeping outdoors, sometimes staying at inns, and in a blink of an eye, a month passed. With Chen Xun's relatively slow traveling pace, if there were a map of Beixian, it would show that he had only moved a negligible distance. Chen Xun was currently in Beixian. Beixian was just one region of the vast mortal realm, a place that ordinary people could spend their entire lives without fully traversing. In addition to Beixian, there was also the vast southern sky, eastern Xian, and western sea. North of Beixian, there was an endless, ethereal snowfield, rumored to be haunted by snow monsters, fraught with danger. South of the southern sky, there was a well-known forbidden area in the mortal realm, the hidden dragon forbidden ground, rumored to contain true dragons and many treasures. Whenever it opened, countless cultivators would flock to it, but many would ultimately perish there. Yet, despite this, they still rushed forward. East of eastern Xian lay a vast forest of demonic beasts, a paradise for demonic beasts and a hell for cultivators. Beyond the western sea, it was rumored that there were ancient barbarian tribes, where ancient cultivation techniques were passed down through generations. However, to reach the barbarian tribes, one had to cross the dangerous western sea, and over the years, countless cultivators had perished in the western sea. These famous regions were all marked on the map. However, many grand, yet perilous areas remained undiscovered. Tianqing City. As the sun set in the west, Chen Xun looked up at the towering city walls, which were 5 zhang high, murmuring to himself. This was the first city Chen Xun encountered in a month. Previously, he had passed through 2 small towns and many villages. After all, it was a city, not comparable to a small town. There were many people entering and exiting the city gate at all times. Chen Xun brushed off the dust on his clothes and entered the city with a crowd, carrying his bundle. The streets of Tianqing City were very clean and tidy, and one could occasionally see someone cleaning. As Chen Xun walked slowly down the street, he noticed several sword-wielding guards patrolling in an orderly manner, indicating that the public security was also excellent. He bought 2 meat pies from a shop and continued to walk while eating. After a while, he saw a wall surrounded by many people and, curious, walked over. My goodness, tomorrow is the day when Daotian sect recruits disciples. I hope my child can do well. If there is a spiritual root, our Sun family will rise to prominence. Ha ha ha, old son, don't have too high hopes, or you'll be disappointed. The Daotian sect only recruits a few children every 3 years. If there is a spiritual root, it would indeed be like our ancestral grave, smoking green. Yes, our Tianqing city is so large, with a population of hundreds of thousands. I don't even need to mention how many children are of the right age for the test. Right? In the end, there are only a few with spiritual roots. TSK. Sigh, it's really too difficult. It's better to let the children focus on the literary exams. That's easier than becoming an immortal. ISNT, there also a literary exam in the city in a couple of days. Listening to the various conversations and looking at the notice posted on the wall, Chen Xun understood that it was about the recruitment of disciples by the sect. In a remote place like Xiahe Town, ordinary people rarely encountered cultivators, but in Tianqing City, there were already sects recruiting disciples. This shows that a person's life is determined by many factors from the moment they are born. And even the region they are born into is a subject of study. Being born in a remote place, one is likely to live a mundane life. However, being born in a good place provides the opportunity to walk a different path in life. Hey, young man, are you here to take the exam? At this moment, an ant nearby noticed Chen Xun and couldn't help but ask. It was no wonder she asked. Chen Xun's attire was that of a scholar. I am just passing through. Chen Xun replied. I see, the ant nodded. Young man, the Daotian sect is a well-known major sect in the North Xian region. They are recruiting disciples tomorrow. Why not give it a try? Chen Xun smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and said, Do I look like someone with a spiritual root? Besides, do I look very young to you, ant? The ant was suddenly embarrassed. Not young, quite grown. She had been hasty. The scholar in front of her looked like he was in his 20s, already past the age limit for the spiritual root test. The ant hurriedly added, But you can still give it a try? Those with spiritual roots are 1 in a million. If you have one, who knows, the Daotian sect might accept you. Chen Xun pursed his lips and turned to leave. In his view, this ant was a bit too enthusiastic, which might indicate ulterior motives. He was alone and had nothing to be coveted. If there was anything, it was just his handsome face. With that thought, Chen Xun walked even faster. Next, he saw that many places in the city were surrounded by a crowd of citizens, presumably looking at the notice regarding the sect's recruitment of disciples. There were also a few different notices, likely about the literary exams. Seeing that the sun had already set, Chen Xun entered a tavern, sat by the window, and called for a waiter to bring food and drink. After finishing his meal, he planned to stay the night in the tavern. Sir, the food and drink are here. Enjoy. Soon, the waiter brought the food and drink, setting them in front of Chen Xun before bowing and withdrawing. Chen Xun poured himself some wine and began to eat leisurely with the steaming dishes. At this time, the sky was darkening, it was already evening, and it happened to be mealtime. The tavern was quite busy, with the first floor fully occupied, and many incoming guests were directed to the second floor by the waiters. The guests were drinking and chatting, and the topic was mostly about tomorrow's recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect. At this moment, Chen Xun noticed a refined young man entering. After some negotiation with the waiter, the young man looked around helplessly and, upon spotting Chen Xun, his eyes lit up noticeably, and he walked over with a smile. Brother, the waiter just told me the tavern is full. Ahem, I see you are alone here. Would you mind sharing half of your table with me? I would be very grateful. After finishing, the young man placed a silver coin in front of Chen Xun and clasped his hands to show appreciation. Chen Xun nodded, accepted the silver coin, and then moved his food to make room for the other person, saying, Feel free. Zhao Ting was taken aback. He had thought that this scholar would refuse to take his silver coin, but he actually accepted it? Really accepted it? What a surprise. Where's the scholar's demeanor? Zhao Ting had come over precisely because he saw that Chen Xun was a scholar. Unexpectedly, he didn't expect this. Zhao Ting could only secretly curse himself for being at a loss, feeling regretful as he sat down. He wished he could slap himself. He had overdone it. Then, Zhao Ting glanced at the sumptuous food on the table, swallowed hard, and awkwardly said, Brother, why don't I just skip ordering and eat with you? Zhao Ting thought that if he could recover some of his losses, it would be worth it. Chen Xun glanced at him and said, How about I return that silver coin to you? Zhao Ting jumped up in surprise. Really? Chen Xun replied, Just kidding. Zhao Ting, after a moment. Zhao Ting's food was also brought up by the waiter. Zhao Ting poured himself a glass of wine, hesitated for a while, and then raised his glass, saying, "Brother, although you are a bit stingy and not like a scholar, I still toast you a glass." Chen Xun laughed. "Should I thank you then?" Though he said this, Chen Xun raised his glass to clink with Zhao Ting's. Ha ha. After taking a sip of wine, Zhao Ting felt that the other party had a unique personality. And he was indeed the most interesting person he had met in recent years. He couldn't help but ask, "What is your name, brother?" "Chen Xun." Zhao Ting nodded and said, "So it's Brother Chen. I am Zhao Ting, pleased to meet you." He quickly asked, "I see Brother Chen doesn't seem to be from around here. You must be here to take the exam in Tianqing City?" As he spoke, Zhao Ting glanced at Chen Xun's bundle, showing that his thoughts were quite meticulous. At the same time, he looked at the wooden sword on Chen Xun's back, feeling puzzled. Chen Xun shook his head and said, "I am not here for the exam. I just passed through the city and came in to stay for the night." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xun suddenly felt a moment of daze, and his heart tightened slightly. This sign, "Not here for the exam?" Zhao Ting was a bit surprised. Chen Xun came back to his senses and smiled. "It seems Brother Zhao is here for the exam." Zhao Ting cleared his throat, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Brother Chen, you are mistaken. I am not here for the exam. Don't be surprised when I tell you. I came here for tomorrow's recruitment of disciples by the Daotian sect." "Oh." Chen Xun looked him up and down, finding this person interesting, and said, "You should be past the age for recruitment, right?" Zhao Ting helplessly replied, "Yes, I am 24 this year, which is far beyond the limit. But I have studied hard for so many years, and only now have I realized that I, Zhao Ting, do not want to be an official, nor do I want to engage in intrigue in the officialdom. Those are not what I want. I don't want to be an ordinary person for my entire life. I, Zhao Ting, want to cultivate immortality and roam the heavens, to see the sights that only immortals can see." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun laughed. "Brother Zhao, you might be thinking too simply. The life of an immortal may not be as beautiful as you imagine, compared to the intrigues of the officialdom. The dangers of the cultivation world are likely much worse." "Wow." Zhao Ting pouted and said, "Brother Chen, you look like you understand a lot." Then, feeling a bit lost, he added, "It's just that I'm getting older now, and I don't know if I have a spiritual root. This first step in cultivating immortality is far more demanding than the literary exams." Chen Xun replied, "In my opinion, Brother Zhao, you are brimming with spiritual energy and presumably have a spiritual root." "Oh." Zhao Ting laughed and raised his cup, saying, "I love to hear Brother Chen say that." Chen Xun smiled and asked, "Is your family doing well?" "Of course, although my parents are getting old, they are in good health." Zhao Ting paused for a moment and then sighed, "But my thoughts are unfilial. My parents hope I can achieve academic success, while I am thinking about the elusive path of immortality." Chen Xun nodded. "Brother Zhao, remember, once you enter the world of immortality, there will be a gap with the mundane world. Perhaps in the future, you won't even have the chance to send your parents off. In other words, it might be hard to meet at all." Zhao Ting was stunned. "Is it that serious?" He then laughed. "Brother Chen, you are being too serious. Whether I can enter the immortal sect is still uncertain. That is too far off." Chen Xun smiled. "Not at all." Zhao Ting changed the subject, suspiciously saying, "By the way, Brother Chen, you seem to know quite a bit about the world of immortality." Chen Xun casually replied, "Well, I had ancestors who practiced immortality." Zhao Ting was taken aback and quickly clasped his hands, saying, "I didn't expect Brother Chen to come from a family of immortals. I am sorry for my ignorance." Chen Xun smiled and said nothing. Although he was making it up, Zhao Ting was indeed exaggerating. He had a way of flattering people. What kind of immortal family is that? A family of immortals would mean generations of practicing immortality. The next day, just as dawn broke, the entire Tianqing city awakened, bustling with people in the streets and alleys. Today was the day the Daotian sect was recruiting disciples in Tianqing City, a day of great significance for everyone. "Hey, Brother Chen." As Chen Xun was leaving the inn with his bundle, he heard a familiar shout. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Ting hurrying over, rubbing his hands together. "Brother Chen, I've been waiting for you for a while." Chen Xun said, "Isn't today the day the Daotian sect is recruiting disciples? Why aren't you going?" Zhao Ting took a deep breath and said, "Brother Chen, I'll probably be the only one my age there. I'm really nervous. Can you accompany me?" Chen Xun was speechless. "Brother Zhao, we just met yesterday. Why would my presence matter to your nerves?" Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and pulled out a silver coin. Handing it over, Chen Xun was taken aback but accepted the coin and pocketed it. "All right, I actually plan to go see the excitement. Zhao Ting said. The sun is rising. The spiritual root test for disciple recruitment by the Daotian sect was held in the central square of Tianqing City. When Chen Xun and Zhao Ting arrived, they found the square was already packed with townsfolk, 3 layers deep outside and inside. However, the townsfolk dared not get any closer because there were many city lord guards maintaining order, and the city lord would be present today as well. The square was very restless, with countless parents leading their children, eagerly waiting to see if they were dragons or worms. Zhao Ting stood on his tiptoes and looked inside, saying, Brother Chun, the immortals haven't arrived yet. They will probably come with the city lord. Chen Xun nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. He rubbed his temples, and that vague feeling suddenly intensified. Zhao Ting did not notice anything unusual, as he was fully immersed in his nervousness. Suddenly, the bell rang in the square, and everyone fell silent. The head guard stepped forward and shouted, All children participating in the spiritual root test, please enter the venue and line up in an orderly fashion. Parents must not enter. The guards immediately opened several entrances to the square. The townsfolk hurriedly urged their children to go in quickly, under the watchful eyes of the guards. The teenagers and girls lined up obediently, with no one daring to cut in line or cause trouble. In no time, 5 long lines formed. There were quite a few children in Tianqing City who needed to be tested, and they needed to do it this way to finish in one day. Brother Chun, I'm going in first. Zhao Ting was so nervous that his palms were sweaty. Okay, Chen Xun said, closing his eyes and frowning deeply. At this moment, Zhao Ting noticed something was off about Chen Xun and asked suspiciously, Brother Chun, are you okay? You look more nervous than I am. Chen Xun took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm fine. You should go in quickly. All right, Brother Chun, wait for my good news. If I have a spiritual root, I will treat you to a big meal. Zhao Ting gritted his teeth and walked briskly into the venue amid countless curious gazes, joining the other teenagers. Meanwhile, Chen Xun suddenly opened his eyes wide, grinning with a strange smile, and the clarity in his eyes vanished. Chapter 16, Spiritual Root Test. Hey, look at that young man. He must be over 20, right? Isn't that age beyond the limit? Yeah, what a shame to be testing with a bunch of teenagers. Come on, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? I say, having dreams is commendable. Just because this young man is older doesn't mean he won't be accepted by the Daotian sect if he has a spiritual root. Then you'll be the ones laughing. Uft. At his age, he is already late to start cultivating immortality. Even if he has good luck and a spiritual root, the Daotian sect probably won't take him. The townsfolk exchanged words, making Zhao Ting even more anxious, especially when he noticed some teenagers looking his way, causing his face to flush. But he took a deep breath, automatically blocking out their words and gazes. There will always be idle talk. If you don't listen, it won't bother you. He was right to persevere for his dream. Zhao Ting couldn't help but turn to look at Chen Xun, but the next moment, he was stunned and rubbed his eyes to take another look, mouth agape. He saw Brother Chun grinning wildly, scaring off many townsfolk nearby who silently distanced themselves. Zhao Ting was dumbfounded. How did the calm and witty Brother Chun turn into this in such a short time? Silence. The city lord has arrived. At this moment, the head guard shouted. Zhao Ting shivered and had to pull his attention away from Chen Xun. The entire central square fell completely silent. Then, an elder with an ethereal demeanor entered the square, accompanied by a middle-aged man bowing respectfully. Behind the elder and the middle-aged man were 6 young disciples dressed in sect attire following them gracefully. The middle-aged man could only be the city lord of Tianqing City. The elder and the 6 young disciples were the cultivators of the Daotian sect. Countless townsfolk stared at the cultivators of the Daotian sect in awe, feeling that they truly stood out, and their demeanor was strikingly impressive. The teenagers and girls waiting in line were filled with longing, wishing to possess such an aura and status. Look, even the city lord, who governs a city with a population of tens of thousands, is so respectful in front of the immortals of the Daotian sect. It can be said that once one has a spiritual root, they will truly soar to great heights. Zhao Ting clenched his fists, already nervous to the point of sweating. Meanwhile, Chen Xun was holding the hand of a middle-aged man whose face was as dark as ink, saying earnestly, Oh dear, looking at your palmistry. Your lifeline is very long. But that is strange. Clearly, your face shows you've done a lot of bad deeds. You're the type who will be struck by lightning. How can that be? Is it true that good people don't live long, while evildoers live for 1,000 years? This is contradictory. Why is this happening? The strong man initially felt quite comfortable when he heard the first few lines from Chen Xun. But when he heard the later lines, his expression instantly darkened, as if he had been hit. And he abruptly pulled his hand away from Chen Xun's and turned to leave. Chen Xun, however, was unaware of how jarring his words were in the currently quiet square. Countless strange gazes were directed at him. Even the old man from the Daotian sect and his disciples frowned slightly as they looked over. City Lord Su Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly bowed to the old man to apologize, then stood up and shouted, "Who is making noise? Where's the guard team?" "Here." The captain of the guard was startled, cold sweat breaking out, and immediately took 2 guards and marched fiercely towards Chen Xun. Zhao Ting, who had been in a daze, finally regained his senses and hurriedly ran out of the line, bowing in panic. Wait. City Lord, this person is my friend. He has not been quite clear-headed recently and did not mean it. I sincerely asked the City Lord to spare him." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Su Hai frowned and looked over with many gazes, and indeed saw the loud young man now sucking on his finger with a curious tilt of his head, examining the surroundings with a strange gaze, resembling a kind of fervor. His demeanor seemed very natural, not like an act. Many townspeople looked at this scene with pity, inwardly sighing, "What a handsome young man! Who would have thought he was a madman with an abnormal mind, both crazy and foolish, truly a pitiful person." The old man from the Daotian sect and his disciples relaxed their brows upon seeing this. With so many mortals watching, they naturally would not argue with a madman. "City Lord Su, since he is a madman, then let it be. We should proceed with the testing sooner." The old man from the Daotian sect waved his hand, displaying his grace. Hearing this, Su Hai felt relieved, quickly bowed to express gratitude, then glared at Zhao Ting and said, "Humph, keep an eye on your friend. If he makes another overstep, even if the immortal teacher is magnanimous, this city lord will still impose punishment." "Thank you, immortal teacher." "Thank you, city lord." Zhao Ting let out a sigh of relief, then quickly ran to Chen Xun's side, glancing awkwardly at his appearance, lowering his voice. "Brother Chen, I don't know why you've suddenly become like this, but you must be careful from now on. If anything happens, I am weak and may find it hard to help you." Seeing that Chen Xun ignored him, Zhao Ting sighed inwardly and quickly returned to the line. Next, 5 disciples from the Daotian sect stepped forward to the front of the 5 teams, preparing to start the spiritual root testing phase. Upon seeing this, countless parents became nervous. The testing of spiritual roots was quite simple and straightforward, using a specialized tool, as long as the tested person placed their hand on it. The result would be instant. Because it was so convenient, they could test so many boys and girls in a day. That person is obviously too old. A young male disciple who remained by the Daotian sect looked at Zhao Ting and said, in fact, they had noticed Zhao Ting earlier. At this moment, they could also learn from the young male disciple's words that the old man was a steward of the Daotian sect. Chen He stroked his beard and nodded. It's fine, no need to rush. The testing process is quick. Adding one more child won't make a difference." "Yes." The disciple bowed in response. Chen He stood up, looked at the many boys and girls present, and said calmly, "Children, listen carefully. The process of testing spiritual roots is very quick. Just place your hand on the spiritual root testing tool held by the front disciple. If there is a light that bursts forth, you have a spiritual root, and you will stand aside. If not, quickly retreat. Do not delay the testing process. Do you understand?" The boys and girls were intimidated by Chen He's presence and quickly replied in unison, "We understand, immortal teacher." Chen He nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right. All disciples prepare. The spiritual root testing begins." Chapter 17. Metal Attribute Spiritual Root. As the spiritual root testing began, the square became lively. The boys and girls were anxious and started testing one by one. But soon, with the front disciple expressionless calling out next, 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 both the many parents and the lining up boys and girls felt their spirits sinking rapidly. The children who were eliminated left the scene dejectedly, returning to their smiling families. This simple step decided their fate of having no connection to the immortal path, although they had mentally prepared themselves in advance. Knowing that those with spiritual roots were already few and far between, it was still hard to accept when the results were laid out before them. Zhao Ting stood in line, sweating nervously, occasionally looking back at Chen Xun, and feeling somewhat relieved to see him quietly squatting there. Time passed, and more boys left the line with their heads hung low. Chen He on the platform looked at this scene with an expressionless face, indifferent. How could it be easy to cultivate immortality? Just the spiritual root, the most important threshold, was like sifting through sand. Chen He glanced at the sun and thought to himself, among so many boys and girls in Tianqing City, it would already be great to have 5 emerge. If luck were to be poor, even 2 or 3, or even none, that was beyond their control. City Lord Su Hai, however, had an awkward expression. It was almost noon, and not a single child with a spiritual root had emerged. Could it be that the feng shui of Tianqing City had turned bad in the past 2 years? It should be known that when the Dao Tian sect came to recruit disciples a few years ago, 2 children with spiritual root qualifications had already emerged by noon. They are glowing, they are glowing. Just then, the crowd became very agitated. In the second team, the boy at the front who was being tested had the spiritual root testing tool shine with light, even dazzling in the sunlight. The boy was stunned, his heart racing. Good child. My family's ancestral grave is smoking green. Who would have thought another immortal teacher could emerge? The boy's parent was tearful, trembling with excitement. Countless townspeople looked over with envy, understanding that henceforth, this family's status in Tianqing City would rise dramatically. Even if their background was mediocre before, having an immortal teacher would elevate their status to be on par with some prominent families, or even surpass them. Even the city lord would give this family face. This is what it means to have one person ascend to immortality, and the whole family rises in status. Only through cultivating immortality can one achieve such an effect. Even if one excels in literary examinations, it would not come close. Zhao Ting looked at this scene, his eyes filled with envy. Pseudo-Earth spiritual root. Although the qualifications are mediocre, it can still cultivate immortality and can enter our Dao Tian sect, but will have to start as a servant. Child, what is your name? Shen He looked at the boy and said. The boy bowed, excitedly responding, replying to the immortal teacher, my name is Yu Zheng. Shen He nodded. Yu Zheng is good. You stand aside and wait. Yes. Yu Zheng rubbed his hands and stood aside amidst the crowd's attention, the first one not to be eliminated. Feeling the numerous gazes, Yu Zheng couldn't help but puff out his chest, feeling prouder than ever before. Subsequently, the testing continued. Many relatives who had distanced themselves from Yu Zheng's family in the past began to chat with Yu Zheng's parents, their attitudes flattering. This is reality. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. During this time, 2 more boys and 1 girl were tested for spiritual roots, but they were all pseudo-spiritual roots. Even so, it was envious to others. The townsfolk did not understand the merits of spiritual roots. They only knew that once someone had a spiritual root, they could join the Dao Tian sect and rise to great heights, with even their chickens and dogs soaring into the sky. As the sun set, the spiritual root testing in the square was nearing its end. There were very few people left in line waiting for the test. As for Chen Xun, he had already fallen asleep on the ground. That's right, he was just lying there, and the townsfolk around knew he was a madman. They just shook their heads at his behavior and didn't say anything, instead moving away a good distance. Shen He looked at the dwindling number of young men and women and nodded slightly, saying, it seems that there are only these 4 left. Although they all have false spiritual roots, it's still not bad. Su Hai, standing by, didn't know what to say and could only smile awkwardly. At this moment, it was finally Zhao Ting's turn. Zhao Ting carefully placed her hand on the spiritual testing device under the strange gaze of the Dao Tian sect disciples. Suddenly, the testing device erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, and unparalleled joy erupted from her heart. Could it be that heaven favored her, Zhao Ting? Yesterday, Brother Chun said she had spiritual essence all over her body, and it turned out to be prophetic? Could Brother Chen be her lucky star? The square fell silent, and then erupted in exclamations. The brilliance was different from the previous 4, apart from being more dazzling. The most distinctive feature was that while the previous 4 were all white light, this one was golden light. The disciples standing in front of Zhao Ting were stunned, looking at her in disbelief before turning to Shun He on the platform, tremblingly saying, Elder, Elder. Even the other 4 disciples stopped their tests in unison, looking towards Zhao Ting in shock. At this moment, Shun He on the platform regained his senses, suddenly stood up from his seat. Staring at the continuously erupting golden light from the testing device, the corners of his eyes twitching wildly, revealing his inner turmoil. In the next moment, Shen He flew down from the platform, came to Zhao Ting's side, and stared at the testing device, only swallowing hard after the golden light dissipated. Shen He suddenly looked at Zhao Ting, excitedly asking, what is your name? The city lord Su Hai was greatly shocked by this scene and hurriedly went down to the stage, quickly running to Shun He's side, looking at Zhao Ting with immense astonishment, while feeling a lingering fear. He thought to himself, fortunately, he hadn't offended this person and their friends earlier, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In this situation, it was clear to anyone that Zhao Ting's spiritual root was likely extraordinary. Zhao Ting hurriedly bowed and said, replying to the immortal master, I am called Zhao Ting. Chen He, however, was slightly taken aback and quickly helped Zhao Ting up, saying, Zhao Ting, no need for such formalities. With your qualifications, once you return to the sect, you will surely be promoted to a purple-clad disciple directly. This meant she would become a core disciple, with a status and position higher than that of Chen He, the elder. Moreover, Zhao Ting was discovered and brought back by him, which would certainly be a great achievement, and he could expect a promotion in the future. Zhao Ting was truly his lucky star. Zhao Ting, however, still felt somewhat anxious and said, Immortal Master, with my qualifications, can I really enter the Daotian sect to cultivate? And my age? Zhao Ting didn't understand spiritual roots. Although she could guess from the old man's reaction that she might be able to enter, she still wanted to ask for reassurance. Most importantly, she was genuinely anxious about her age. Hearing this, the square fell quiet, and the townsfolk all perked up their ears to listen, eager to hear how Zhao Ting's qualifications were rated, especially since everyone had seen the immortal master's reaction. Some who had mocked Zhao Ting earlier fell silent, even lowering their heads to avoid being noticed by her. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Ting turned out to be the one with the best qualifications this time. However, just how extraordinary her qualifications were still needed to be confirmed by the immortal master. Zhao Ting, with your qualifications, age is not a problem at all. The age limit is for those with poor qualifications and false spiritual roots. If someone starts cultivating in their 20s, it would only be a waste of time. But you are different. Shen He took a deep breath, looking at Zhao Ting as if she were a rare treasure, and continued, among mortals, those with spiritual roots are extremely rare, and your qualifications are among the best in the entire North Xian cultivation world. You have a golden attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Such exceptional qualifications, let alone in North Xian, even in the entire mortal cultivation world, would attract the attention of many major sects, and in the Daotian sect, you would be cherished like a treasure. Chapter 18, Brother Chen, what happened to you? As Chen He finished speaking, countless gasps filled the square. The townsfolk looked at Zhao Ting with eyes full of envy and now respect, no longer daring to harbor any other thoughts. After all, the immortal master's words had been very clear. She was among the best in the entire North Xian cultivation world, a statement that spoke for itself. This Zhao Ting had extraordinary talent, a potential dragon hidden in the depths, destined to soar to great heights in the future. Compared to her, the previous 4 children with spiritual roots seemed mediocre. However, they were only relatively mediocre compared to Zhao Ting. Those 4 children still had a much brighter future than the countless eliminated children here. Even Su Hai was now astonished, and his gaze towards Zhao Ting turned respectful. In just one day, the attitude of this city lord had completely changed. Su Hai never expected that someone could rise to such heights overnight. A golden attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Zhao Ting muttered to herself, feeling dreamy at this moment. He Zhao Ting, please follow this elder to take a seat and wait for the last few children to finish their tests. Chen He extended his hand towards the seats on the platform, smilingly inviting her. His face was filled with joy, and he couldn't be happier. Chen He's attitude towards Zhao Ting made everyone's hearts tremble even more. Oh, okay. Zhao Ting nodded in a daze and went up to the platform with Chen He. Until now, everything felt so unreal to her. Once on the platform, the disciple who had previously remarked about Zhao Ting's age also bowed and called out, Senior Brother Zhao. Zhao Ting repeatedly waved her hands. I dare not. I dare not. She hadn't even joined the Daotian sect yet. How could she be considered a senior brother? But it was clear that her spiritual root was indeed remarkable. Senior Brother Zhao, you flatter me, the disciple said with an awkward smile, speaking carefully and trying to please her. There was no way around it. Once Zhao Ting returned to the sect, with her qualifications, she would surely be directly promoted to a purple-clad disciple, something that countless disciples of the Daotian sect dreamed of. In the Daotian sect, aside from the sect master and elders, the purple-clad disciples held the highest status. At this time, the testing continued in the square. However, everyone's attention was vaguely focused on Zhao Ting, simply because her talent was too dazzling. Zhao Ting, are you from Tianqing City? Why didn't you come when we were recruiting disciples a few years ago? Chen He asked curiously. Although Zhao Ting's qualifications made a few years seem insignificant, it still felt like a bit of a waste of time. Moreover, Chen He was even more puzzled about what kind of family background Zhao Ting had. How such a heavenly spiritual root could appear in a place like this. Logically speaking, the chances were slim. Zhao Ting came back to her senses and replying to the immortal master, "My family is not from Tianqing City, but from Fulu Town, south of Tianqing City. As for why I didn't come a few years ago, it's because I was preparing for exams." On the side, the city lord Su Hai felt a sense of disappointment upon hearing that Zhao Ting was not from Tianqing City. If he were from Tianqing City, then as the city lord, he would also have merits, and perhaps he would receive rewards from the immortal master. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Fulu Town? Chen He nodded. In fact, he did not have much impression of this small town, but from today onward, he would remember it clearly. However, upon hearing Zhao Ting's last sentence, Chen He was puzzled again and asked, "Preparing for exams? What exams?" Zhao Ting scratched his head and replied, "Literary exams." Chen He was taken aback, instinctively wanting to curse in confusion but quickly held back, clearing his throat and earnestly saying, "All right, Zhao Ting, with your talent. You should focus on cultivating your immortality in the future and not waste time thinking about literary exams." Zhao Ting nodded yes. Chen He found Zhao Ting pleasing to the eye. With exceptional talent, he was neither arrogant nor impatient and respected his elders. There were other spiritual root disciples within Daotian's sect, but how many were not proud and arrogant? Very few, to be honest. Even if Zhao Ting were to scold Shun He at this moment, Shun He might not dare to retort and would have to swallow it. After Zhao Ting's mood improved significantly, he suddenly thought of Chen Xun and quickly looked over, and when he saw Chen Xun lying on the ground, fast asleep, his expression turned strange. What happened to Brother Chen? How could a perfectly fine person suddenly become like this? Why did he suddenly go mad? With time on his hands, Zhao Ting began to ponder. In the evening, after the spiritual root tests were completed, no more spiritual roots appeared among the remaining children. The parents took their children home in disappointment. Since they could not cultivate immortality, they could only study hard for exams. "Immortal Master, I have already arranged accommodation at the city lord's residence," Su Hai began to say, but Shun He interrupted with a wave of his hand, saying, "No need. City Lord Su, we appreciate the kindness, but we are about to set off back to the sect." Normally, Shun He would stay for a night or even several days. But with Zhao Ting, a disciple with a heavenly spiritual root, he was eager to return. All right," Su Hai said regretfully. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting's expression changed. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Did he even have no time to say goodbye to his family? This time he left home saying he was coming for literary exams, but now, Zhao Ting quickly said, "Immortal Master, before we leave, can I say a word to my family?" Shen He paused but could not refuse Zhao Ting's request, smiling, "Of course. It's only natural to meet family before entering the sect. After all, once you join the sect, there will be fewer opportunities to come to the mortal world." Zhao Ting's mouth opened slightly because Shun He's words were almost identical to what Brother Chen had said yesterday. Did cultivating immortality require giving up so much? Was this the price of cultivating immortality? Thinking of Chen Xun, Zhao Ting quickly looked over, and when he saw Chen Xun still lying there, he hurried over. Seeing this, Shen He waved at Su Hai, saying, "City Lord Su, please return. We will leave shortly, no need to see us off." After saying that, he walked toward Zhao Ting and Chen Xun. The 6 disciples also followed the 4 newly recruited boys and girls. The 4 boys and girls were quite well behaved, but their eyes kept glancing at their family members who had not left. These young people's families knew their children were leaving and wanted to come forward to speak. But without Shun He's permission, they did not dare to, only watching longingly. Yes, Su Hai bowed in response. Although he said this, he did not leave, but stood at a distance, probably waiting until Shun He and the others really left before daring to depart. As a city lord, Su Hai was naturally very perceptive. Brother Chen, wake up." After Zhao Ting arrived, he crouched down and gently nudged Chen Xun. Chen Xun opened his eyes in a daze, mumbling, "What are you doing?" Zhao Ting was taken aback and forced a smile. "Brother Chen, what exactly happened to you?" The way Chen Xun looked at him as if he didn't recognize him made Zhao Ting a bit uneasy, and he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Why did he suddenly become like this? Zhao Ting couldn't help but think, did he inadvertently take away Brother Chen's luck? Zhao Ting, who was already kind-hearted, felt inexplicably guilty at this moment. After all, it was too coincidental. Zhao Ting. At this moment, Shun He and a group of disciples came over. Zhao Ting quickly stood up and said, "Immortal Master, can you take a look at my friend? He was fine yesterday, but this morning he suddenly became like this for some reason." Chapter 19. Sweeping duties, heading to Daotian's secto. He was normal yesterday? Hearing this, Chen He and the group of disciples also showed puzzled expressions as they examined Chen Xun. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Ting being a friend of theirs, they wouldn't even bother to look at him, as they would not waste their time. Chen He examined Chen Xun for a while, and, finding no results, said, "Perhaps it's hereditary." Zhao Ting, do you know if there are any elders in your friend's family who are like this? Zhao Ting shook his head. No, I don't know. Are you kidding? He just met Brother Chen yesterday, and he only knows his name. As for other information about Brother Chen, he knows nothing. Chen He nodded and said helplessly, "Then there's nothing I can do, Zhao Ting. It's about time. We will take you to Falu town so you can see your family." Zhao Ting silently nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Chen Xun. At this moment, Chen Xun got up, squatting on the ground, drawing something with his fingers while occasionally letting out weird laughs. At this moment, a miniature boat artifact appeared in Chen He's hand. After speaking, he silently recited a spell, and the miniature boat flew out of Chen He's palm, enlarging in midair to a height of several meters above the ground. At a glance, it could accommodate dozens of people. This scene was witnessed by many townsfolk, who exclaimed in amazement, as expected of an immortal, such skills are truly miraculous. Zhao Ting and the four youths were also dumbfounded, gradually feeling excited. Under Chen He's gaze, a group of disciples took the four youths, lightly tapping their toes, and leaped onto the boat. Yu Zheng and the other four children were filled with excitement, touching this and that, momentarily forgetting about their families below. Only then did Chen He turn to Zhao Ting, extending a hand with a smile. "Zhao Ting, we can set off now." Although Zhao Ting had a heavenly spiritual root, he was still just a mortal and did not possess any martial arts skills, so he needed the steward to take him up to the boat. Zhao Ting frowned, looking up at the flying boat and then at Chen Xun, a look of conflict flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he was worried about Brother Chen suddenly becoming like this. Although they had only met by chance, Brother Chen had truly brought him good fortune. If he had spiritual roots, then Zhao Ting indeed had a spiritual root, and it was a heavenly spiritual root. Zhao Ting. Seeing Zhao Ting lost in thought, Chen He called out. Zhao Ting came back to his senses, looked at Chen He, gathered his courage, and awkwardly said, "Immortal Master, may I request something from you?" Chen He looked puzzled and asked, "What is it? Just say it." Zhao Ting pointed at Chen Xun, who was squatting on the ground, and coughed lightly. "Could you take my friend along? Just give him some work to do to get by." Chen He's brows immediately furrowed. Bringing a mortal back to the sect? But currently, there was no precedent for mortals entering Daotian's sect. Chen He instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking of Zhao Ting's uniqueness, he was suddenly startled, almost missing it. Then he thought, well, bringing Zhao Ting's friend back to the sect would be fine. He was just a mortal after all, merely looking for a job, not entering the sect as a disciple. At that time, just report to the above, I believe it won't be a problem. No one up there would offend Zhao Ting, this proud son of heaven, over such a trivial matter. The most important thing is that this way, Chen He can be considered to have established a good relationship with Zhao Ting, and Zhao Ting will owe him a favor. Although this favor may seem insignificant, it is still a favor from a disciple of the purple robes. After pondering for a moment, Chen He nodded and said, "All right, after bringing him back to the sect, I can arrange a cleaning job for your friend at the miscellaneous peak, just to ensure he has something to eat. How about that?" The miscellaneous peak is made up of the lowest-ranked qi refining disciples, and they need to eat as well, so it's suitable for Zhao Ting's friend to go there. Chen He then looked at Chen Xun, secretly sighing. This kid having a friend like Zhao Ting is quite a blessing. After all, when mortals go to a place rich in spiritual energy like a celestial paradise, their lifespan can be a bit longer than in the mundane world. "Thank you very much, Master," Zhao Ting exclaimed with great joy, quickly helping Chen Xun up and laughing. "Ha, Brother Chen, I'm quite generous, right?" Chen Xun made a face and cackled. Yes, you are more than enough." Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, but then relieved. Although Brother Chen has gone a bit mad, at least they can still communicate occasionally, even if the way and tone are a bit strange. Hee. Chen He laughed and said, "Zhao Ting, you and your friend hold on to this steward's hand, and I'll take you up the ship." "Yes, Brother Chen, let's go." Zhao Ting eagerly pulled Chen Xun along. Soon, Chen He held on to Zhao Ting and Chen Xun, lightly leaping into the air and boarding the flying ship. Chen Xun kept laughing, not knowing what he was laughing about. In contrast, Zhao Ting's mouth was wide open, his excitement evident. Just the act of Chen He pulling them up gave Zhao Ting a brief feeling of flying. He couldn't imagine how exhilarating it would be when the flying ship started. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The flying ship began to vibrate, and flickering lights appeared. At this moment, many townsfolk gathered around, shocked at the scene. The families of Yu Zheng and the other 4 boys who were accepted as disciples finally couldn't hold back and shouted out loud, "Child, be good at Daotian's sect. Work hard in your cultivation and come back home often." On the flying ship, Yu Zheng and the others had red eyes. After all, it was the first time they were leaving home since growing up. "Parents, I will. Please take care." On the side, Chen He and the disciples watched this scene with expressionless faces. Come back home often. It seems they won't be able to return for a while. However, for these disciples with pseudo-spiritual roots, they will eventually return to the mundane world as they have no hope of breaking through in the future. But regardless, it's better than the literary examination. Because no matter how poor these children are, at least they will be at the 3rd level of qi refining in the future. And that level of cultivation will yield some achievements when they return to the mundane world. After Shen He finished reciting the incantation, he said, "Hold on tight." Zhao Ting and the boys quickly grabbed the railing, while only Chen Xun stood there, staring at the sky with a fervent gaze. In the next moment, the flying ship transformed into a brilliant stream of light and shot towards the sky, disappearing in an instant. The city lord Su Hai let out a huge sigh of relief and bowed. "Farewell, master." Whoosh! The flying ship soared through the night sky. Zhao Ting and the 4 boys grabbed the railing, their faces filled with excitement. It was hard not to be thrilled, after all. This was their first time in the sky. "Brother Zhao, please take care of me in the future." "Brother Zhao, my name is." The 6 disciples all came to Zhao Ting, introducing themselves with extremely humble and respectful attitudes. Zhao Ting forced a smile, feeling uncomfortable all over. Yu Zheng and the other 4 boys watched this scene enviously, knowing that this big brother Zhao Ting's future was not something they could compare to. They hadn't even entered the sect yet, and these senior brothers and sisters were already trying to get close to big brother Zhao Ting. Meanwhile, Shun He watched with a smile, his gaze never leaving Zhao Ting, as if he were observing a priceless treasure. This Zhao Ting is the biggest gain from Shun He's trip, and also the greatest achievement for Daotian's sect in many years. The 4 boys still did not know what being a disciple of the purple robes meant. It can be said that due to special reasons, these 4 boys could still joke and interact closely with Zhao Ting. But once they returned to the sect, there would be basically no more chances for contact. It would be a true difference between heaven and earth, unreachable. Upon thinking this, Shen He looked at the wildly insane Chen Xun beside him. Although Chen Xun was Zhao Ting's friend, once they returned to the sect, the future would be the same. There would be little possibility of contact due to the difference in status. Unless Zhao Ting had a pure heart and remembered the old friendship, there might still be some interaction. But in Shen He's view, the possibility was almost non-existent. People change, especially in the scheming world of cultivation. The flying ship was fast, and without stopping, it could travel at least 20,000 miles a day. However, even so, it took 3 days to reach the area of Daotian's sect. Look, this place already belongs to our Daotian sect. As a first-rate celestial sect in Beixian, the area of tens of thousands of miles belongs to Daotian's sect. Shen He pointed below and smiled. Wow! Zhao Ting and the boys leaned over the railing, shocked at the magnificent mountains and rivers before them. As for Chen Xun, he leaned against the railing, dozing off and sleeping soundly. "Steward Shun, where is the sect?" Zhao Ting quickly asked. Over this time, Zhao Ting had become quite familiar with Shun He, addressing him by his position instead of calling him master. The other boys, Yu Zheng and the others, were also curious. Shen He shook his head and smiled. "Zhao Ting, don't rush. The sect is on a celestial mountain, and when the flying ship flies another 1,000 miles, you will see it." Zhao Ting nodded, glancing at the open space below, and asked the question that had been building up for 2 days. "Steward Shun, why haven't we seen any towns since yesterday?" A disciple took over the conversation and explained with a smile. "Brother Zhao, you don't know. The cultivation sects in the cultivation world usually choose to establish their locations in secluded paradise-like places to isolate themselves from the mundane world. Except for recruiting disciples every few years, they generally do not go to the mundane world, and even many loose cultivators rarely interact with mortals. Therefore, it is very rare for ordinary mortals to see us cultivators." Shen He smiled without speaking upon hearing this, and it was indeed so. Zhao Ting and the others immediately felt enlightened, secretly thinking, so that is how it is. No wonder they rarely see immortals from childhood to adulthood. With this thought, Zhao Ting and the others couldn't help but feel even more eager. What mortals or immortals? Let me see. You cultivators just pride yourselves on being lofty. Chen Xun, not knowing when he woke up, was grinning wildly. The air fell silent. Zhao Ting's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at Shun He and the others. Indeed, he saw Shun He and the group of disciples gradually losing their smiles, their expressions becoming somewhat displeased. Zhao Ting, feeling worried, hurriedly approached and whispered, "Brother Chun, stop talking." Zhao Ting hadn't expected Chen Xun to suddenly speak. Wasn't he crazy? Oh right, he was crazy, not foolish. It was normal for him to speak nonsense. But this situation was not appropriate. However, Chen Xun's expression was indignant as he muttered softly, "Why? I didn't say anything wrong. Don't cultivators pride themselves on being lofty? Which cultivator didn't come from mortals? Once they gain a little bit of skill, they elevate themselves above others, thinking they are true immortals and looking down on mortals, not realizing they are still mortals, just somewhat capable mortals. In my view, if one wants to achieve the Tao, they cannot isolate themselves from mortals. Instead, they should go and experience it deeply." There's a saying that goes wonderfully. The warmth of human life is the most comforting to a mortal heart. If Chen Xun were clear-headed at this moment, he would definitely be extremely surprised. Because this time, in his mad state, there was something different from before. Although he was crazy, he sometimes displayed some logical thinking, unlike his previous madness, which was continuous and senseless. Of course, regarding these things, only 3 years later would Chen Xun regain clarity and recall these moments to know. Zhao Ting listened to Chen Xun's words, his mouth slightly agape, feeling shocked, because he actually thought it made a lot of sense. You. Shun He's face turned red, pointing at Chen Xun, feeling furious. He wanted to scold and teach him a lesson, but out of respect for Zhao Ting, he could only hold it in. He didn't know if he was poked at or what, but Shun He felt like he was going to go mad with anger. But soon, Shun He realized, startled, and quickly took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He was actually angered by a madman. It seemed his cultivation was still a bit low, and all these years of cultivation had gone to the dogs. However, Shun He still coldly snorted in rebuttal, "Humph, what can a mere mortal understand? We cultivators are certainly not lofty. If we often associate with mortals, various factors will only affect our own spiritual essence. You can speak your nonsense, but you wouldn't understand even if I told you." Just as Shun He was speaking, he suddenly noticed Chen Xun leaning against the railing and falling asleep, instantly stunned. Feeling even more furious, but quickly suppressed it. Shun He sighed. He didn't even know how long it had been since he last got angry. Yet today he was angered twice in such a short time by a madman. Elder Steward, Brother Chun is like this now. Some of his words may be somewhat biased, but I believe he absolutely did not mean it. Please do not take it to heart, and if Brother Chen has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Zhao Ting slightly bowed and clasped his fists with a wry smile. Shun He's expression softened, and he helplessly smiled. "It's nothing. This steward is not so petty as to argue with a madman." Zhao Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. The flying ship continued to move. But after Chen Xun's outburst, it fell into silence. Zhao Ting looked at Chen Xun helplessly. The 4 young people were full of confusion and bewilderment. The 6 disciples subtly looked at Chen Xun, feeling silently displeased. To be honest, if it weren't for senior brother Zhao, they really wanted to teach this madman a lesson. But since he was Zhao's friend, they didn't dare. As for Shun He, standing at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back, his expression had somehow turned serious, occasionally looking at the sky and then at Chen Xun, his eyes flashing with a strange color. Could it be that this immortal really cultivated wrongly? Shun He, being the one with the highest cultivation here, after calming down and recalling Chen Xun's earlier words, suddenly felt there was some truth in it, with a unique perspective. The warmth of human life is the most comforting to a mortal heart, Shun He murmured to himself. After being unable to understand and figure it out, he shook his head and chuckled. He was truly mad to repeatedly ponder the words of a madman. The cultivation world has always maintained a distinction between immortals and mortals, which has long been an accepted norm among all cultivators. He almost lost his Tao heart because of the words of this madman. How laughable. Look at that towering, immortal mountain ahead. After a while, the young man Yuzheng suddenly pointed excitedly ahead and shouted, "Wow!" The other 3 young men and women also exclaimed. Zhao Ting quickly stood up to look, his pupils slowly contracting and his heartbeat quickening. In the distance, a majestic, immortal mountain rose into the clouds, surrounded by mist. Under the sunlight, it seemed to be enveloped in immortal aura, extremely spectacular. He could also see many streaks of light crossing the sky, disappearing into the immortal mountain, and near the mountain, many immortal cranes soared, presenting a peaceful immortal landscape. We're back at the sect. The 6 disciples exchanged smiles. This trip with Elder Steward Xun to the mundane Tianqing city to recruit disciples had taken several days. And naturally, it was more comfortable in the sect, with abundant spiritual energy. Shen stroked his beard and smiled, saying, children, welcome to Daotian's sect. Chapter 21. For peaks follow this steward into the sect. After Shen finished speaking, he silently chanted a spell, and the flying ship quickly rushed toward the distant immortal mountain. In no time, the flying ship disappeared into the white mist of the mountain. At the entrance to Daotian's sect, Zhao Ting woke the sleeping Chen Xun, and everyone disembarked from the ship. We have seen Elder Steward. The 2 disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately stepped forward, bowing and shouting. Shun nodded, then suppressing his excitement, took a deep breath, pulled Zhao Ting along, and instructed, this steward will take Zhao Ting to the inner cabinet. Su Yang, you directly take them to the miscellaneous peak to report and register. Yes. One of the disciples among the 6 bowed in response. Zhao Ting hadn't expected Elder Steward Shun to be in such a hurry. So he quickly called out as he walked, Brother Chun, I'll come to see you after I'm done. Saying this, he quickly disappeared with Shun He. The 2 guarding disciples were already stunned, regaining their senses, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked at Su Yang and the others, full of curiosity. What is going on? Who was that just now taken away by Elder Steward Shun? Did I hear it wrong? To the inner cabinet? The 6 disciples exchanged smiles. And Su Yang said, the one taken to the inner cabinet by Elder Steward Shun is Zhao Ting, senior brother Zhao. He is someone we just brought back from the mundane world. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the 2 mountain guarding disciples shrank. Just brought back? And he is already being called senior brother Zhao? Su Yang sighed and said, don't look at us with those eyes. Senior brother Zhao has a gold attribute spiritual root. You 5, come with me to miscellaneous peak to report. After Su Yang finished speaking, he led Chen Xun and the 4 others toward miscellaneous peak. The other 5 disciples entered the mountain gate and also left. The remaining 2 mountain guarding disciples stood there in shock. Heaven, a spiritual root. Did you see that? That is miscellaneous peak over there. On the mountain path. Su Yang pointed to a nearby peak and said, wow. Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed. Would they be spending time on that miscellaneous peak next? Although miscellaneous peak was much shorter than the other peaks they had just seen, it was the largest overall and was also full of spiritual energy, appearing like an immortal realm to them. Chen Xun was quite quiet at this moment, holding a blank book in his hands, walking while looking at it with fervent eyes. Senior Su, what were those mountains just now? Yu Zheng asked curiously. Su Yang smiled and said, those mountains, you outer disciples can only admire from a distance. Unless dispatched, you are generally restricted from approaching. As he spoke, Su Yang turned around and pointed to one of the peaks, proudly saying, that one is Rinxian Peak, belonging to the outer sect. I live on Rinxian Peak. Wow, senior brother is amazing. Yu Zheng and the others exclaimed enviously. Su Yang laughed heartily and pointed to the mountain behind Rinxian Peak, his eyes filled with longing, introducing, that is Dishuan Peak, belonging to the inner sect. The disciples and elders there are the backbone of our Daotian sect. When it comes to battle, they are the core strength of the sect. Without waiting for Yu Zheng and the others to ask anything, Su Yang pointed to the mountain even further back, his eyes becoming respectful, and said solemnly, that is Tianxian Peak, where the true disciples live. True disciples are also known as purple-clad disciples, each possessing extraordinary talent, standing out in Daotian sect and being among the best in the entire North Xian cultivation world. Su Yang smiled and said, Brother Zhao Ting, who came with you, will live on Tianxian Peak in the future. Yu Zheng and the others' eyes widened, but they still seemed somewhat confused. Seeing this, Su Yang explained, our Daotian sect has approximately over 13,000 disciples, excluding the sect leader, elders, and deacons. There are over 10,000 outer disciples, more than 500 inner disciples. And with Brother Zhao, there are only 15 purple-clad disciples. Yu Zheng and the others completely understood the worth of purple-clad disciples now. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies subtly trembled. The 4 of them had already stood out among so many spirit root tests in Tianqing City, considering themselves rare talents. Feeling spirited on their way here, they never expected that after arriving at Daotian sect, reality would give them a harsh slap in the face. They thought they were among the few chosen, Yet there were over 10,000 outer disciples in Daotian sect, not to mention the outer disciples, inner disciples, and purple-clad disciples. If they considered themselves geniuses, then what could be said about Brother Zhao, a purple-clad disciple? No wonder there is a saying that genius is just the threshold to see me. And now it seemed to Yu Zheng and the others that they felt unqualified to even catch a glimpse of Zhao Ting. Even Su Yang, who was an outer disciple in front of them, was someone they needed to treat with respect. The casual chat on the way here felt like a mere dream. At this moment, everyone finally understood the gap, realizing what it meant to be worlds apart. Hee. Su Yang noticed the change in Yu Zheng and the others' expressions, smiled, and said, "All right, I will briefly introduce you to these mountains. As for the other mountains and precautions, you will gradually learn in the future. Come with me to the outer disciple peak." Yes. Yu Zheng and the others quickly bowed, their attitudes completely transformed. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that the youth could be taught. The first thing one must do upon entering Daotian's sect is to recognize oneself, so that one can last long. Su Yang couldn't help but glance at Chen Xun, who was hanging at the back, and shrugged without saying much. After all, he was just a madman, often immersed in his own world, and there was no need for him to know various matters. He was merely here to eat a meal on the connections of Brother Zhao Ting, not really a disciple of Daotian's sect. Although the outer disciple peak was the lowest-ranked peak in Daotian's sect, it was also the largest. After all, it had to accommodate more than 10,000 outer disciples. While leading Chen Xun and the others up the mountain, Su Yang often encountered passing outer disciples, and these outer disciples would cast scrutinizing glances at them. Everyone knew that the sect was recruiting disciples recently, and dozens of new outer disciples had arrived in the past few days. However, once they saw Su Yang's attire, their expressions would change, quickly bowing and calling him senior brother. At such times, Su Yang would nod lightly and continue up the mountain with Chen Xun and the others. When they reached the halfway point of the outer disciple peak, they did not continue climbing but instead walked quickly forward. The number of outer disciples they encountered increased, and Yu Zheng and the others felt somewhat afraid under the many watchful eyes, instinctively lowering their heads. Soon, they could see clusters of buildings, densely packed. After inquiring out of curiosity, they learned that those were the residences of the outer disciples. What shocked Yu Zheng and the others was that Su Yang told them that outer disciples were also ranked. The outer disciples living at this halfway point were the lowest rank, mostly at the first level of qi refining or still not having drawn spirit into their bodies, numbering about 8,000. The other more than 2,000 lived in places even higher than the halfway point of the outer disciple peak. And those outer disciples there were all at the second level of qi refining, with very few at the third level. Outer disciples at the third level of qi refining, if they progressed further, could leave the outer disciple peak and go to Rinxian peak, thereby being promoted to outer disciples. Chapter 22. Where is Chen Xun? Yu Zheng and the others breathed rapidly, feeling unprecedented pressure, and firmly resolved that after they grounded themselves, the first thing to do was to work hard in their cultivation, striving to leave the halfway point as soon as possible, so they could have the opportunity to leave the outer disciple peak and become those outer disciples. Su Yang seemed to see through the thoughts of the four kids, but he didn't say much, just pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. Su Yang had also struggled for many years on the outer disciple peak before being promoted to an outer disciple. He understood one thing very well. The more beautiful the imagination, the more brutal the reality. Outer disciples were all pseudo-spirit roots, and without resources invested. Their upper limits were very low, especially on the resource-scarce outer disciple peak. To break through to the mid-qi refining stage was no less than climbing to the sky. Moreover, as outer disciples, they had to do work every day, and to be honest, there was not much time left for cultivation. The lack of resources, the limited cultivation time, and other such reasons were the realities, swords that shattered the beautiful imaginations of outer disciples. If one truly had the determination to leave the outer disciple peak, they would have to endure hardships, and endure considerable hardships to have a chance. You all go in with me to register. Not long after, Su Yang brought Chen Xun to the outside of a pavilion and said, "Yes." Yu Zheng and the others quickly followed Su Yang into the pavilion. Since Chen Xun was hanging at the back, Su Yang and the others did not notice him and failed to see that Chen Xun had not followed them into the pavilion at all, instead shaking his head and wandering towards other areas. Hee, Elder Qian, for new disciples have come here again. Please help with the registration. As soon as they entered the pavilion, Su Yang smiled at the chubby man who was snoring on a chair. Qian Laifu smacked his lips, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Su Yang, smiled, "Oh, Su Yang, it's been a while since you came to the Outer Disciple Peak." Qian Laifu had been a deacon here at the halfway point of the Outer Disciple Peak for many years. He had watched Su Yang grow and was there when he was promoted to an Outer Disciple. Su Yang smiled and said, "I've been busy with cultivation. I only recently went out with Deacon Shun He to recruit disciples, so I haven't had time to come to the Outer Disciple Peak." Qian Laifu nodded with a smile, stood up, took a brush and a ledger from a nearby table, glanced at Yu Zheng and the others, and said, "Names, ages, spirit roots, and home addresses, report them all." Soon, Qian Laifu finished registering, tossed the brush and ledger onto the table, then turned and instructed inside. Soon, a disciple came out with 4 sets of earthy yellow outer disciple robes and other items, placing them in front of Yu Zheng and the others. "Here. This is the disciple's uniform, bedding, and some daily necessities, the address plate, the sect rules and notes, as well as the first volume of the first half of this Dao Tianju. You must remember, the cultivation method must not be passed on. If discovered, it will be dealt with according to sect rules," Qian Laifu said. "Yes." Yu Zheng and the others replied excitedly, quickly stepping forward to take it. Their small, excited eyes couldn't leave the scroll of Dao Tianju for a moment. Qian Laifu nodded and instructed a disciple behind him, "You take them to their residence." "Yes." The servant disciple responded and led the 4 of them out of the pavilion, saying, "Follow me." Yu Zheng and the others followed but turned back to look at Su Yang 3 steps in, shouting, "Goodbye, senior brother Su." Su Yang stood there with a blank expression and did not respond. His task was complete now that he had brought these 4 youths here. If they encountered each other again in the future, they would still have to respectfully call him senior brother Su. After all, they were just 4 servant disciples, and Su Yang wouldn't have too much interaction with them. That was the reality. Yu Zheng and the others seemed to realize something, fell silent, and left with the servant disciple in dejection. Only then did Qian Laifu look at Su Yang and extend his hand to a chair, smiling. "You brat. It's rare for you to come here. Why not sit down and chat with this steward?" Su Yang, being an outer sect disciple, now had a status that could be considered equal to that of the steward of the servant peak. "Steward Qian, the matter isn't over yet. There's still one more." Where's Chen Xun?" Su Yang smiled and turned around, noticing that there was no one behind him, his expression stiffening. Qian Laifu looked puzzled. "What Chen Xun? Didn't you bring a total of 4 disciples?" Su Yang came back to his senses, couldn't help but scratch his head, and chuckled helplessly. "You don't know. There's still one ordinary person whose mind is a bit off. He might not have followed into the pavilion. Steward Shen, he ordered that you arrange a cleaning job for him at the servant peak. Just provide him a place to stay and ensure he has enough to eat." "What? An ordinary person?" Qian Laifu was dumbfounded, unable to help but dig at his ears, thinking he had misheard. However, upon hearing it was Steward Shun He's order, his expression became more serious. He thought it seemed like Steward Shun he had a relative from the mundane world. Although they were both stewards, their status was vastly different. Qian Laifu was merely a steward of the servant peak, while Shun he was an inner sect steward. Seeing Qian Laifu's expression, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Then cleared his throat and said seriously, "This time, Steward Shun he and I went to the mundane world and brought back a senior brother with a gold attribute spiritual root. At this moment, Steward Shun he has already taken senior brother Zhao Ting to the inner pavilion. Soon, our Dao Tian sect will have another member in purple robes." Qian Laifu's pupils shrank suddenly, his face full of disbelief. "Heaven, a spiritual root. Yes, it's true. In a few days, there should be a promotion ceremony for the purple robe disciples, and then you'll know," Su Yang said. "All right, I'll go fetch Chen Xun first." Qian Laifu came back to his senses and immediately said, "Wait, from what you mean, that ordinary person wouldn't be related to senior brother Zhao Ting, right?" Su Yang nodded. "That's right. This Chen Xun is a friend from the mundane world of senior brother Zhao Ting. He suddenly went mad, and senior brother Zhao Ting couldn't bear it, so he brought him back to the sect." Saying this, Su Yang turned and left the pavilion. Qian Laifu sat down in his chair, his eyes filled with shock. This is incredible. Meanwhile, Chen Xun had wandered into the martial arena. The arena was spacious and relatively quiet, and many servant disciples who had finished their tasks were meditating and cultivating. Of course, there were also many moving about, casually chatting. When some servant disciples noticed Chen Xun, their expressions turned puzzled. His attire clearly indicated he was not a disciple of the servant peak. Moreover, the disciples of the outer and inner sects did not wear blue clothing either. Chen Xun wandered to the center of the martial arena, and many curious gazes fell upon him, all wondering who he was. Suddenly, Chen Xun shouted, did a somersault, and then, with a yell, opened his arms, welcoming the wind, and joyfully started running in the martial arena. The servant disciples were left dumbfounded by Chen Xun's sudden and inexplicable actions, their faces filled with confusion. The martial arena was usually a quiet and solemn place, so most disciples would choose to cultivate here. However, the noise Chen Xun made startled many who were meditating, causing them to groan and nearly suffer backlash. Fortunately, their cultivation levels were low, and nothing serious happened. But this angered many disciples. And after being forced out of their meditative state, they opened their eyes and immediately sought to settle accounts with the one who had made the huge noise. When those who had exited their meditation saw the youth happily running in circles, they paused for a moment, then cautiously glanced at his attire before relaxing and quickly surrounding him, their expressions revealing hostility. Chapter 23. He is not quite right in the head. Soon, Chen Xun was surrounded by a group of angry servant disciples. Those who had been disturbed by Chen Xun also gathered around, not to cause trouble but purely to watch the commotion. Chen Xun, who had been running happily, was surrounded by the servant disciples, leaving him with less and less space to run. So he had to stop and couldn't he help but look annoyed, saying, "What are you doing? You've disturbed my happiness, you know?" The disciples were taken aback. "Hey, what a villain who cries first. Who disturbed who here?" One disciple spoke in a deep voice. "Kid, this is the martial arena, a place where many disciples usually cultivate. We, the disciples who were disturbed and forced out of our cultivation state, haven't questioned you yet. And you're saying we disturbed your happiness? Do you still want some face?" Seeing someone take the lead, other disciples also chimed in. "Yeah, looking at your attire, you must be a newcomer who hasn't had the chance to change into the disciple uniform yet. Since you're new and don't understand the rules, just apologize to us, and we want to make things difficult for you. Brother Gua, you're being too kind. If it were me, I'd just beat him up directly. It's infuriating. Has everyone noticed? This person seems a bit off. Who cares? An apology is a must. Otherwise, in a few days, this guy will definitely have a hard time." The disciples were eyeing Chen Xun with hostility. And if it weren't for the fact that they were in the martial arena and the unwritten rule of a 3-day protection period for new disciples at the servant peak, they would have already been unable to hold back. Ha ha ha. Chen Xun suddenly laughed maniacally, hands on his hips, chin raised, arrogantly saying, "You're right. You all should apologize to me, otherwise you'll have a hard time." What? The crowd was stunned, thinking they had misheard, but soon, a wave of anger surged within them. They couldn't hold back any longer. Today, they had to teach this madman a lesson. Damn it, let us get him. Reason is on our side. Steward Chen Xun punish us. Beat him up. Just leave him breathing. The disciples didn't care about anything else and rolled up their sleeves, ready to surround Chen Xun and give him a good beating. Chen Xun didn't show any signs of panic on his face, still laughing wildly, while shaking his head and looking at the scene. But one hand slowly raised to grip the hilt of the sword at his back. "Stop!" Just then, a low shout suddenly rang out. The handyman disciples paused their actions and turned their heads sharply, curious to see who dared to meddle in their affairs. However, when they saw the attire of the newcomer, their expressions changed, and they quickly withdrew their movements, bowing and saying, "Greetings, senior brother." The other disciples watching the commotion in the martial arena were also secretly startled, bowing and saying, "Greetings, senior brother." The disciple dressed in outer sect attire approached with a gloomy expression, and the handyman disciples hurriedly made way. The newcomer was naturally Su Yang. After Su Yang came out of the pavilion, he looked around for Chen Xun and, noticing the noise coming from the martial arena, deduced that Chen Xun was most likely there. After all, he had already seen that this crazy person, Chen Xun, was a troublemaker on the spaceship. Upon arriving, he found it was exactly as he had guessed. It was indeed that guy, Chen Xun. Su Yang quickly walked up to Chen Xun, intending to pressure him a bit. But thinking of Zhao Ting, he forcibly held back. There was nothing he could do. Although Chen Xun was crazy, he had strong connections. "Come with me to the pavilion," Su Yang said. Su Yang couldn't be bothered to ask Chen Xun why he had left the team and come to the martial arena, knowing it would be pointless. Chen Xun wasn't a normal person at all. Seeing that Chen Xun ignored him, Su Yang's expression darkened, and he had no choice but to forcibly grab Chen Xun's sleeve and walk outside. The handyman disciples looked on in astonishment at this scene, and their gazes towards Chen Xun subtly revealed some apprehension. Goodness, he's a connected person. Among the handyman disciples, some had connections, either being relatives of outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, each of them doing quite well. They didn't expect this guy to also be someone with connections. Realizing this, the handyman disciples who had initially wanted to report Chen Xun to Su Yang had to swallow their grievances. Suddenly, Chen Xun shook off Su Yang's hand and shouted loudly, "They didn't apologize to me, so I'm not leaving." Su Yang, the handyman disciples, hearing Chen Xun's words and observing his demeanor, they finally realized that he was completely out of his mind. Su Yang said in a deep voice, "What did they do to make you think they should apologize to you?" Su Yang could guess that it was definitely Chen Xun who had caused trouble first. Chen Xun crossed his arms and proudly raised his chin, refusing to speak. Senior brother, it's like this, we really didn't offend him. He was the one who caused a ruckus in the martial arena, disturbing our training. Please see clearly, senior brother," a disciple hurriedly explained. Su Yang looked at the other handyman disciples and saw them all nodding quickly, confirming the truth of the matter. Su Yang found himself in a difficult position, but thinking of Zhao Ting, he cleared his throat and said, "You should apologize to him." What? The handyman disciples were stunned for a moment, and then they felt unconvinced. This is too unfair. However, due to Su Yang's identity, those disciples who had just been forcibly removed from their training had no choice but to swallow their anger and prepare to apologize to avoid further trouble. However, before the disciples could apologize, Su Yang's next words made everyone feel much better. "Brothers and sisters, you must have noticed that Chen Xun's mind isn't quite right, and his thinking is very different from ordinary people. I hope you all understand and just treat it as giving senior brother a face." Su Yang sighed and cupped his hands. So this madman is called Chen Xun? After Su Yang's explanation, everyone understood that Chen Xun was indeed a madman. However, they were puzzled as to how the sect could accept a madman as a disciple. Even though he was just a handyman disciple, it shouldn't be the case. "Chen Xun, we apologize to you," the disciples sighed. Chen Xun panicked, took a step back, and hurriedly cupped his hands, exclaiming, "You all are being too kind. I can't accept this." The disciples were dumbfounded. "You were the one asking for an apology, and now you're apologizing? What does this mean?" The disciples couldn't help but look at Su Yang with a mournful expression, their faces filled with the question, "Senior brother, what exactly does he want to do? This guy is really a madman." To be fair, knowing that Chen Xun was truly mad, the disciples had no anger left towards him and could understand. Su Yang also felt a bit awkward because of Chen Xun's antics. He once again cupped his hands to everyone and left the martial arena with Chen Xun without saying a word. The disciples watched Su Yang dragging Chen Xun away, their faces filled with forced smiles. They realized that with this madman Chen Xun around, the handyman peak would certainly be much livelier in the future. Chapter 24. The sect master of Daotian is actually him? Su Yang quickly brought Chen Xun to the pavilion. "Elder Qian, this is Chen Xun. Please find him a place to live and assign him a cleaning area," Su Yang said with a smile. Elder Qian Lifu immediately stood up, approached, and looked Chen Xun over, saying kindly, "Chen Xun, I am the elder in charge of the handyman peaks halfway up the mountain. You can just call me Old Qian from now on." Knowing that Chen Xun was a friend of the newly promoted purple-clad Zhao Ting, Qian Lifu didn't dare to be negligent. Even though the other party was an ordinary person without a spiritual root, Chen Xun tilted his head, surveying the interior of the pavilion, seemingly not hearing what Qian Lifu had said. Hee. Qian Lifu chuckled awkwardly. Su Yang was speechless and said, "Elder Qian, I already told you that Chen Xun is a bit crazy. You don't need to treat him like an ordinary person. Sometimes, it's really hard to communicate with him." Qian Lifu nodded. All right. Well, Su Yang let out a breath, feeling that he had completed the task given to him by Elder Shen He, and said, "You can arrange Chen Xun's matters later. I will head back to Rinxian Peak," Su Yang said as he walked towards the exit of the pavilion. Seeing this, Qian Lifu called out, "Wait." Su Yang turned around, puzzled. Qian Lifu glanced at Chen Xun, stepped forward, and pulled Su Yang aside, whispering, "Su Yang, how should I arrange for this Chen Xun?" To be honest, Qian Lifu found it hard to gauge Su Yang's attitude towards Chen Xun, which made him uncertain. Su Yang was silent for a moment, and said, "Zhao Ting should have little interaction with Chen Xun from now on." Su Yang knew well how strict the hierarchy was in the sect, and how most people's feelings were cold and indifferent. Actually, Su Yang had a good friend in the handyman peak before, and he was still there, but ever since Su Yang was promoted to the outer sect, Their interactions had become very rare. After speaking, Su Yang shook his head and left. Qian Laifu pursed his lips, watching Su Yang's departing figure. After a moment, he turned around, and his gaze towards Chen Xun lost some of its warmth. "Come in," Qian Laifu called out. Soon, a disciple entered, bowing, "Elder." Qian Laifu nodded slightly and said, "You take Chen Xun to the west. There's a grass hut there. He'll live there from now on. And then, on the way, take him to see where the dining place is so he can get familiar with the route." The disciple was taken aback, glanced at Chen Xun, and nodded in response. But he still couldn't help but ask, "Elder, aren't the disciples supposed to live together? Why does Chen Xun?" Qian Laifu shot a glance at the disciple and said, "Chen Xun is an ordinary person, not a disciple. How can he live with you?" The disciple was shocked, giving Chen Xun a deep look. "When did ordinary people get to enter the Daotian sect? All right, take Chen Xun away." Qian Laifu waved his hand, suddenly remembering something, and added, "Oh, right. The section of the mountain road from halfway up to the foot of the mountain will be assigned to Chen Xun for cleaning from now on." The disciple bowed, understood. Then he looked at Chen Xun and smiled. "Chen Xun, let's go." It was clear that Chen Xun was ignoring him, causing a pause as he looked blankly at Qian Laifu, the steward. Qian Laifu's eyes shifted, and he cleared his throat, saying, "His mind isn't quite normal. Just take him along." "Ah, yes." The disciple came to his senses, grabbed Chen Xun, and quickly headed outside. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened. On the west side of the Zeri Peak, halfway up the mountain, stood a solitary thatched cottage in the wilderness. The cottage was surrounded by weeds and trees, with only a narrow path leading out. The wilderness was silent, filled with the incessant chirping of insects that made one feel anxious. In front of the cottage, Chen Xun squatted alone, fervently flipping through a blank book. After the disciple took Chen Xun out of the attic during the day, he showed him the dining hall and cleaning areas, and finally brought him to this thatched cottage before leaving. It was still afternoon then, and after arriving here, Chen Xun did not go out again and skip dinner. In this remote wilderness, surrounded by darkness, anyone would feel abandoned by the world. Fortunately, Chen Xun felt nothing. He was immersed in his own world. Suddenly, Chen Xun yawned, put away the book, stood up, glanced around blankly, and then turned to enter the cottage. The interior of the cottage was very simple. In the dim environment, one could vaguely see a wooden bed and a set of wooden tables and chairs. Chen Xun yawned again, lay down on the bed with a slap, took down the wooden sword from behind, and fell asleep hugging it. The inner cabinet was located at the top of the Daotian Peak. Daotian Peak, aside from the Zeri Peak, the Human Xian Peak, the Earth Xian Peak, and the Heaven Xian Peak, was another mountain peak. Moreover, Daotian Peak was the core place of the Daotian sect, because on ordinary days, whenever something major happened, the high-ranking members of the Daotian sect would gather here to discuss. At this moment, in the inner cabinet, Zhao Ting stood helplessly in the center. Because there were a number of people dressed in deep purple robes sitting there, their eyes fixed on him, full of surprise and scrutiny, making Zhao Ting feel overwhelmed. To the side, Steward Xun He stood there with a low posture, and upon closer inspection, cold sweat was seeping from his forehead. Although Xun He held a not low position in the Daotian sect as an inner door steward, there was nothing he could do. All the people in front of him were core elders of the Daotian sect. Any one of them had a status that Xun He could not compare to, which could be said to be worlds apart. "Xun He, you did well. I didn't expect that this time you would bring back such an excellent disciple," said an old man with white hair and a youthful face, stroking his beard and smiling. His name was Jiang Bailu, the third elder of the Daotian sect. Xun He hurriedly knelt down and bowed, saying, "Third elder, you flatter me. This is not my merit, but a gift from heaven to our Daotian sect." Xun He, after all, was an inner door steward, speaking without leaking a word, not taking credit for himself, but attributing it to divine grace. Jiang Bailu smiled slightly, and the other elders nodded. It was evident that they were quite satisfied with Xun He's response. "Rest assured, when the sect master arrives, he will certainly reward you for this. A heavenly spiritual root. How long has it been since our Daotian sect recruited such an extraordinarily talented disciple?" said the first elder on the left, a young man with a righteous appearance, named Lu Yunjian. Xun He's body trembled heavily, extremely excited, but he dared not show it. "Zhao Ting." Lu Yunjian suddenly looked at Zhao Ting and called out with a smile. Zhao Ting's heart trembled, and he quickly bowed, respectfully saying, "Elder." At this moment, Zhao Ting only knew that the people in front of him were all elders of the Daotian sect, but did not know who was who. Lu Yunjian nodded slightly, and said, "You possess a golden attribute, heavenly spiritual root. With such qualifications, even among the purple-clad disciples, you are outstanding." Upon hearing this, the elders nodded secretly. The words of the Grand Elder were indeed true. Among the purple-clad disciples, the highest was the heavenly spiritual root. And there were also earth spiritual roots, but the lowest were all top-grade earth spiritual roots. Most importantly, Zhao Ting's heavenly spiritual root was of the golden attribute, which was currently unique in the Daotian sect. "I dare not," Zhao Ting quickly said. "I have just entered the path of immortality and know nothing about anything. I will need the guidance of the elders in the future." The elders smiled and nodded, but in each other's eyes, there was a hidden rivalry. Any purple-clad disciple would be the true disciple of the elders. However, they did not know which elder would become the true disciple of Zhao Ting. Now, the elders spoke kindly, and the atmosphere was harmonious, but this was because the sect master had not yet arrived. Once the sect master arrived, the elders would begin to compete. Chen He listened to the elders' praises of Zhao Ting, feeling envious. Zhao Ting had really taken a leap forward. However, thinking of his own contributions made him feel much better, and it was also thanks to Zhao Ting that they had mutually accomplished each other. At this moment, a figure entered the inner cabinet, walking to the hall with hands behind his back. The elders immediately stood up and bowed, saying, "Sect Master." Chen He also felt a surge of fear, lowering his head and respectfully shouting a greeting. To be honest, although he was an inner door steward, he rarely had the opportunity to meet the sect master. As for Zhao Ting, he lowered his head and became even more nervous, sweating all over. This was because the person who came was the supreme sect master of the Daotian sect. At this moment, standing above was a burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a plain robe, his black and white hair draped over his shoulders, and his eagle-like eyes exuded a fierce aura without anger. Upon seeing his appearance, it turned out to be Nangong Yao, who had appeared when Chen Xun played the guqin on the peak of Shaha outside Xia town. Unexpectedly, he was actually the sect master of the Daotian sect. Now, Chen Xun was connected to this Daotian sect in such a strange way. Chapter 25. The elders' competition. Nangong Yao glanced at Zhao Ting and then slowly sat down, saying lightly, "Elders, no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats." "Thank you, Sect Master." The elders bowed and sat down. Only Zhao Ting and Xun He remained kneeling, not daring to rise. Nangong Yao poured himself a cup of tea while saying, "I heard that we have recruited a disciple with a golden attribute, heavenly spiritual root. Is this the one?" The Grand Elder Lu Yunjian immediately smiled and said, replying to the sect master, "It is indeed this child. His name is Zhao Ting, brought in by inner door steward Chen He from the Tianqing city area." Nangong Yao nodded and looked at Chen He, saying, "Steward Chen, well done. For this, I will reward you. Currently, there is a vacancy for an inner door elder position in the Earth Xian Peak. What do you think?" The elders were secretly astonished. The sect master was directly promoting Chen He to an inner door elder. However, it was also appropriate. Not to mention that Chen He had served as an inner door steward for many years with diligence. Now he had brought in such an excellent disciple for the sect. It was a natural progression. Chen He stared wide-eyed in shock, overwhelmed by the sudden joy, feeling a bit dizzy and unable to believe it. He had thought he would receive a significant merit, but he had never imagined he would be directly promoted to an inner door elder. He had been in the Daotian sect for many years, and although he had brought in Zhao Ting this time, he had never dared to think of the position of an inner door elder. And now, Lu Yunjian looked at the dazed Chen He, frowned, and said, "Chen He, the sect master is speaking to you. Why are you in a daze?" Chen He came to his senses, and with a start, he quickly suppressed his excitement, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Thank you, sect master. Chen He will definitely serve the sect with utmost dedication until death." At this moment, Chen He did not dare to be pretentious, saying something about being unworthy of the position or anything else. When the opportunity presented itself, he had to seize it quickly. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, "All right, you can step back for now. We will arrange for an elder to visit the Earth Profound Peak regarding your promotion to inner sect elder." "Yes." Chen He bowed and withdrew. Taking a deep breath, Chen He forced himself to appear calm as he bowed and exited. However, anyone could see that he was struggling to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. "Chen He, if this elder sees correctly, you are only at the late stage of foundation establishment, right?" Lu Yunjian suddenly remarked. Chen He paused and quickly bowed, replying, "Yes." At the same time, Chen He felt a surge of anxiety in his heart. Would the promotion be delayed? After all, There were requirements for the realm of intersect elders, and they had to be at least at the core formation stage. Lu Yunjian smiled and said, "Don't panic. This elder just wants to say that you need to work hard on your cultivation in the future. Otherwise, other intersect elders won't respect you. Do you understand?" Shen He let out a slight sigh of relief and replied, "Understood." He then glanced gratefully at Zhao Ting, who was a blessing for him, and quickly left. Nangong Yao then turned to Zhao Ting, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Zhao Ting, since you have come to Daotian sect, treat the sect as your home from now on." Feeling Nangong Yao's goodwill, Zhao Ting's tension eased considerably, and he finally dared to look up at Nangong Yao, but quickly lowered his head again, respectfully replying, "Zhao Ting will remember this." Meanwhile, the elders exchanged glances, eager to make their move. Soon, the third elder, Jiang Bailu, cleared his throat, stood up, and said, "Sect Master, Zhao Ting has a reserved personality and good character. I take quite a liking to him. May I take Zhao Ting as my disciple?" The status of purple-clad disciples is high, and there's a reason for that. Behind every purple-clad disciple stands a core elder from here. Nangong Yao smiled slightly, not in a hurry to respond, knowing that the third elder was just starting the discussion. Sure enough, the next moment, another beautiful female elder stood up and cupped her hands, saying, "Sect Master, the third elder already has a purple-clad disciple. Having another one might be quite burdensome, and I currently have none under my guidance. Accepting Zhao Ting would be very suitable." Jiang Bailu's eyelids twitched as he stared at the female elder, saying, "Fourth elder you." The fourth elder, Chu Ningchong, glanced expressionlessly at Jiang Bailu, showing no signs of relenting. Though she was the fourth elder, she was in charge of the punishments in Daotian's sect. Jiang Bailu said irritably, "Fourth elder, you are already busy enough managing the sect's punishments, right? If Zhao Ting follows you, he might be neglected. If Zhao Ting's cultivation is delayed because of you, how do you plan to punish yourself?" Chu Ningchong smirked slightly and said indifferently, "That doesn't require the third elder to worry about." Jiang Bailu frowned, flicked his sleeve, and said no more. Other elders, seeing this situation, suddenly dared not speak up. It was evident that both the third and fourth elders were very eager to have Zhao Ting, but they all wanted him too. Zhao Ting had never seen such a scene and felt both scared and a bit proud. After all, the elders were fighting over him. The second elder, Lu Xianin, pondered and said, "Sect Master, how about?" Nangong Yao understood Lu Xuanin's intention and said, "All right, which elder Zhao Ting wants to take as a master? This sect will not interfere, nor will it favor anyone. Let Zhao Ting choose for himself." Upon hearing Nangong Yao's words, the elders felt relieved and immediately looked at Zhao Ting, each recommending themselves in turn, creating a very lively atmosphere. "Zhao Ting, I am the sixth elder. As long as you take me as your master, I will provide you with the best cave, treasures, and techniques. TCH, who cares about those? Zhao Ting, I have a treasure-seeking spirit pet. With it, you'll find plenty of treasures. Just take me as your master, and the pet will be yours." "Hiss, ninth elder. You really are going all out. You usually treasure that black and yellow rat like crazy, and you're actually willing to give it to Zhao Ting? It's just a treasure-seeking spirit pet. Zhao Ting, I know you have a gold attribute spiritual root, and coincidentally, I am the only artifact master in the sect. If you join my side, I will impart everything to you." "Impart everything? That might not be so good. Zhao Ting, I'll just say one thing. I also have a gold attribute spiritual root." The last sentence was said by Chu Ningchong. The elders were all talking at once, and Zhao Ting was already drenched in sweat. However, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian and the second Elder Lu Xianin did not join in the battle for disciples. The reason was that Lu Yunjian, as the Grand Elder, was busy with sect affairs, while Lu Xianin already had two purple-clad disciples under him. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "Zhao Ting, you don't need to worry about offending any elder. Their temperaments are not that small. Just follow your heart." Hearing this, Zhao Ting took a deep breath, bowed to the elders, and said with difficulty, "Zhao Ting thanks the elders for their kindness. I would like to join the fourth elder." Chapter 26, The Disappearing Breakfast. As soon as Zhao Ting's words fell, apart from the delighted Chu Ningchong, the other elders all sighed and said nothing more. In fact, Zhao Ting's choice was the right one. Any treasures or techniques offered by the elders could not compare to the fact that the fourth elder herself had a gold attribute spiritual root. "Good." Chu Ningchong waved her hand, lifting Zhao Ting into the air, and shot a provocative glance at Jiang Bailu. Jiang Bailu was speechless, shook his head, and sat down. feeling somewhat regretful but okay with it. In the hall, Nangong Yao nodded slightly. In his heart, he believed Chu Ningchong was the right choice for Zhao Ting's master, simply because their spiritual roots were identical. However, Nangong Yao did not want to directly state this. It was more appropriate for Zhao Ting to choose himself. With this in mind, Nangong Yao stood up and said, "All right, let it be so. Grand Elder, after you go down, send out invitations to the surrounding sections. In 5 days, we will hold a ceremony to officially grant Zhao Ting the title of the 15th purple-clad disciple of Daotian's sect." Yes, Lu Yunjin bowed in response. Zhao Ting was overjoyed and wanted to share this good news with Chen Xun. The next day, as dawn broke, Chen Xun woke up leisurely, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and got out of bed. He slung his wooden sword over his back, exited the grass hut, and bounced toward the dining hall through the mist like a mountain monkey, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this time, over 8,000 miscellaneous disciples were gathered in the martial arts field, a sea of people. On the platform, Chen Lifu, with his hands behind his back and a big belly protruding, stood there and was enthusiastically lecturing the disciples about something. The disciples were starving but could only hold their stomachs and endure it while listening irritably. There was no way around it. In this area halfway up the mountain, Chen Lifu had the most power. Every morning, he had to gather the disciples to speak a few words to establish his presence. At the same time, Chen Xun had followed the scent to the dining hall. Due to the large number of disciples, the dining hall was built quite large, resembling a square. Inside the dining hall, some miscellaneous disciples were in charge, as this was their job. After entering the dining hall, Chen Xun dashed toward the serving area. He took a bowl and chopsticks from the side and handed them to a serving disciple. The serving disciple was taken aback, looked at Chen Xun, and couldn't help but glance outside the dining hall, wondering if Qian Fatty had finished speaking. But no, at this moment, apart from Chen Xun, he hadn't seen any other disciples come to the dining hall. The serving disciple suspiciously took the bowl, filled it with a hearty bowl of porridge, added 2 steamed buns and some pickles, and handed it back to Chen Xun. Noticing Chen Xun's attire, the other disciple was momentarily taken aback and curiously asked, "You must be a new disciple, right? You should change your clothes after breakfast. Otherwise, if Fatty Qian sees you, he will definitely punish you." Chen Xun chuckled but did not answer. Instead, he stood and began eating. In the blink of an eye, he licked his lips and handed the empty bowl back to the serving disciple, shaking it slightly. The serving disciple, who had just put down his spoon, stared blankly at the empty bowl. "Is he done already?" The serving disciple took the bowl, refilled it with the same amount, and handed it over. Seeing Chen Xun take it, he was about to put down the spoon. However, in the next moment, he heard a series of swift sounds and looked in astonishment to see Chen Xun had already returned the bowl to him. The serving disciple was dumbfounded. Chen Xun, cheeks puffed, chewed a few times on the bun in his mouth before swallowing it and shaking the bowl to signal for more. "Junior brother, you eat faster than any senior brother I've seen," the serving disciple said, swallowing nervously. He then handed the spoon back to Chen Xun, saying, "Junior brother, you can take as much as you want. I need to go help in the kitchen with the other buckets of porridge." Chen Xun took the spoon. The serving disciple, seeing this, went toward the kitchen. Chen Xun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He simply pushed the spoon and bowl aside and lifted the entire porridge bucket. After a moment, Chen Xun rubbed his stomach, looking dissatisfied, seemingly still wanting more. However, apart from the large bucket of porridge, he had finished all the buns and pickles on the table, nothing left, completely clean. Chen Xun smacked his lips and reluctantly shook his head as he left. Shortly after Chen Xun left, the previously mentioned serving disciple and another disciple emerged from the kitchen carrying the porridge bucket. When they saw the empty table, both were dumbfounded. At that moment, a large group of miscellaneous disciples flooded into the dining hall. "Oh no, we're in trouble. There probably won't be enough breakfast today. How could this happen? Where's the porridge? Where are the buns? Where are the pickles?" One disciple said, his face pale. The serving disciple recalled Chen Xun and speculated that it must be related to him. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened, it was definitely connected. Of course, it couldn't be that everything was eaten. After all, just that bucket of porridge alone, if scooped 1 bowl per person, would be enough for hundreds. Not to mention the hundreds of missing buns and 2 large bowls of pickles. "What should we do, junior brother? If the disciples can't eat later, they will definitely report to Fatty Qian, and then we, the ones responsible for breakfast, will be punished." Sure enough, not long after, Several hundred disciples who couldn't get breakfast started arguing loudly with the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall. The dining hall disciples were overwhelmed by the sheer number of people and trembled in fear. The commotion was so loud that there was no need to report it. Qian Lifu was quickly drawn in. What is all this noise? Qian Lifu shouted as he entered the dining hall. The place immediately fell silent. After a moment, Qian Lifu understood the situation and couldn't help but show confusion in his eyes. No wonder these hundreds of disciples were causing a ruckus. This was the first time in the history of the miscellaneous peak that there wasn't enough breakfast. Qian Lifu immediately questioned, "What exactly is going on? You disciples responsible for breakfast, how could there be such a mistake today? How long have you been doing this? We have over 8,000 disciples here on the mountainside. How could you not manage this?" The group of dining hall disciples exchanged glances, all showing a bitter expression. It wasn't that they couldn't manage. They had always served this amount and had leftovers every time. Who would have expected it to be insufficient today? Finally, the disciple who had encountered Chen Xun raised his hand cautiously and said, "Elder, it's like this. Before the brothers came into the dining hall, there was a disciple who came in. After I served him 2 bowls of porridge, I went into the kitchen. And when I came out with another brother to carry more porridge, we found that the original bucket of porridge, as well as the buns and pickles, were all gone." Upon hearing this, many miscellaneous disciples looked at each other suspiciously, some even wanting to laugh. These people were just too irresponsible. If they miscalculated the food quantity, they should just admit it, yet they came up with such an absurd excuse. All the disciples had gathered at the training ground. How could anyone come alone to the dining hall for a meal? Would admitting a mistake kill them? Chapter 27. Chen Xun, you heartless one. I say, can't you people in the dining hall take some responsibility? It's one thing to apologize in front of the elder, but to dare to make up such nonsense. A disciple said angrily. The serving disciple's face turned red, and he shouted, "What I said is true." Qian Lifu's eyes flickered, and at that moment, he thought of someone and asked, "Is the disciple you mentioned wearing shabby blue clothes and carrying a broken wooden sword?" The serving disciple was thrilled and nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes, that's him." Oh, the other disciples were shocked to hear this. Someone really had come to the dining hall first? At this moment, some miscellaneous disciples in the dining hall squinted their eyes, having already guessed who Qian Lifu was talking about. It must be that madman from yesterday who disturbed their training with strange movements. Cough. I forgot to mention this when we were at the training ground. Qian Lifu coughed lightly, glancing around before speaking loudly. Let me take this opportunity to tell you that we have a mortal here at the miscellaneous peak. Not a sect disciple. His name is Chen Xun, and he currently lives in a grass hut to the west of the miscellaneous peak. He will be eating with all of you from now on. He is not very bright, so don't be too surprised when you see him. The dining hall erupted into an uproar. Not a sect disciple. A mortal. Wait, elder, are we getting the direction wrong? Even if there is a mortal who came to the dining hall first, we are discussing the issue of food quantity now, with several hundred disciples' breakfasts missing. Are you trying to shift the blame onto that mortal? How shameless. One disciple spat at the serving disciples. Exactly. Are you saying that the missing breakfast for those hundreds of disciples were all eaten by that mortal? Even if he were a pig, he couldn't eat that much. Another disciple said sarcastically. The serving disciple's face turned crimson, and he shouted, "I didn't say he ate it. I just suspect he is involved. Otherwise, how could an entire bucket of porridge, hundreds of buns, and 2 bowls of pickles just disappear? Then why don't you ask yourselves where it went? Are you implying that Chen Xun moved all that food somewhere?" A disciple retorted sharply. "A whole bucket of hot porridge is heavy. He needed another disciple to carry it with him. Besides, I saw that the pots and bowls were completely clean. They didn't look like they had held food before. If they had, there wouldn't have been a single crumb left." Another disciple pointed out. The serving disciple was left speechless, unsure how to respond. A large bucket of hot porridge was heavy. He had to carry it with another disciple. "All right." Qian Lifu waved his hand and said, "You all go cook another bucket of porridge and steam some buns. Let the disciples who haven't eaten get their meals first." Yes. The dining hall disciples reluctantly agreed and gradually returned to the kitchen. Qian Lifu's eyes flickered again as he instructed, "Go bring Chen Xun here." Yes. The disciple who followed Qian Lifu responded and quickly left. He was the one who had guided Chen Xun yesterday. Qian Lifu looked at everyone and said, "All right. You all sit down and wait for the meal. Chen Xun will be here soon. Later, I'll ask him what exactly is going on." However, Qian Lifu didn't hold out much hope, estimating that he wouldn't be able to get much information. At the foot of the Xiu Peak, Chen Xun was meticulously sweeping the ground with a broom, and his expression was extremely serious. Chen brother, Chen brother. At that moment, Zhao Ting waved his hand and ran over from a distance. By the time he reached Chen Xun, he was already drenched in sweat, bent over with his hands on his knees, panting and laughing. Phew, Chen brother, I have good news for you. I've become a disciple of Elder C. And in a few days, there will be a ceremony for the promotion to purple-clad disciple. Isn't that glorious? Chen Xun tilted his head and smiled. Hee, congratulations. Zhao Ting felt delighted. Although Chen Xun seemed a bit crazy, at least he still recognized him. Hey, Chen brother, don't sweep for now. Zhao Ting pulled Chen Xun over and sat down on the side of the mountain path, saying, Chen brother, do you know who my master, Elder C, is? He is the elder in charge of all the punishments in the sect. From now on, I'll protect you. Seeing Chen Xun shake his head and grin foolishly, Zhao Ting wasn't sure if he understood and could only give up. However, looking at Chen Xun's condition and recalling their first meeting in Tianqing City, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Why did such a good person suddenly become like this? Zhao Ting pursed his lips and said, Chen brother, how about I let my master take a look at you? Life is long, and I really can't bear to see you like this all the time. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Zhao Ting subconsciously wanted to get close to Chen Xun. Moreover, for Zhao Ting, who had just arrived at the Daotian sect, Chen Xun was the only familiar person he had. I'll take it that you agree, Chen brother. Right now, I'm not a purple-clad disciple yet, but once I'm promoted in a few days, I'll take you to see my master, Zhao Ting said earnestly, noticing Chen Xun's strange behavior. Zhao Ting couldn't help but look at the wooden sword that Chen Xun was carrying. Curiously, he reached out and asked, by the way, Chen brother, why do you always carry this wooden sword? I've been curious since the first day we met. Just as Zhao Ting was about to grasp the hilt, Chen Xun suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Zhao Ting's wrist. Zhao Ting's expression changed, feeling a terrifying force gripping his wrist, making it hard to move. Fortunately, Zhao Ting was just an ordinary person and didn't think too much of it, only believing that Chen Xun was simply strong. With his wrist in pain from Chen Xun's grip, Zhao Ting awkwardly said, Chen brother, I won't look at it anymore. I was rude without your permission. Chen Xun laughed wildly and let go. Zhao Ting quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his reddened wrist, and sighed. I didn't expect Chen brother to be so strong. Little did they know, if anyone else had touched that wooden sword without Chen Xun's consent, the consequences would not be as simple as just a painful grip. After some more chatting, mostly Zhao Ting talking to himself, he eventually left. Not long after Zhao Ting left, a disciple sent by Qian Lifu arrived and, without saying a word, pulled Chen Xun up the mountain. In the dining hall, the group of disciples who had never seen Chen Xun curiously sized him up. Those who had interacted with him yesterday squinted their eyes, as they had been forced to apologize to Chen Xun by an outer sect disciple the day before. Yes, that's him. The meal-serving disciple immediately said upon seeing Chen Xun. Qian Lifu nodded and looked at Chen Xun, pointing to the table, and asked, Chen Xun, when you were here before, did you see a big pot of porridge and those steamed buns on the food table? Hearing this, the other disciples stared closely at Chen Xun, eager to find out if the dining hall's portion was indeed insufficient. Chen Xun pouted, looked at the food table blankly, and shook his head, grinning foolishly. However, this action was interpreted completely differently by everyone watching. Everyone's expressions suddenly became serious. Does this mean Chen Xun didn't see it? So they were saying that the dining hall didn't prepare enough food and wanted to pin the blame on a madman. Qian Lifu's eyes narrowed as he looked at the disciples responsible for breakfast in the dining hall and said in a deep voice, I am truly disappointed in you. A small matter like this could have been easily admitted, yet you tried to pin the blame on an ordinary person with a poor mind? The disciple who had served Chen Xun previously lost his mind, trembling as he pointed at Chen Xun with a spoon, his eyes turning red as he shouted, Chen Xun, you heartless guy. Chapter 28. The day of promotion to purple-clad disciple. The meal-serving disciple's unwilling shout shocked everyone. Seeing him turn red and furious as he raised the spoon to strike Chen Xun, Qian Lifu's gaze sharpened, and he quickly shouted to stop him. The meal-serving disciple's action froze, and he glared at Chen Xun with resentment before letting his hand drop weakly. Qian Lifu glanced at the disciples responsible for breakfast with a cold expression, saying, Humph, for today's matter. Each of you will lose 3 contribution points to let you remember this lesson. After saying this, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The disciples in the dining hall turned pale, feeling defeated. Hee, I ate it. Chen Xun suddenly scratched his head and said. Instantly, countless disciples' gazes focused on Chen Xun, their eyes flickering. The meal-serving disciple exclaimed in delight, shouting, Elder, did you hear that? Chen Xun admitted he ate it. The meal-serving disciple looked at Chen Xun, their expressions softening, indicating that they considered him to have a conscience. Qian Laifu turned around, looking at Chen Xun suspiciously before saying, Chen Xun, you're quite kind. These disciples wanted to blame you, yet you still defended them. But I want to believe you. You say you ate the meals meant for hundreds of disciples? That is ridiculous. Many other disciples nodded, looking at Chen Xun with milder expressions. Although Chen Xun seemed mentally unstable, he was a good person. The meal-serving disciple suddenly looked dejected. To be honest, even he didn't believe that Chen Xun could eat that much, feeling like he was dreaming. How could all that food just disappear? However, this misunderstanding was quickly resolved during lunch, because Chen Xun truly could eat. The other disciples watched in astonishment as Chen Xun devoured food like a whirlwind, consuming the equivalent of dozens of disciples' meals, and in the end, they even saw him still wanting more. If there had been more food prepared, Chen Xun probably could have eaten even more. The disciples looked at Chen Xun's stomach with fear, wondering how someone could eat so much without any sign of being full, puzzled about where all the food went. It didn't make sense. After learning the truth, the disciples responsible for breakfast immediately cried and rushed to find Qian Laifu. After Qian Laifu learned the truth, he was stunned for a moment, then returned the contribution points that had been deducted from those disciples. In the end, Qian Laifu specifically instructed the dining hall to prepare larger portions for every meal in the future. Thus, the disciples all learned that there was a very gluttonous madman at their half-mountain residence. In the following days, Chen Xun repeated the same routine every day, eating in the dining hall, sleeping in a thatched hut, and sweeping the mountain path. It was quite leisurely. Many of the disciples secretly envied Chen Xun for his carefree lifestyle of eating and sleeping, feeling it was a wonderful way to live. During this period, the ceremony for conferring the title of Purple-Robe Disciple was spreading throughout the Daotian sect. The disciples of the Servant Peak also learned of this news, hearing that it was a newly joined disciple with a gold elemental spiritual root. This left the servant disciples both shocked and yearning. Upon entering the sect, they were assigned to the Servant Peak, with those lucky enough to break through their realms possibly advancing to the outer sect someday, while those less fortunate might not be able to break through at all and would have to leave the sect after some years. Just look at this person. Entering the sect, they immediately became a purple-robe disciple. It truly is hard to compare people. For the disciples of the Servant Peak, purple-robe disciples are like the moon. While they are merely frogs in a well, and even just catching a glimpse of them is already a great honor. But to be honest, they don't even have the chance to see them. The purple-robe disciple conferment ceremony is not an event that servant disciples can attend. Time flew by, and the day of the conferment ceremony arrived. Today, the Daotian sect was bustling with excitement, a stark contrast to its usual solemnity. At the peaks, huge colorful banners were hung, fluttering in the wind. At the same time, lights streaked across the sky, entering the immortal mountain where the Daotian sect is located. These were the various sects and powers carrying invitation cards to congratulate the ceremony. Logically speaking, disciples with such a spiritual root should be kept under wraps. As their essay saying that goes, talents that cannot grow healthily are all classified as waste. However, sects like Daotian, which are among the top in the northern Su realm, have no such concerns. Large sects do not hide talented disciples. Instead, they announce them widely. First, it enhances the sect's prestige. Second, it makes disciples feel the sect's importance towards them from the bottom of their hearts. After many sects submitted their invitation cards at the mountain gate, they were led by the disciples of the Daotian sect towards Tianxian Peak. The invitation clearly stated that the conferring of the Purple Robe Disciple would take place at the martial arena on Tianxian Peak. During this time, many disciples from the human and earth peaks were also fortunate enough to ascend Tianxian Peak to witness the conferment ceremony. Today, everyone in the Daotian sect was quite busy, except for the Servant Peak, which was under a prohibition. During the ceremony, all servant disciples were not allowed to descend the mountain. The humble and lowly status of the servant disciples could thus be seen. Dong, 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 dong. A series of heavy and solemn bells rang out from Tianxian Peak, reaching the Servant Peak, causing countless servant disciples to look towards that direction. Although they couldn't see anything, they all understood that the ceremony for conferring the Purple Robe Disciple was about to begin. How enviable! Advancing to purple robe is like stepping into the sky in one leap. When will we, the ants, be able to turn the tide? I only know that instead of lamenting your time, you might as well work hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, turning the tide might be out of reach. Purple robe? Joining the human peak is a dream that I can hardly touch in my lifetime. Sigh. Ha ha ha. You all are thinking too far ahead. For now, let us try to leave this halfway up the mountain first. The conferment ceremony must be very grand and spectacular, but unfortunately, we have no chance to observe it. The servant disciples express their feelings on the spot, feeling dejected while also unable to suppress their disappointment. A few days ago, the 4 youths who came with Yu Zheng from Tianqing City also had extremely complicated expressions. Humph, are you all so idle? At this moment, Chen Lifu appeared, holding his big belly and scolding. The disciples were startled, bowed slightly, and hurriedly fled to do their own things. Humph. Chen Lifu felt unhappy because he could only stay at the servant peak, watching the servant disciples. He also wanted to go to the scene. Most importantly, that was Tianqin Peak, which Chen Lifu had never been to in his life. Sigh. Chen Lifu sighed, remembering something, and couldn't he help but look towards the west. He recalled Su Yang saying that Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, which was a pity. In his opinion, although it hadn't been many days, Zhao Ting had probably already forgotten Chen Xun's existence. Chapter 29. The ceremony begins. Chen Xun ascends the mountain. It's so noisy. Chen Xun was originally preparing to sleep in the thatched cottage, but he was somewhat annoyed by the heavy and solemn bell sounds. Chen Xun suddenly got out of bed, rushed out of the thatched cottage, and angrily glanced in the direction of the bell sounds before running down the servant peak. Some disciples saw Chen Xun heading down the mountain, but didn't think much of it, only assuming he was going to sweep the ground, as everyone knew that the path from the foot of the mountain to halfway up was cleaned by Chen Xun. Chen Xun sprinted all the way and soon arrived at the foot of Tianqin Peak. Stop! Who are you? 2 guarding disciples blocked Chen Xun's path and shouted. The 2 disciples glared at Chen Xun unfriendly, already in a bad mood because they couldn't go watch the conferment ceremony due to their duty. At the same time, the 2 disciples noticed Chen Xun's attire. Their hearts sank, and their expressions turned doubtful. This outfit isn't from our Daotian sect, right? What is going on? Chen Xun crossed his arms and tilted his chin, but instead of his usual crazy smile, he had a displeased expression and said, Hey, it's so noisy up here. It's so loud that I can't sleep, you know? The 2 disciples were stunned. What? One of the disciples even scratched his ear, uncertain, and said, Did you just say it's noisy on Tianqin Peak? Yes. Chen Xun nodded seriously. The 2 disciples exchanged a glance, unable to hold back their laughter, and quickly covered their mouths. Then, the 2 disciples carefully scrutinized Chen Xun, slowly circulating their spiritual power, preparing to subdue this audacious person first. Chen Xun seemed to sense something and shook his head, saying, Hey. You guys aren't going to make a move against me, are you? The 2 disciples paused, then their expressions hardened, exchanging glances before suddenly attacking. The next moment, Chen Xun flashed behind the 2 of them and delivered 2 quick and accurate hand strikes to their necks. The 2 disciples rolled their eyes and fell forward. Chen Xun looked at the 2 unconscious disciples lying on the ground, patted his chest with lingering fear, and said with a terrified expression, Phew. Luckily I know a bit of martial arts. I almost fell into your hands. If the 2 unconscious disciples knew about Chen Xun's current behavior, they would surely shout in anger, What the heck? Who beat up who? And you're here feeling scared? After taking down the 2 obstructive guarding disciples, Chen Xun hummed a tune and swayed his head as he ascended Tianqin Peak, a mountain that servant disciples and even the servant peak's steward could never set foot on in their lifetime. On the mountain road, Chen Xun hummed a little tune, seeming to come alive, flipping through that wordless book without any delay, his eyes filled with fervor. Hee, I really am invincible. Those 2 strikes just now took them down. Good book. At Tianqin Peak, at the martial arena, the arena was filled with figures. Behind the martial arena stood more than 2,000 outer sect disciples of the Daotian sect. In front of the outer sect disciples stood the stewards and elders of the outer sect. In the middle of the martial arena stood more than 500 inner sect disciples of the Daotian sect. In front of the inner sect disciples stood the stewards and elders of the inner sect. Among them was Shun He. On both sides of the martial arena sat the various invited sects, all observing the disciples and stewards of the Daotian sect, their hearts somewhat stirred. From the perspective of the major sects, The Daotian sect is indeed one of the top sects in the Northern Sioux realm, with overall strength ranking at the upper tier of the Northern Sioux. Upon reading this, various sects and powers simultaneously turned their gazes toward the figures at the front of the martial arena, their eyes flickering with envy and some other unknown emotions. Meanwhile, many disciples and elders from both the outer and inner sects were also intently watching the few figures at the front of the martial arena, their eyes filled with reverence. For those figures were the face of their Daotian sect, 14 exceptionally talented purple-clad disciples, along with 9 core elders. The 14 purple-clad disciples stood quietly behind the 9 core elders, receiving the attention of many, basking in the glory of the moment. Of course, today's main character was not them, but rather the newly initiated junior brother, Zhaoting. However, at this moment, junior brother Zhaoting had not yet appeared. He would come later with the sect leader. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed, and Nangong Yao and Zhaoting entered the martial arena one after the other. In an instant, countless gazes were cast upon Zhaoting, who was following Nangong Yao. Many disciples and elders of the Daotian sect looked at Zhaoting in awe. Is this the newly promoted purple-clad disciple? Zhaoting, who was bowing his head and moving forward, had never encountered such a scene before, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He had seen the sect leader. Many disciples and elders immediately bowed and respectfully called out. After sizing up Zhaoting, representatives from various sects also stood up, cupping their hands towards Nangong Yao, greeting and complimenting him. Sect leader Nangong, it has been 10 years since we last met. And looking at you now, your demeanor surpasses the past. Sect leader Nangong, your Daotian sect has gained another spiritual root disciple today, truly envious of this old one. It is indeed a blessing for the Daotian sect. Previously, I often heard that the Daotian sect is a top sect in the North Xian cultivation world, and indeed, seeing is better than hearing. My own immortal pavilion is not even close to the Daotian sect. Nangong Yao stepped forward, smiled slightly, and cupped his hands towards the various sects. You all flatter my Daotian sect. It is an honor for our sect to have you all attend the purple-clad ceremony. Although these sects were not as powerful as the Daotian sect, when combined, they formed a formidable force, and Nangong Yao, as the host and sect leader, certainly would not underestimate them. Not at all. Sect leader Nangong is too humble. To witness the conferring of the purple robes is indeed a delightful occasion. A representative from one of the sects smiled. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and gestured. Please, everyone, take your seats. After all the sect representatives were seated, Nangong Yao glanced at Zhaoting and then calmly said, Zhaoting, step forward. Zhaoting was startled and hurriedly stepped forward, kneeling on the prepared mat. Nangong Yao nodded and declared, the purple robe conferral ceremony begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples surrounding the martial arena began to beat the drums vigorously. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the thunderous drumbeat, the Grand Elder Lu Yunjian stepped out from the core elder group and walked to Zhaoting's front, gently raising his hand. Several disciples held up trays high above their heads and bowed as they entered, coming to stand behind Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian looked up, surveyed the entire crowd, and proclaimed in a loud voice, Disciple Zhaoting, with outstanding talent, possesses a golden spiritual root. This elder, following the sect leader's directive, hereby confers Zhaoting as the 15th purple-clad disciple of our Daotian sect. Today, let it be witnessed. Clap, 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 clap. A wave of applause erupted in the martial arena. At that moment, Zhaoting's mind was blank, his whole body felt numb. He couldn't explain the feeling, but he loved it. Zhaoting, this is the heavenly purple Xian Luo treasure robe, a magical item. Its effects you will perceive on your own in the future. Lu Yunjian said as he took the purple robe from the tray held by the disciples and handed it to Zhaoting. Zhaoting quickly received it. It felt cold and smooth in his hands, with a delicate texture that made him reluctant to let go. Lu Yunjian nodded, continuing to take out items from the tray and handed them to Zhaoting. This is the identity token of the purple-clad disciple, the complete Daotian scripture, and the sword of the purple-clad disciple. Under the envious and admiring gazes, Zhaoting trembled as he received these valuable items one by one. Feeling valued, he fervently declared, Disciple Zhaoting is grateful for the sect's cultivation. From now on, all my interests will prioritize the sect. Born as a disciple of the sect, I will die as the soul of the sect. If the sect does not abandon me, Zhaoting will surely stick by it, through life and death. Zhaoting's heartfelt words made everyone present nod in agreement, secretly marveling at his character. Zhao Ting was indeed a person of sentiment, knowing how to be grateful. Such a person usually falls into two extremes, either extremely evil or extremely good, and it was evident that Zhao Ting belonged to the latter. Good, Nangong Yao said with a smile, then continued. Now that you have been conferred the purple robe, it's time for you to pay your respects to your master. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjian bowed and looked to the fourth elder among the core elders, Chu Ningchong, saying, Fourth elder, it is time for you to come out and accept your disciple. At this, many disciples were secretly astonished. Goodness, Zhao Ting is actually going to be the true disciple of the fourth elder. The fourth elder is the punishment elder, and Zhao Ting is already a purple-clad disciple. With the fourth elder backing him, won't he truly be able to walk freely in the sect from now on? The disciples were envious to the core. At this moment, the drumbeat continued to resound. Chu Ningchong smiled and nodded, stepping out from the core elder group to stand in front of Zhao Ting. Just as the master-disciple ceremony was about to commence, a sudden voice abruptly rang out in the martial arena. It's so noisy. Can you let me sleep in peace? The drumming stopped abruptly. In an instant, the smiles on countless faces froze. The martial arena fell silent. The faces of the outer and inner sect disciples and elders turned ugly, not to mention them. Even Lu Yunjian and the other core elders had somber expressions. Today's conferral ceremony was being watched by so many sects, and such a thing happened. Indeed, one could see the strange expressions on the faces of those from various sections. Consequently, everyone in the martial arena turned their attention toward the source of the sound. And upon seeing the young scholar in green standing with hands on his hips outside the martial arena, everyone's eyes went wide. Who is this person? However, some people's expressions became particularly interesting. For example, Shun He and the outer sect disciples like Su Yang, who had brought Chen Xun back to the sect. Zhao Ting, snapping out of his daze, felt as if the sky had fallen, and his face turned pale with fright. Chen brother. Chapter 30. Nangong Yao's excitement. Shun He and Su Yang and others regained their composure, their hearts turbulent, their pupils constricting as they looked at Chen Xun. Wasn't Chen Xun supposed to be placed at the miscellaneous peak? How could he appear at the Tianxian peak? Moreover, it was on such an important day. Gradually, Shun He's body began to tremble faintly, out of panic, because Chen Xun was the one he had unilaterally promised to bring back for Zhao Ting. And now Chen Xun suddenly appeared at the conferral ceremony to cause trouble. He feared he would be implicated. The martial arena was extremely quiet at this moment. Thousands of gazes focused on Chen Xun, various eyes flickering. Zhao Ting suddenly stood up from the mat, wanting to walk towards Chen Xun. This action startled Shen He, who quickly transmitted, Zhao Ting, don't go over there. Zhao Ting paused. Upon hearing that familiar voice in his mind, he immediately thought of Shun He. Shun He continued to urgently transmit, trembling, Zhao Ting, today is your day of being conferred the purple robe and paying respects to the fourth elder. This place is not only gathering all the disciples and elders of the sect, but the sect leader is also present. Most importantly, various sects are watching. If you make a mistake and cause the Daotian sect to lose face, you will definitely face severe punishment. It's not worth it for that crazy friend of yours. Zhao Ting was momentarily stunned, his heart racing even more violently, and for a moment, his palms were sweating anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, no one noticed that the sect master, Nangong Yao, was staring in shock at Chen Xun, his eyes filled with surprise and delight. Senior? Right. Isn't it much quieter now? All right, I'm going back to sleep. You all keep this quiet, ha ha ha. Chen Xun laughed wildly, and, amidst countless astonished and strange gazes, turned around and began to head down the mountain, swaying his head. Stop. Finally, Lu Yunjian spoke coldly. Chen Xun paused his steps and turned around, looking curiously at Lu Yunjian. Lu Yunjian tilted his head, glanced at the outer sect camp, and said lightly, if this elder remembers correctly, the area under Tianxian Peak is guarded by outer sect disciples, right? As soon as the words fell, the outer sect disciples and elders trembled in fear and immediately knelt down. The elder in charge of the outer sect, Su Ansong, replied nervously, yes, it is guarded by my outer sect disciples. Lu Yunjian snorted coldly, pointing at Chen Xun, and asked, then tell this elder, how did this person get up here? Su Ansong's face turned pale, stammering, this. Lu Yunjian suddenly shouted, do you know what day it is today? This elder will punish you properly later. Su Ansong's scalp tingled, his whole body trembling, not knowing what to say. but he secretly hated the elders and disciples beneath him. If this elder in charge of the outer sect was punished, then the outer sect disciples and elders below would also have a hard time. More importantly, today, in front of so many people, being reprimanded by the elder would make Su Onsong lose all his face. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Chen Xun with even more confusion. As his attire clearly did not belong to any disciple of Dao Tian's sect, how did he manage to sneak into Dao Tian's sect? Su Onsong sensed Lu Yunjian's gaze and immediately took a deep breath, knowing it had to be resolved immediately. So he shouted, "This child trespassed and disrupted the ceremony, showing no rules or discipline. Come, kill this child on the spot." Yes. Immediately, an outer sect steward behind Su Onsong responded, quickly stood up, drew his sword, and charged towards Chen Xun with a fierce look in his eyes, wanting to kill him with one sword strike. Seeing this, Chen Xun just laughed and seemed not to notice the approaching danger. Zhao Ting suddenly panicked, cold sweat pouring down. Seeing this, Shen He quickly sent a voice transmission to dissuade him. "Zhao Ting, Chen Xun does not know the rules and has caused trouble. You have just been promoted to the purple robe, do not get involved." Although purple robe disciples hold a very high status in Dao Tian's sect, Shen He knew that in such a situation, it was not the time for purple robe disciples to speak. If Zhao Ting spoke out to stop it, it would be equivalent to ruining himself. Zhao Ting's eyes turned anxiously, realizing the seriousness of the consequences, but at this moment, he couldn't care less. Zhao Ting could not bear to watch Chen Xun die just like that. It was he who brought Chen Xun to Dao Tian's sect. It hadn't been long. And if something happened to Chen Xun here, Zhao Ting would feel guilty for a lifetime. Thinking of this, Zhao Ting's eyes firmed, he gathered his courage, and shouted tremblingly, "Spare him under the sword." Shen He's scalp tingled, feeling increasingly nervous, sighing inwardly. Thinking it was over, he couldn't escape the entanglement either. The outer sect steward, who was just a few zhang away from Chen Xun, suddenly halted, turning his head in disbelief towards Zhao Ting's direction. At the same time, the martial arena became even quieter. The disciples looked at this scene in shock, feeling confused. Many sect factions were astonished, thinking this trip to Dao Tian's sect was not in vain, with excitement happening one after another. The core elders, including Lu Yunjian, also looked at Zhao Ting, their eyes flickering. "Zhao Ting, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yunjian's tone was somewhat cold. Zhao Ting lowered his head in fear and said, reporting to the elder, "This person's name is Chen Xun, a common friend of Zhao Ting. His mind is different from ordinary people. I hope you can spare his life." A common friend? How can a common friend be in Dao Tian's sect? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Shen He, knowing he couldn't escape, quickly stepped out of the line and knelt down, trembling as he said, reporting to the elder, "Chen Xun is an ordinary person without a spiritual root." Shen He took the liberty to agree to Zhao Ting's request and brought him back to the sect, placing him on the miscellaneous peak. Shen He originally intended to report this matter after the ceremony, but unexpectedly, this incident occurred suddenly. Shen He asks for forgiveness. Lu Yunjian noticed the strange glances from the surrounding sect factions, and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This was simply a joke. Lu Yunjian knew that he couldn't let this continue, to avoid more unexpected situations. As for how to deal with these people, it would have to wait until after the apprenticeship ceremony. Just as Lu Yunjian was about to say something, the previously silent Nangong Yao spoke. "All right, this matter ends here. Let the apprenticeship ceremony continue." Everyone saw that the sect master's expression showed no sign of anger, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Ha ha ha." Chen Xun laughed wickedly, turned around with his hands behind his back, and bounced down the mountain. Lu Yunjian ordered, "Don't let this person escape. Capture him first, and we'll sort it out later." "Ah, yes." The outer sect steward immediately chased after Chen Xun upon hearing this. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder, our sect said this matter ends here. Did you not hear?" As soon as the sect master spoke, the outer sect steward's legs went weak, and he dared not move. Lu Yunjian, hearing Nangong Yao's tone, also trembled in his heart and hurriedly bowed. "Yes, sect master." Not only Lu Yunjian, but at this moment, all the disciples and elders in the martial arena, including various sect factions, were a bit dazed. "All right, let's continue the apprenticeship ceremony. There's no need to beat the drum." Nangong Yao waved his hand. "Yes." Then, the apprenticeship ceremony continued. The elders and the heads of various sect factions congratulated Zhao Ting, saying encouraging words. Throughout the process, only Nangong Yao seemed distracted, occasionally glancing towards the direction Chen Xun had left. Nangong Yao was certain that this was the senior he had encountered at the top of the small river peak. He never expected that he would come to his Daotian sect. However, he didn't know why that senior seemed to have changed completely. Right. He had just heard something about having a mind different from ordinary people. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the senior was experiencing life in a way he didn't understand? Although Nangong Yao maintained a calm exterior, he was extremely excited inside. He had almost been unable to resist approaching to greet him earlier, but thinking of the crowd in the martial arena, and most importantly, the various sect factions present, he refrained from doing so. Nangong Yao understood that doing so would only bring unnecessary trouble to the senior. That day at the top of the small river peak, the senior had left without a word, and Nangong Yao had regretted it for a long time. But now, the senior was in his sect, and Nangong Yao secretly made up his mind to seize this opportunity no matter what. Chapter 31. The terrified steward Qian. After the ceremony ended, Zhao Ting successfully became a purple-robed disciple and a true disciple of the fourth elder, Chu Ningchang. Once everything was settled, except for the purple-robed disciples, disciples from each peak gradually left the martial arena, heading down to Tianxian Peak. It could be seen that the outer sect disciples, stewards, and elders were terrified because the elder in charge, Su Onsong, had a very bad expression, and they would surely face punishment upon returning. When they reached the foot of Tianxian Peak and saw two mountain-guarding disciples lying on the ground sleeping soundly, the outer sect disciples and elders were dumbfounded. They had the audacity to slack off at such an important time. No wonder a commoner managed to sneak up the mountain. Upon seeing Su Onsong's gloomy face, someone hurriedly stepped forward to wake the two disciples. Su Onsong erupted on the spot, his anger soaring. "Bind these two beasts and bring them back to me." The two disciples were still in a daze when, in an instant, their faces turned pale, and they were tied up in fear. Not understanding what had happened after Chen Xun knocked them out, Nangong Yao chatted with the various sects for a while, and then personally escorted the core elders of each sect out of the mountain gate. At the gate of the Daotian sect, two guarding disciples knelt on the ground, trembling. "Nangong sect master, please come to my pavilion when you have time." "Nangong sect master, then we shall take our leave." "Nangong sect master, esteemed elders, please stay." Nangong Yao smiled and cupped his hands. "Then this sect will escort you to here." Afterward, Nangong Yao and the elders smiled and watched the various sects leave. Once they were gone, Nangong Yao and the elders' smiles slowly faded. "Sect master, is the matter of the martial arts arena today settled?" Lu Yunjian asked after pondering for a moment, uncertain. Although the sect master had said to leave it at that, it was during a ceremony, and the circumstances were different, so Lu Yunjian felt unsure. The other elders also looked at Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao nodded and said lightly, "Yes. This sect has already made it clear during the martial arts arena event. You elders can go back to your business." After saying this, Nangong Yao entered the mountain gate. The elders hurriedly bowed to see him off and only straightened up after he was out of sight. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions unclear. They all felt that the sect master seemed a bit off. However, no elder dared to say anything. No one would discuss the sect master Nangong Yao behind his back. The elders shook their heads and gradually entered the mountain gate, disappearing from view. However, the events that occurred in the martial arts arena today were deeply etched in the hearts of the elders. As for Chen Xun, he had only arrived at the Daotian sect a few days ago, yet now the entire Daotian sect, from the upper echelons to the disciples, was aware of him. After the ceremony to confer the purple robe ended, news of Chen Xun causing a disturbance at the top of Tianxian Peak quickly spread to the outer disciple peak. In an instant, the outer disciple peak erupted in chaos. Qian Laifu, who was usually full of vigor, was so frightened that he lost his composure and immediately ordered his disciples to bring Chen Xun from the grass hut in the west. At the same time, Nangong Yao arrived at the foot of the outer disciple peak. He looked up at the peak, unable to help but feel emotional. This was his first time at the outer disciple peak. If it weren't for the seniors here, Nangong Yao, as the sect master, would never appear in such a place. Strictly speaking, outer disciples were not considered disciples of the Daotian sect. Every year, many outer disciples left, and only those who broke through to the third layer of qi refinement could be promoted to the outer gate. Only then would they truly be considered disciples of the Daotian sect. Huff! Nangong Yao exhaled, tidied up his nervous and expectant emotions, then soared into the air and flew up the mountain. When the two outer disciples arrived at the west side and entered the grass hut, they found Chen Xun lying on the bed, fast asleep. The two outer disciples exchanged glances, sighed helplessly, but their eyes were filled with deep admiration. This Chen Xun, as a mere mortal, ascended to Tianxian Peak, disrupted the order in front of various big shots, and most importantly, managed to escape unscathed. He was truly impressive. For them, just ascending to Tianxian Peak was something they wouldn't dare to even dream of. Chen Xun, wake up. The steward is calling for you. One disciple stepped forward and shook Chen Xun. Chen Xun slowly woke up, mumbling, I was sleeping, what's going on? The two disciples were momentarily taken aback and had no choice but to help him up. The steward's order must be obeyed. Chen Xun was lifted by the two disciples and taken out of the grass hut. Chen Xun, however, felt quite good, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and cheerfully said, ha ha ha, not bad, not bad, let's go, fun, fun. The faces of the two disciples darkened. They felt like Chen Xun was treating them like horses. Then, the two disciples carried Chen Xun towards the pavilion, but they encountered a middle-aged man halfway there. The middle-aged man was, of course, Nangong Yao. When Nangong Yao saw Chen Xun, he was initially pleased, but seeing him being carried by two outer disciples, his eyes narrowed. And he said, stop. Huh. The two disciples noticed Nangong Yao and couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. However, they felt that he was not an ordinary person. Could he be a steward from the outer or inner gate? But that didn't seem right. Stewards from the outer or inner gates had specific attire. But this middle-aged man definitely held some status in the sect. May I ask who you are? One disciple bowed and asked cautiously. Nangong Yao leaned in, carefully sizing up Chen Xun, then said, where are you taking him? The disciple respectfully replied, back to the steward. This guy Chen Xun caused a big trouble. Steward Qian ordered us to bring him back. As for what will happen when we get back, it must be a lesson. Nangong Yao nodded slightly and said, okay, I will accompany you. Huh. The two disciples were bewildered but didn't dare to say anything. Thus, Chen Xun was comfortably carried along, with Nangong Yao following behind with his hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the pavilion. However, Nangong Yao's gaze remained fixed on Chen Xun, his expression revealing deep contemplation. Upon arriving at the outer disciple area, when the disciples saw Chen Xun being carried over, they began discussing among themselves, all expressing admiration and shock. Meanwhile, Nangong Yao, who followed behind, was overlooked by the disciples since they had never seen him before. Steward, Chen Xun has been brought here. Soon, Chen Xun was brought into the pavilion, and Nangong Yao followed in as well. Qian Laifu, who was pacing back and forth anxiously, took a deep breath, suddenly turned his head, looked at Chen Xun, and shouted angrily, Chen Xun, do you know what a huge trouble you've caused? If I, the steward, get punished by the higher-ups, you will definitely not be spared. But halfway through his shout, Qian Laifu saw Nangong Yao standing quietly behind him, watching him. Qian Laifu first looked at Nangong Yao in confusion, but then his pupils slowly contracted, his eyes filled with extreme disbelief. Finally, his plump body softened, and with a thud, he knelt down. Trembling, small person pays respects to the sect master. What? Sect master? The two outer disciples' faces turned ashen, and they fell to their knees with a thud, their heads knocking on the ground, trembling and blanking out. Chapter 32. The senior is just playing in the mortal realm. Qian Laifu's mind was in a state of confusion. Chen Xun was just a madman, so why was the sect master referring to him as a senior? As for the two disciples, their heads had been blank from the beginning, and they hadn't absorbed anything. Qian Laifu felt a surge of panic and instinctively wanted to explain. However, before he could speak, Nangong Yao coldly said, this is simply outrageous. Qian Laifu was startled and immediately bowed repeatedly, saying, Sect master, please spare me. Please spare me. Nangong Yao glanced at Qian Laifu with a blank expression, then turned to Chen Xun and bowed, saying, Senior, how do you wish to handle this? Hearing this, Qian Laifu was immediately alarmed. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand where he had gone wrong. Chen Xun was indeed just a madman, without a doubt. However, Qian Laifu couldn't afford to think too deeply about it, as his life was in Chen Xun's hands. Chen Xun chuckled and yawned, saying, I haven't slept enough yet. Nangong Yao forced a smile and then looked at Qian Laifu, saying, since the senior wants to rest, you should take me to see where the senior lives. When Qian Laifu heard this, he initially breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Nangong Yao say he wanted to see Chen Xun's residence, his heart sank again. It's over, my life is probably not going to be spared. Although he didn't know what was going on, It was clear what Chen Xun's status was in the sect master's heart. If the sect master saw that Chen Xun lived in a dilapidated grass hut in the remote west, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, sect master. I will take you to the residence of Senior Chen right away, Qian Laifu said respectfully, already feeling hopeless and adopting an attitude of facing death with courage. Qian Laifu initially thought of taking Nangong Yao and Chen Xun to a nicer place, and falsely claiming it was Chen Xun's residence, since Chen Xun was a madman and might just be fooled. However, facing the imposing Nangong Yao, he wouldn't dare lie even with 100 lives. Then, under Qian Laifu's guidance, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao left the pavilion and walked westward. Meanwhile, the two servant disciples remained kneeling there, unable to recover for a long time. After a moment, at the west side of the servant peak, Nangong Yao looked at the grass hut in front of him and took a deep breath, saying, "You actually let the senior live in a place like this?" Qian Laifu knelt on the ground, crying in fear, "Sect master, spare me. I heard before that Senior Chen was just an ordinary person brought by Brother Zhaoting. Deacon Chen, he said it was enough to provide food and shelter. I had no idea Senior Chen had any connection to the sect master." Woo. Although the living conditions were poor, Qian Laifu believed he had never mistreated Chen Xun when it came to food these past few days. In this entire hillside area, Chen Xun ate the most, and he had never cut back on his rations. Instead, he had even asked the dining hall to increase the portion sizes. Now, Qian Laifu was filled with regret, thinking that he had assumed having some connection to Zhaoting was already significant, but he never expected that Chen Xun was actually related to the sect master. This could cost Qian Laifu his life. If he had been able to take care of Senior Chen to the best of his ability, perhaps it would have been his chance to become the deacon of the servant peak, but now everything was ruined, and his life might not be spared either. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao pressed his lips together and said nothing. Nangong Yao was a clear-headed sect master and understood that such matters were unpredictable. To be honest, the deacon of the servant peak hadn't he really done anything wrong. Nangong Yao turned his head to look at Chen Xun, who was yawning next to him, and bowed again, saying, "Senior, since I didn't know you had come to Daotian's sect, now that I know, you absolutely cannot continue living on the servant peak. Please come with me to stay at Daotian Peak." Qian Laifu, who was kneeling, widened his eyes and felt his heart racing. Goodness, Daotian Peak. That was where the inner cabinet was located, and also the mountain where the sect master resided. Usually, even the core elders lived on Tianxian Peak, and only when important matters were discussed could they go up to Daotian Peak. Chen Xun shook his head, looking suspiciously at Nangong Yao, then yawned again and rushed into the grass hut, leaping onto the bed. Chen Xun's impatient voice came from inside the hut. "Go away, I'm so sleepy." Nangong Yao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled bitterly. He recalled how, at the top of Sha Peak, the senior had played a heavenly tune that attracted countless flying butterflies, appearing so carefree and extraordinary. Now, this demeanor was completely different from that time. Two extremes. Nangong Yao said, "Senior, please come with me to Daotian Peak. If you continue to live in this dilapidated place, I won't be able to bear it." However, the only response from Chen Xun was the sound of snoring from within the grass hut. Nangong Yao sighed in helplessness. Qian Laifu, kneeling beside him, watched in fear. Who in the entire Daotian sect would dare treat the sect master this way? Only Senior Chen could do so, and no wonder he could stir up trouble at Tianxian Peak and still come out unscathed. It all made sense. After a long while, Nangong Yao finally bowed and walked out. Seeing this, Qian Laifu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to follow him respectfully. Don't think that the senior is just an ordinary person. He is merely playing around in the world. On the mountain path, Nangong Yao said this and then vanished into the air. Farewell, sect master. Qian Laifu hurriedly sent him off. After a moment, Qian Laifu straightened up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing that the sect master had not punished him, he felt relieved. But he also understood that perhaps the sect master simply did not think much of him as the deacon of the servant peak. After all, the sect master was such a prominent figure. However, Qian Laifu also felt a sense of pride. Thinking that he was fortunate to have had a close conversation with the sect master, he truly had no regrets in death. Remembering the sect master's words when he left, Qian Laifu couldn't help but tremble. No wonder the sect master was so humble towards Senior Chen. It turned out that Senior Chen was not an ordinary person at all, but rather a hidden figure of great importance. It seems that Senior Chen and the sect master must have some connection. Yes, I should have thought of it earlier. The senior's terrifying appetite was not something an ordinary person could have. With this thought, Qian Laifu felt an immense sense of tension again. After all, such a significant figure who even the sect master treated with respect lived on the servant peak, so it was hard for him not to be nervous. At the same time, Qian Laifu decided that he must do his utmost to serve Senior Chen well from now on. Chapter 33. Chu Ningchang's shock 2 days later. On a clear morning, Chen Xun was cleaning on the mountain path. Meanwhile, Qian Laifu was kneeling beside him, looking miserable as he respectfully said, "Senior Chen, with your status, you shouldn't be doing such tiring work." Chen Xun glanced at Qian Laifu while cleaning, stuck out his tongue, and said excitedly, "I'm warning you, don't bother me." Qian Laifu immediately dared not speak. Qian Laifu felt distressed. For the past 2 days, he had been desperately trying to convince Chen Xun not to live in the grass hut. He had arranged for a better living place, but Senior Chen simply wouldn't listen. Moreover, he couldn't let Senior Chen do this cleaning work, but no matter how he pleaded, it was useless. As Chen Xun was sweeping, he suddenly became annoyed and said, Hey, can you stop following me all the time? It's so annoying." Qian Laifu jolted and quickly laughed awkwardly. Yes, I'll leave right now." Just then, Zhao Ting came running over. Chen Xun. Qian Laifu had never seen Zhao Ting before, but upon seeing his purple robe, he was shocked. A purple-clad disciple. He immediately understood the identity of the newcomer and quickly bowed, saying, "Greetings, Brother Zhao." Qian Laifu usually has no opportunity to interact with the purple-robed disciples, and even getting a glance at them is difficult. However, he had seen the sect leader just a couple of days ago, so he could steady his mind at this moment. "Brother Chen, today I'll take you to see my master. Let her take a look at you," Zhao Ting said as he approached. Beside him, Qian Laifu stood with a bow, secretly feeling bitter. Great. I thought that after Zhao Ting became a purple-robed disciple, he would hardly have contact with us, but now he is so enthusiastic. Damn it. I completely misjudged him. I deserve to remain a lowly servant peak elder forever. It seems that the rumors of Brother Zhao from Tianxian Peak standing up to protect Elder Chen are true. It appears that Brother Zhao truly considers Elder Chen a friend. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Brother Zhao probably doesn't even realize the weight of this friend, someone who even the sect leader must treat with respect. Of course, Qian Laifu wouldn't say too much about this. He knows it's not his place as a lowly servant peak elder to speak. Chen Xun scratched his head. Seeing this, Zhao Ting snatched the broom from Chen Xun, tossed it to Qian Laifu, and pulled Chen Xun away. "Come on, Brother Chen, let us hurry. We don't want to keep our master waiting." Qian Laifu watched the two leave, glanced at the broom in his hand, and then silently started sweeping the ground. At that moment, some servant disciples passed by, all shocked at this scene. Goodness, what's wrong with the fat elder who never does any work? The servant disciples were, of course, unaware of what happened a couple of days ago. As the two servant disciples who had seen Nangong, Yao kept the matter to themselves and dared not spread it. Tianxian Peak. Punishment Hall. Zhao Ting dragged Chen Xun into the hall and saw Chu Ningchang already standing there. "Master, Brother Chen has arrived," Zhao Ting said with a bow. He. Chen Xun looked at Chu Ningchang, not knowing what he was laughing about. Chu Ningchang didn't care. She already knew some basic information about Chen Xun from Zhao Ting. Besides, Chen Xun's unique existence was now known to everyone in the sect. Chu Ningchang stepped forward, sizing Chen Xun up, and said lightly, "Chen Xun, you should feel fortunate that the sect leader easily forgave you for what happened at the martial arts stage a couple of days ago. If it weren't for Zhao Ting's repeated requests, I wouldn't have helped you." Zhao Ting's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Chu Ningchang looked at Zhao Ting and said, "I can help your friend, but you must remember, you have just entered the path of immortality. And now you have just begun to channel spirit into your body. You must focus on your cultivation and not be influenced by external matters." Zhao Ting immediately bowed and said, "Disciple will remember." Chu Ningchang nodded, then reached out to grasp Chen Xun's wrist to check his pulse. However, the next moment, her pupils constricted, and she instinctively released Chen Xun's wrist, stepping back half a step, looking at Chen Xun in disbelief. Seeing this, Zhao Ting, both confused and worried, asked, "Master, what's wrong with Brother Chen? Can it be cured?" Chu Ningchang hid her hand behind her back, her hand trembling slightly. Zhao Ting couldn't see this. Chu Ningchang took a deep breath and looked deeply at Chen Xun, saying, "Zhao Ting, you go out first." Yes. Zhao Ting naturally didn't dare to disobey. And after glancing at Chen Xun, he quickly left the punishment hall. Chu Chang stared at Chen Xun and said, "You are not an ordinary person who has infiltrated Daotian sect for some purpose?" When she took his pulse just now, her heart had jolted, and her palm felt as if it had been struck by an electric arc. Chu Chang believed that Chen Xun's madness was all an act. Chen Xun, after all, was also a cultivator, and an extraordinarily capable one at that. Chen Xun looked at Chu Chang suspiciously and muttered, "Crazy. You." Chu Chang paused. Although her expression didn't change, she felt a bit angry inside. She crazy? Chen Xun didn't care to respond to Chu Chang. Pulling out a wordless book from his pocket, eagerly reading it while humming a little tune as he walked out. "Didn't this elder let you go? If you don't reveal your intentions for infiltrating the sect today, you won't be able to leave the punishment hall." Chu Chang turned her head to look at Chen Xun, speaking coldly. Seeing that Chen Xun didn't stop and insisted on leaving, Chu Chang's gaze turned cold, and a bundle of ropes appeared in her hand. She silently chanted a spell, and the ropes emitted a ghostly light, darting towards Chen Xun like a flying snake. Crack! Just as the ropes were about to reach Chen Xun, without seeing him do anything, the ropes broke apart inch by inch and fell to the ground. Ugh! Chu Chang stepped back, letting out a pained grunt, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth as she looked at Chen Xun's retreating figure. Her expression completely changed. Strong. Chu Chang took a deep breath, no longer daring to stop Chen Xun from leaving, and quickly took out a talisman. Infused it with spiritual power. Once the talisman lit up, she said solemnly, "Sect leader, a powerful person has infiltrated the sect. It's my disciple Zhao Ting's friend, Chen Xun. My binding spirit lock didn't even get close to him before it broke apart." Meanwhile, on Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao listened to Chu Chang's message. His expression was initially cold, but upon hearing it was Chen Xun, he began to smile bitterly. "Elder Chen, then it's nothing." Although Chu Chang didn't clarify everything in her message, Nangong Yao had already guessed the gist of it. It must be that Zhao Ting took Elder Chen to see Chu Chang for treatment, which led to this incident. Nangong Yao also took out a talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and coldly said, "Elder 4, don't panic. That's Elder Chen. Let him do what he wants. Don't stop him, or you'll provoke Elder Chen's displeasure and bring trouble upon yourself. Our sect doesn't have the ability or the courage to help you seek revenge." Back at the Tianxian Peak Punishment Hall, after hearing Nangong Yao's words, Chu Chang stood there in a daze. Chapter 34. Time passes, the sneaky elders outside the punishment hall. "Brother Chen?" Zhao Ting saw Chen Xun coming out and quickly asked. Chen Xun, however, was immersed in the wordless book, humming a tune as he walked down the mountain. Zhao Ting was taken aback and was about to chase after him to bring him back, when Chu Chang walked out of the punishment hall and said, "Zhao Ting." Zhao Ting halted his steps, quickly turned around, and bowed. "Master." Chu Chang nodded, deeply watching Chen Xun's figure as he descended the mountain. Her lips moving as she asked, "How did you and your friend meet? Can you tell me?" Zhao Ting thought his master wanted to understand Brother Chen's condition. So he said, "Master, actually, I met Brother Chen by chance. It was like this." Then, Zhao Ting recounted the initial scene of meeting Chen Xun in detail, mentioning even the exact words when Chen Xun claimed to have spiritual roots and a demeanor of a cultivator. Zhao Ting sighed at the end. "The day after I met Brother Chen, he suddenly went mad, but fortunately, he still vaguely recognized me." Chu Chang slowly nodded, her eyes flickering as she looked at Zhao Ting, appearing as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhao Ting was puzzled and nervously asked, "Master, is there a way to treat Brother Chen?" Seeing Zhao Ting's worried expression, Chu Chang sighed inwardly, unsure whether Zhao Ting's association with someone like Elder Chen, whom even the sect leader treated cautiously, was a blessing or a curse. In fact, up until now, Chu Chang herself had many doubts. For example, who exactly was Elder Chen? How did the sect leader know him? And so on. Chu Chang closed her eyes and said, "Zhao Ting, you don't need to worry about your friend. Have you ever considered that your friend is not an ordinary person?" After finishing her words, Chu Chang turned and entered the hall, leaving Zhao Ting in a daze. She had just suffered a backlash and needed to heal, but she didn't show it in front of Zhao Ting. Outside the punishment hall, Zhao Ting remained confused. He really didn't understand. After a long time, he suddenly remembered something and gave a wry smile. "Oh right, I forgot to tell my master that Brother Chen's family is a cultivation family, so they must be extraordinary. Did my master see through this?" In the first year at Daotian sect, Chen Xun spent his days eating, sweeping, sleeping, eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Except for sleeping. Qian Laofu followed Chen Xun every day, inquiring about his well-being, and even suggesting multiple times that Chen Xun change his place of residence. But all were declined by Chen Xun. The disciples on the half-mountain of the miscellaneous peak gradually noticed something unusual because the steward was exceptionally kind to Chen Xun, to the point of being abnormal. Someone must have heard the news that Chen Xun was a friend of the purple-clad disciple Zhao Ting, which surprised them and made them understand. No wonder. However, in such a hierarchical sect, could there really be someone treated this well? Moreover, he was a purple-clad disciple. It wasn't until later that many disciples witnessed with their own eyes Zhao Ting, the purple-clad senior brother, chatting leisurely with Chen Xun on the mountain path, that they completely believed it. They couldn't help but sigh. Although Chen Xun was a mad mortal, he was truly lucky to have a sincere and loyal friend like senior brother Zhao Ting. During this time, Zhao Ting also began to show his talent. With his own innate abilities and the resources of the sect, he attracted spiritual energy into his body in half a day, reached the third level of qi refinement in 10 days, and established his foundation in 100 days, creating a remarkable story. His talent shocked the Daotian sect, especially the disciples of the miscellaneous peak, who deeply felt the pressure of his exceptional talent. Establishing a foundation in 100 days. The achievements of a purple-clad disciple in just 100 days were dreams that miscellaneous disciples could never reach in their lifetime. People are different. This is reality. Zhao Ting was undoubtedly a genius. Establishing a foundation in 100 days was unprecedented even among the purple-clad disciples of Tianxian Peak. This showed Zhao Ting's extraordinary talent. Listening to the admiration of other elders, Chu Ningchang felt proud, especially on the day of foundation establishment. The sect master Nangong Yao personally came and smiled as he gave Zhao Ting an evaluation. You are very good. Speaking of Nangong Yao, as the sect master, although he was quite busy, he often sneaked over to the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak to visit Chen Xun, of course, bringing fine wine. Although Chen Xun spoke wildly, his occasional astonishing statements provided Nangong Yao with significant inspiration and shock, to the point where Nangong Yao felt his own realm subtly shifting. Nangong Yao was deeply grateful and regarded Chen Xun as a remarkable figure, one that was at least beyond his own comparison. After each lesson, Nangong Yao would bow deeply to Chen Xun and eventually began to call him master. In Nangong Yao's heart, Chen Xun's status rose increasingly, almost like a teacher on his path of cultivation. The miscellaneous peak, which Nangong Yao had never stepped into before, mysteriously became his sacred place for learning and enlightenment. As Nangong Yao frequently visited the miscellaneous peak, though it remained secretive and the disciples were unaware, many core elders gradually took notice. The fourth elder, Chu Ningchang, was fine. She had known about Chen Xun's uniqueness long ago. However, the enthusiasm of sect master Nangong Yao for that senior still shocked her, making Chen Xun even more mysterious in her heart. By the end of the first year, some disciples of the miscellaneous peak had reached their limits, leaving the Daotian sect in solitude, returning to the mundane world. In contrast, Zhao Ting had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, a speed that could be described as flying. One evening, Nangong Yao visited the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak again. Although winter had arrived, the sacred mountain where the Daotian sect was located had never seen snow, always experiencing spring-like weather, with the sound of insects chirping in the mountains and fields. Chen Xun sat on the ground, shaking his head and speaking nonsensically. Nangong Yao sat cross-legged beside him on the ground, not minding the mess, listening seriously to Chen Xun's ramblings, occasionally brightening his eyes and nodding, saying, "What you say is right." When Chen Xun yawned and turned to enter the grass hut, followed by the sound of snoring, Nangong Yao regained his senses, slowly stood up, bowed towards the hut, and walked out. As usual, Nangong Yao reached the dense bushes on the mountain path and prepared to take off from the miscellaneous peak. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly moved his gaze and said irritably, "A bunch of sneaky people, why don't you come out?" The air fell silent. With a rustling sound, a group of core elders awkwardly emerged from the bushes nearby. The elders looked at each other. Some coughed lightly, while others shifted their eyes, looking guilty. Nangong Yao turned around and looked at Elder Lu Yunji and the others, saying lightly, "With your hiding skills, do you think you can fool this sect? You elders are bold enough to dare to unite and follow this sect?" Indeed, all 9 core elders were present. Lu Yunji saw the other elders looking at him and had no choice but to cough and say, "Ahem, sect master, you misunderstood. We wouldn't dare to follow you. We just thought this miscellaneous peak hasn't been visited before, and the scenery this evening is nice, so we thought we'd come as a group to enjoy the view. Ahem. Encountering you is purely a coincidence. Chapter 35. The shock of the core elders. Nangong Yao nodded and swept his gaze over them. A group coming to the miscellaneous peak to enjoy the scenery. You elders are quite elegant. The elders forced a laugh. Lu Yunji managed a strained smile and asked, "Is the sect master here to enjoy the scenery as well?" Nangong Yao's expression darkened. What? The great elder is now managing this sect? Lu Yunji hurriedly bowed. I wouldn't dare. Sect master, you misunderstood. Yunji and the elders were just curious and wanted to ask. Ahem, just asking. Nangong Yao narrowed his eyes. All right. This sect is going back to Daotian Peak now. If you elders want to enjoy the scenery, feel free. After saying that, he pretended to leave. Hey, sect master. Lu Yunji shouted hurriedly. Nangong Yao turned around, glanced at the elders, and coldly asked, All right, no more nonsense. Speak, what brings you here? Lu Yunji looked at Chu Ningchong, and then lowered his head cautiously. Over the past year, we noticed that the sect master often comes to this miscellaneous peak. Today, we were genuinely curious, so we came as a group to take a look. Elder Lu Xianin and Elder Zhang Bailu exchanged awkward glances upon hearing this. It had been a year, and they were not blind. The miscellaneous peak seemed to have suddenly transformed into a sacred land, and the sect master had been quite diligent in coming here. Initially, some elders wanted to come alone or in pairs to take a look, but they were somewhat apprehensive and feared angering Nangong Yao, so they decided to gather together today to discuss coming in unison. The sect master, no matter how displeased he was, should not be angry with them, the core elders. The elders had already guessed a bit in their hearts. Also from what Chu Ningchong had revealed. Previously, when they noticed the sect master's unusual behavior, Chu Ningchong had mentioned, there is a remarkable person on the miscellaneous peak. The elders were immediately startled. A remarkable person on the miscellaneous peak? After some inquiries, Chu Ningchong, constrained by Nangong Yao, did not reveal anything further. At this moment, seeing the elders looking at him expectantly, Nangong Yao could only helplessly shake his head, cupping his hands towards the grass hut. All right, I'll tell you. This sect often comes to the miscellaneous peak to visit the master. What? Visit the master? The elders were shocked, and Chu Ningchong's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, the sect leader had previously referred to him as a senior, but unexpectedly, a year had passed, and the title had deepened. To have the sect leader address someone as Sir, this person must be extraordinary. In the cultivation world, practitioners of a higher realm are mostly referred to as seniors, and when their realm is unknown or equal, they are called fellow practitioners. However, to be called Sir carries a deeper respect. Who would have thought that there was such a master in their Daotian sect's miscellaneous peak? When did he come in? And why did he remain here? Of course, what intrigued the elders, including Lu Yunji, was who this master truly was. Everyone was filled with confusion. Nangong Yao smiled and said, Elders, do you still remember the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe? Except for Chu Ningchong, the expressions of Lu Yunji and the others turned blank upon hearing this. They certainly remembered the day Zhao Ting was conferred the purple robe. It was only a year ago. Especially since there was a mad mortal causing a ruckus at that time, making the memory quite vivid. Suddenly, everyone seemed to notice some detail. They all turned their gazes toward Nangong Yao, hoping for an answer. Nangong Yao remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Upon seeing this, the elders' pupils gradually constricted. It's him. The Sir mentioned by the sect leader is actually him. No wonder everything makes sense now. On the day of the purple robe conferral ceremony, with all the sects and powers present, such an incident occurred. Anyone else would have had a bad outcome, but in the end, the sect leader just lightly brushed it aside with a that's enough. That incident had troubled the elders for a long time, and today they finally got their answer. Lu Yunji was momentarily dazed and suddenly stumbled. Fortunately, Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu on either side promptly supported him. Eldest elder, what's wrong? Lu Xianin asked with concern. The others were also puzzled. Lu Yunji's face turned pale as he murmured, Sect leader, did I speak harshly to that senior that day? I truly didn't mean it. If I had known the senior's identity in advance, I would never have dared. Everyone instantly understood. Nangong Yao sighed helplessly and said, Eldest elder, do not worry. As you said, if you had known in advance, ignorance is no crime. We can find a time another day for the sect to take you to sincerely apologize to the Sir in person. Lu Yunji then let out a long breath. Feeling much more at ease, Zhang Bailu suddenly said, Sect leader, I remember the senior is a friend of Zhao Ting, right? How could Zhao Ting be connected to the senior? That senior was treated with such respect even by the sect leader, although Zhao Ting is now a purple-robed disciple. The difference in status is still too great. Seeing that everyone was also confused, Chu Ningchong explained, I have some understanding of this matter. My disciple, before he was a mortal, met Senior Chun by chance the day before our sect recruited disciples. Nangong Yao and the elders nodded. This made sense. Zhao Ting truly has deep fortune. Not only is his talent outstanding, but he also unexpectedly had the chance to meet that senior. He is indeed a person of great destiny. However, speaking of which, Zhao Ting must still think that this friend he met is just an ordinary person, right? Sect leader. Then why is Senior Chun? An elder cautiously hesitated to ask. Although the question was not fully articulated, everyone understood. They merely wanted to ask why Senior Chun was in such a mad state. Nangong Yao shook his head and said, Not at all. You are truly being short-sighted. The sir is not mad. He is simply playing with the world. As he spoke, a look of reminiscence appeared in Nangong Yao's eyes as he sighed. Elders, you may not know this, but before our sect returned from the South Sky, we passed through a remote mountain area and encountered the sir. At that time, the sir was not like this. He was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, playing a celestial tune that attracted many birds and butterflies, truly ethereal, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent being. The elders' eyes sharpened, and they perked up to listen. They understood that this must be where the sect leader met Senior Chun. Listening to the sect leader's description, the elders also showed longing in their eyes. Nangong Yao continued, At that time, I was eager to approach and introduce myself, but unfortunately, the sir said a phrase about fleeting encounters and that it was better not to mention it, and then he vanished like grains of sand, truly like a celestial trace. A serious look emerged in Nangong Yao's eyes as he said, Elders, you may not know, but such methods are not something we Yuan can achieve. Even a transformation god true monarch, I dare to say, would absolutely not be able to do it. Nangong Yao had already reached the peak of Yuan and had experienced the heart tribulation of transformation god. It could be said that breaking through to the transformation god stage was just around the corner. So he had some profound understanding of the methods at the transformation god stage. The elders were already dumbfounded. Just from the sect leader's description, that senior was extraordinary. It seems he truly is playing with the world. Such a person exists in the world. All right, it's getting late. The sir is resting. Do not disturb him any further. Please leave with me. Nangong Yao waved his hand. The elders bowed in response, but their hearts couldn't settle down. Chapter 36. In the blink of an eye, 3 years of North Xian chaos in the second year of Chen Xun at Daotian sect. He continued his daily routine of eating, sweeping, and sleeping. Nangong Yao often came to the grass hut, like a student, listening to teachings. Every word Chen Xun spoke was indeed the ramblings of a madman. Yet some of his words greatly enlightened Nangong Yao. The difference was that sometimes Nangong Yao came alone, and sometimes he brought elders with him. Over time, the core elders gradually became familiar with Chen Xun. The more they interacted, the more they understood why the sect leader respected him as sir. Because sometimes the things Chen Xun said resonated in the elders' minds like the tolling of a great bell, or as if a clear spring was pouring into their hearts, bringing them great benefit. The mad words of Chen Xun were unheard of by the elders, but each sentence was deeply etched in their hearts. For example, a tree that can embrace the sky grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story platform rises from a pile of earth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. When they first heard this, the elders did not understand. But upon careful contemplation, they felt it was indeed the truth. Cultivating immortality is a long-term process that requires starting from the smallest details, being down to earth, and continuously accumulating to achieve the great Tao. For example, to know others is intelligence. To know oneself is enlightenment. To conquer others is strength. To conquer oneself is true power. The elders understood that on the path of cultivation, one must not only understand others, but also understand oneself, and not let desires and weaknesses occupy oneself to achieve the great Tao. For example, the Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. This sentence shocked the elders even more. On the path of cultivation, the Tao is the root of all things, and cultivators must pursue a realm of unity with the Tao. Moreover, heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs. Sages are not benevolent, treating common people as straw dogs. This sentence struck a blow to the elders on a spiritual level. Cultivators must transcend the worldly notions of good and evil and treat all things with an equal heart, without bias or discrimination. Yet looking back, the cultivation world has always been distinct from the mundane. Cultivators are high above, claiming not to mingle with the mundane to avoid being tainted by its air, while in reality, they view mortals as ants, disdainful of associating with them. Every cultivator clearly comes from among mortals, yet ultimately dislikes their original selves. What could be the reason for this? It is worth pondering. From Chen Xun, Lu Yunji, and the other core elders also gained a lot. And many things became clear all of a sudden, their Tao hearts feeling even more solid. After that, when the elders, including Lu Yunjian, saw Chen Xun, they would sincerely call him sir from the bottom of their hearts. In the following year, Zhao Ting broke through to the late foundation establishment stage, and his cultivation speed finally slowed down significantly. He needed more time to solidify his foundation because the future of core formation was a major threshold that required utmost caution. Perhaps in the early stages, Zhao Ting could break through quickly with the resources provided by the sect, but once he passed the late foundation establishment stage, future breakthroughs would no longer be so rapid. Each breakthrough would take years, even decades, or even 100 years. Every time Zhao Ting emerged from seclusion, he would go to find Chen Xun to share his good news. On several occasions, Nangong Yao and the elders were outside the thatched hut and, noticing Zhao Ting's arrival, quickly concealed themselves to avoid being discovered. Then, while watching Zhao Ting and Chen Xun with their arms around each other, Nangong Yao and the others felt their eyelids twitch and silently cursed their lack of decorum. Thus, they would look towards Chu Ningchong and send a transmission asking, Elder Fourth, your disciple has good talent, but he still needs to refine his conduct. Whenever this happened, Chu Ningchong would be at a loss for words and could only awkwardly respond. Ignorance is no crime. However, after returning, Chu Ningchong would darkly admonish Zhao Ting. Zhao Ting, of course, was completely bewildered, secretly wondering what trouble he had caused after emerging from seclusion for his master to reprimand him for no reason. In the second year, at the end of the year, many disciples at the miscellaneous peak reached their limits and left the sect to live out their lives in the mundane world. However, having gained some meager cultivation, their lives in the mundane world would surely still be colorful. As some disciples left, naturally others were promoted to the outer sect. Although the number was small, it was still a sign of progress. The disciples promoted to the outer sect would continue the dull, yet hopeful path of cultivation. To put it nicely, these promoted disciples would take the place of those miscellaneous disciples who left the sect to continue pursuing the elusive path of immortality, which could be considered a good thing. Perhaps in the end, the path of immortality would still be hard to find, blending in with the crowd. But what of it? In the third year after Chen Xun arrived at Daotian sect, the North Xian cultivation world fell into chaos. After years of stability, the righteous and demonic paths suddenly erupted into war. The cause was the exposure of a demonic sect kidnapping righteous sect disciples on missions to make them blood slaves. One righteous sect, noticing that its disciples were repeatedly disappearing, sought an explanation from the demonic sect, only to discover that a significant number of high-ranking members of the demonic sect from North Xian were gathered in secret. Once discovered, the demonic sect took no chances and directly detained all the high-ranking members and disciples from that righteous sect, imprisoning them in the blood slave hall. From then on, the North Xian cultivation world was thrown into turmoil, and the righteous sects vowed to retaliate against the demonic sections. The demonic sect, after being exposed, showed no signs of remorse. Instead, they became even more rampant, fully revealing their cruel fangs. In this third year, disciples from the righteous sects frequently went missing, all without exception due to the actions of the demonic path. The righteous sects had also united to confront the demonic sects, battling for over 6 months, but unfortunately, they were repeatedly thwarted. The reason was that the demonic sects were very united, while many unaffected righteous sects remained indifferent, not wanting to get involved. By the end of the third year, the war subsided. But everyone knew that this was just a temporary respite, as the righteous path was no match for the demonic path. The entire North Xian cultivation world was immersed in the calm before the storm. The major righteous sects issued prohibitions, forbidding their disciples from going out. But this could not last long, as it severely hindered the development of the sections. In the short term, it was manageable, but as time passed, resources would inevitably become scarce. Consequently, as time elapsed, many righteous sects could no longer hold on and had to lift the prohibitions, quietly sending out disciples or guardians. However, they never expected that the demonic sects had already sent people to monitor them day and night, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At the slightest movement, they would carry out kidnappings. Even with supervisors or guardians leading the teams, each sect still suffered heavy losses. The righteous path had no choice but to issue another prohibition. And for a time, the situation remained in a stalemate. At Daotian's sect, the entire sect was quieter than in previous years. The miscellaneous disciples were still busy with their chores and cultivation every day. Although their progress was minimal, at this special juncture, the miscellaneous disciples were actually the safest, as they did not have to go out on missions. However, the disciples and elders from the Renxian Peak and Diju Peak mostly appeared mournful and serious. Their hearts not in cultivation, often glancing towards Daotian Peak with expressions of hope and anxiety. At this moment, in the cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and a group of core elders sat in silence, the atmosphere very solemn. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and was the first to speak. In a few more days, it will be nearly a year since the confrontation between the righteous and demonic paths in North Xian, right? The elders nodded, their expressions heavy. Who would have thought that the stable North Xian would suddenly experience such events? No wonder the major demonic sects had been so well-behaved before. It turned out they were secretly plotting these things. Moreover, this year, Daotian's sect had suffered significant losses as well. Nangong Yao remained silent for a moment before saying softly, "Bring me the list." Lu Yunjian was taken aback and quickly took out a list and handed it over. When the elders saw the list, they pursed their lips and fell silent. Nangong Yao took the list, opened it, and read aloud. 215 outer disciples missing. 24 inner disciples missing, 1 purple-clothed disciple missing. Upon hearing this, the elders sighed deeply, pain showing in their eyes. Everyone knew that although it was said to be missing, they had actually been captured by the demonic sect to become blood slaves. Zhang Bailu suddenly stood up, heartbroken, and said, "Sect Master, we must save Jingyao. If this drags on, Jingyao may be in danger." The Jingyao mentioned by the third elder Zhang Bailu was his true disciple, Su Jingyao, who had been captured by the demonic sect during an outing and had since gone missing. The elders sighed, their expressions dejected, filled with both anger and helplessness. Mainly, until now, they did not know which demonic sect had captured these disciples, giving them a sense of being at a loss. How could they expect Daotian's sect to take on the entire demonic path in North Xian? That was utterly impossible. Daotian's sect was indeed a top righteous sect in North Xian, but it was not the strongest among the righteous sections. Not to mention, even if Daotian's sect were the strongest in North Xian, it would still lack the ability to confront the entire demonic path. The purple-clothed disciples were precious, with only 15 in Daotian's sect, but the reality was evident. There was nothing they could do. If they could accurately know which demonic sect had taken their disciples, they would have already gone to settle the score. Nangong Yao frowned slightly and said coldly, "Third elder, please calm down. This matter needs to be considered carefully. Jingyao is indeed a purple-clothed disciple and your true disciple, but please do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." With that, Nangong Yao shook the list vigorously in front of Zhang Bailu and said, "Are not those 215 outer disciples and 24 inner disciples also treasures of our Daotian sect? What good is being anxious? As the sect master, I am even more anxious than you." Chapter 37, Discussing Going Out. As Nangong Yao's words fell, Zhang Bailu's face flushed with shame, and he could only bow and admit his fault before sitting down dejectedly. Seeing this, Lu Yunjian and the other elders wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to begin. They felt equally saddened. "Sect master, the consumption of resources within the sect is quite significant right now. If this continues in 2 months, it is likely that the disciples and elders below will not even be able to afford their monthly spirit stones," Lu Yunjian said with a bitter expression. "The sect has imposed a travel ban for quite some time now, and the consumption of resources and the inventory have become seriously unbalanced. Resources are always the core of maintaining the sect's balanced operation, but this balance has now been disrupted. Of course, the Daotian sect still has a large amount of hidden resources in stock, but those hidden resources can only be used in times of life and death crises for the sect. And the current situation is far from that." Nangong Yao remained silent, lost in thought. "Sect master, in my opinion, we should lift the ban. It's been a long time, and I don't believe there are still traps set by the demon sect around us. Moreover, those from the demon sect must be wary of us in the Daotian sect," said Elder Lu Xianin solemnly. Zhang Bailu quickly added, "I agree. Recently, I went out of the sect and conducted a discreet patrol around, and I did not find any traces of the demon sect." Lu Yunjian said lightly, You two elders are thinking too simplistically. Right now, the demon sect is in the dark while we are in the light. Not to mention, the demon sect's methods of hiding are formidable. If they could be easily discovered, they wouldn't be the demon sect. Hearing Lu Yunjian's words, Lu Xianin and Jiang Bailu were taken aback, their faces showing disappointment. The ban absolutely cannot be lifted. Suddenly, Nangong Yao spoke. Our sect does have a method. I can't say it will restore the balance of resources, but it will allow the sect to operate for a longer time. The elders were puzzled, not understanding how they could replenish the resource inventory without lifting the ban. Could it be that they were going to use that hidden batch of resources? Nangong Yao tightened the list in his hand and said seriously, Elder Wang and Elder Zhou, obey my orders. Immediately, one elder from each side stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and bowed. The elder on the left, with white hair, was Elder Wang Tianfu. The elder on the right, who looked youthful due to a youth-preserving pill, was Elder Zhou Tong. Nangong Yao nodded and said, after you go down, the two of you will select some disciples and elders from Rinxian Peak and Dishuan Peak to go out, and you two core elders will lead the team personally. Upon hearing this, the elders were shocked but nodded slightly. At such a time, having two core elders lead a portion of the inner and outer disciples was indeed safer. The elders also understood the meaning behind the sect master's words. This method could indeed temporarily maintain the operation of the sect. As for why the sect arranged for Elder Wang and Elder Zhou, the elders quickly realized. Elder Zhou Tong didn't need much introduction. He had a treasure-seeking spirit pet, the Xianhuang mouse, making him perfect for leading the team. As for Elder Wang Tianfu, he was capable of sending out the strongest elders. Because Lu Yunjian, Lu Xianin, Jiang Bailu, and Chu Ningchang were often busy within the sect and couldn't spare themselves. Understood, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong replied with a bow. Just as the two were about to leave the cabinet, a sudden question from Chu Ningchang made them stop in their tracks. Sectmaster, are we not sending out any purple-clothed disciples this time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bailu's eyes flashed with pain and shock, while some elders with true disciples looked evasive. What a joke! A purple-clothed disciple had already been captured by the demon sect. How could they possibly send out another? Nangong Yao was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Fourth elder? Chu Ningchang bowed and said, Sect Master, my disciple Zhao Ting has been immersed in cultivation for years and has reached a bottleneck. Could we allow Elder Wang and Elder Zhou to take Zhao Ting along? As soon as she finished speaking, Nangong Yao's gaze flickered. However, before he could respond, the elders could no longer sit still and began to speak out. Absolutely not, fourth elder. Zhao Ting is the most gifted disciple in our sect. How can you send him out during such a dangerous time? Indeed, Zhao Ting is too important. He should stay safe in the sect. Humph. Chu Ningchang snorted coldly and said, I, as Zhao Ting's master, am willing to let him go out. Yet you elders refuse? The elders were momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Ningchang continued, if you elders are unwilling to send out your own true disciples, what is your intention to stop me? After speaking, Chu Ningchang looked at the contemplative Nangong Yao and said seriously, Sect Master, with Elder Wang and Elder Zhou leading the team, it is naturally safer. Moreover, forgive my bluntness, but a purple-clothed disciple is still a disciple. Don't treasure them too much. They need to be tempered. The path of cultivation is full of uncertainties and dangers. If they are not subjected to trials and hardships, how can their character grow? The elders nodded slightly, unable to argue back, feeling somewhat ashamed. Jiang Bailu spoke solemnly, Fourth elder, now that our disciple has been captured by the demon sect, with his life uncertain, what if Zhao Ting encounters an accident? Chu Ningchang replied calmly, it's not that I, as his master, do not cherish my disciple. I just want to say that if Zhao Ting truly encounters an accident, it is his fate. There are no smooth paths in cultivation. Jiang Bailu was taken aback and fell silent. He felt that his understanding in this aspect was quite lacking compared to Chu Ningchang. Very well. Then let Zhao Ting go out as well. Zhao Ting has not been in the cultivation world for long. Although his realm has risen rapidly, he still lacks experience and is like a child. Elder Wang and Elder Zhou will take care of him on the way. At this moment, Nangong Yao spoke up. Agreed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong replied. The elders sighed, having no further words to say, as they truly did not know how to respond. For Chu Ningchang's words had struck a chord with them. After Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong left the cabinet, they went to inform the responsible elders of Rinxian Peak and Dishuan Peak, conveying the sect master's orders to select a group of disciples to gather outside the mountain gate. As soon as the elders in charge of the two peaks heard this, they quickly agreed and began to select the disciples to go out. After returning to the punishment hall, Chuningchang also spoke to Zhao Ting, initially thinking he would be scared, but to her surprise, he was unusually excited. After bidding farewell to Chuningchang, Zhao Ting flew towards the mountain gate on his sword. After 3 years, he was no longer the ordinary person with no cultivation, but a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. As Zhao Ting flew halfway, thinking it might not be urgent, he changed direction and headed towards the disciplinary peak. At the disciplinary peak, a disciple saw a figure flying on a sword and quickly bowed, calling out senior brother, until the figure disappeared into the west, at which point the disciple slowly straightened up. The disciples exchanged wry smiles. Nowadays, who didn't he know that was the purple-clothed disciple Zhao Ting? He often came to the disciplinary peak to visit Chen Xun, and the disciples had long since become accustomed to it. Chapter 38. 3 years have passed. Chen Xun regains clarity. Brother Chen. Zhao Ting called out as soon as he arrived at the thatched hut. But when Zhao Ting entered the hut and saw Chen Xun lying on the bed in deep sleep, he could only shake his head and decided not to wake him. Brother Chen, you're living quite well, sleeping comfortably every day, Zhao Ting murmured, glancing at the hut with a helpless expression. Over the past 3 years, he often thought about getting Chen Xun a better place to live, but unfortunately, Chen Xun wouldn't listen at all. Otherwise, with his current status and position, it would be easy for him to help Chen Xun find a better place to stay. Alas, Brother Chen, recently the northern Xian cultivation world has been in chaos, and the demonic path is rampant. Many disciples from our Dao Tian sect have been captured, including senior sister Su. This time, I will be going out with the elders, and I don't know if there will be any danger, but I, Zhao Ting, am not afraid. Senior sister Su has treated me well, and if I can slay a few demonic cultivators, it will help relieve my frustration. Zhao Ting's eyes were somewhat vacant as he muttered to himself. In fact, he could only say these words to Chen Xun. Having a friend to confide in made his heart feel a little better. At that moment, Zhao Ting felt warmth in his arms and quickly took out a communication talisman, hearing Elder Wang Tianfu's voice. Zhao Ting, you're the last one we need. Hurry to the mountain gate. Yes, Elder Wu. Zhao Ting's expression changed, and he quickly responded. Then, he glanced at Chen Xun on the bed, took out several jars of fine wine from his storage ring, placed them on the wooden table, turned around, and quickly left the grass hut, flying away on his sword. As soon as Zhao Ting left, Chen Xun slowly opened his eyes in the hut. At this moment, his gaze was unusually clear, and he calmly murmured, in 5 days. It will be another 3 years. After saying that, his eyes flickered, clarity dissipated, and a hint of madness appeared on his face. At the mountain gate, everyone was standing. This time out, there were 2 core elders, 1 outer sect elder, 1 inner sect elder, 100 outer disciples, and 20 inner disciples. At this moment, the elders and disciples of both inner and outer sects were respectfully looking at Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong. Not expecting that the sect master suddenly ordered the 2 core elders to lead the team, it was truly an honor. With the 2 core elders leading, everyone felt a strong sense of security about this outing. A figure flew in on a sword and quickly landed outside the mountain gate, attracting the admiring gazes of many disciples. The newcomer, dressed in a purple and black robe, was naturally the delayed Zhao Ting. I apologize for being late, disciples, Zhao Ting said, bowing apologetically to Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong. Haha, it's no problem, Wang Tianfu said with a calm smile. Zhou Tong also nodded with a smile. How could they blame Zhao Ting, the most outstanding disciple of Dao Tian sect? Seeing the 2 core elders being so kind to Zhao Ting, everyone felt envious, secretly sighing that Zhao Shixiang was indeed remarkable. Shenhe looked at Zhao Ting with satisfaction. In just 3 years, Zhao Ting had grown to such a level. Indeed, the elder leading the inner sect this time was Shenhe, who had been promoted 3 years ago, and he was now at the stage of forming a core. All right, since everyone is here, let's set off, Wang Tianfu said, and as he turned around and waved his sleeve, a huge spiritual boat appeared in midair. This spiritual boat was different from Shenhe's flying artifact in the past. It was a special flying treasure for Dao Tian sect, named Tianzhou. Tianzhou was extraordinary. In addition to accommodating more people and flying faster, it also had both offensive and defensive capabilities. Board the Tianzhou. With Wang Tianfu's command, everyone quickly boarded like locusts. The Tianzhou began to vibrate, and the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the disciples guarding the mountain gate, it transformed into a streak of light and flew away. On the Tianzhou, the disciples looked down seriously, slightly tense. The region within several 100,000 miles was all Dao Tian sect's territory, and it would take some time for the Tianzhou to fly out. During this process, everyone had to be extra cautious, as there might be ambushes from the demon sect, so they needed to be alert. At this moment, Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong sat cross-legged on the flying boat, closing their eyes and cautiously extending their spiritual senses to probe. The first few thousand miles should be fine. The demon sect wouldn't be foolish enough to set an ambush there. However, as they moved further away from the sect, the possibility of ambushes from the demon sect gradually increased. As the Tianzhou flew farther from Dao Tian sect, the elders on the boat became increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, in the hidden mountains below, many demon cultivators lay in wait, staring coldly at the approaching Tianzhou. Hee, Dao Tian sect is indeed Dao Tian sect. They actually dare to send disciples out. It seems their resources are running low. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such risks. Elder Yu, we are quite far from Dao Tian sect now. As long as you give the order, we will act. There's no rush, no rush. Elder Yu, the speed of Dao Tian sect's Tianzhou is extremely fast. If we hesitate any longer, we won't catch up. Listen to this, Elder. Now is not the time to act. If I'm not mistaken, the sect master of Dao Tian sect must be secretly watching. What? Then what should we do? Why be so impatient? We have been waiting here for quite some time. We aren't concerned about a little more time. Let Dao Tian sect's people leave safely. Before the anxious demon cultivators could ask further, Elder Yu said with a sinister smile, "They will come back, won't they? That will be the best time to strike." The demon cultivators were stunned, secretly thinking it was brilliant. After all, he was an elder, and he was clever. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. On this day, Nangong Yao, having nothing to do, came to visit Chen Xun at the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak. As soon as Nangong Yao arrived outside the hut, he saw Chen Xun sitting there drinking wine, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Chen Xun looked somewhat different from before. He seemed much calmer. Nangong Yao didn't think much of it, walked over, bowed, and said, "Sir, Nangong has come again." Chen Xun took a sip of wine, looked up, and smiled. "My humble abode is shabby and has no extra stools. Do you mind sitting on the grass with me?" Nangong Yao stiffened, slowly raised his head, and saw the young man looking at him with a warm smile. After a moment of shock, his eyes turned to joy. "Sir, you." Chen Xun slightly lifted his chin, gesturing to the grass in front of him. "Sit." Nangong Yao quickly nodded and sat down on the ground opposite Chen Xun, his joyful gaze occasionally glancing at the now ethereal Chen Xun. He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Yes, this was the feeling. He had returned, all returned. Wasn't the master he met years ago at the top of that small river peak the same ethereal figure? Chen Xun somehow produced a wine cup and tossed it to Nangong Yao. Nangong Yao hurriedly caught it, and when he saw Chen Xun picking up the wine jug to pour him wine, he was startled and quickly snatched it away. Nangong can pour it himself. "How could I trouble you, sir?" Chen Xun smiled faintly and let him be. Chapter 39. Snacks delivered to the door after taking a sip, Nangong Yao remarked, "Sir, this osmanthus wine is acceptable, but it doesn't match your noble status. Later, I'll take a few jars of good wine back to Dao Tian Peak." He had previously brought Chen Xun quite a few wines, and now Chen Xun was drinking this osmanthus wine, which meant that those wines he had brought were likely all gone. Chen Xun smiled and said nothing. This osmanthus wine was sent by Zhao Ting earlier. After that, Chen Xun and Nangong Yao drank wine and chatted in the secluded mountain. Nangong Yao didn't use spiritual power to dispel the alcohol's effects, resulting in a hazy gaze and flushed cheeks. Feeling a bit tipsy, Nangong Yao sighed. "Sir, recently, the northern Xian cultivation world has been chaotic, the demon sect is rampant, and many righteous sect disciples have been captured to become blood slaves. Even our Dao Tian sect has lost quite a few disciples, including a disciple in purple robes. Sigh. As the sect master, I feel guilty. May I ask, sir, what should I do?" Chen Xun nodded slightly. Zhao Ting had mentioned this to him before. Chen Xun replied with a calm smile, "You righteous sects should unite and fight the demon sect." Nangong Yao forced a smile. "If it were really as you said, it would be great, but unfortunately, the righteous sects in the northern Xian cultivation world can't come together." Chen Xun said softly, "If that's the case, then your righteous sects will only be gradually consumed by the demon sect. By the time those righteous sects realize it, it will likely be too late." Nangong Yao nodded, his expression slightly serious. Such a thing must not happen. Throughout history, Northern Xian has maintained a balance between righteousness and evil. If the demon sect were to dominate Northern Xian, it wouldn't just be the righteous sects at stake. Even the common folk would suffer greatly. Although the righteous sects viewed mortals as ants and looked down upon them, in the eyes of the demon sect, they were all nutrients. For a long time, the balance maintained by the righteous sects was the reason the demon sect dared not extend its claws to the common folk. Of course, the righteous sects balanced the demonic sects, but in the end, it's not really for the sake of mortals, it's for their own interests. After all, once mortals suffer, there will be no fresh blood to replenish the cultivation world. Nangong Yao came back to his senses and changed the subject, saying, "Sir, your living conditions here are too simple. Please stay at Daotian Peak." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun glanced at the thatched cottage behind him and smiled. "No need. It's not simple at all. As the saying goes, a mountain doesn't have to be high. It becomes famous if there are immortals. Water doesn't have to be deep. It becomes spiritual if there are dragons. I actually think it's quite good." As he spoke, Chen Xun finished his drink, stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, picked up a broom from the side, and walked outside. Nangong Yao was taken aback and quickly stood up, asking, "Where is Sir going?" "To sweep the floor." "I can't just eat and drink for free at your Daotian sect," Chen Xun replied. Nangong Yao looked at the retreating figure, momentarily stunned, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, finally murmuring, "What a saying! A mountain doesn't have to be high. It becomes famous if there are immortals. Sir is indeed a sir." Chen Xun diligently swept from halfway up the mountain to the foot, and after looking back at the clean and tidy path, he tossed the broom aside, clasped his hands behind his back, and with a flicker, he arrived outside Daotian sect. Having been cooped up in Daotian sect for 3 years, now that he had regained clarity, he naturally wanted to cherish the time to go out and explore. Walking slowly through the vast territory of Daotian sect, Chen Xun occasionally smiled as he looked at the beautiful mountains and rivers, feeling that the location of Daotian sect was quite good. Although Chen Xun walked slowly, each step he took covered 1,000 miles. When he reached a certain spot, a smile appeared on his lips, and he completely slowed down. Meanwhile, a group of hidden demonic sect cultivators noticed Chen Xun. "Elder Yu, someone has come out of Daotian sect," one of the demonic cultivators said hurriedly. In the shadows, the eyes of the demonic cultivators grew suspicious. Looking at the young man's attire, he didn't seem to be a disciple or elder of Daotian sect. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that the aura emitted by this young man was that of a mortal. What was going on? Why was a mortal coming out from the direction of Daotian sect? Or did this mortal accidentally wander into the territory of Daotian sect from another direction and then end up here? If that's the case, then this mortal was really unlucky to have walked right into the faces of their demonic cultivators. "Elder Yu, why not capture this mortal for some bloodletting? Everyone can have a taste of human blood." A demonic cultivator licked his lips greedily. The other demonic cultivators also lit up with excitement, swallowing their saliva. After lying in ambush for so many days, now that a little snack had come to their door, they couldn't miss the opportunity. Yu Sha, the one referred to as Elder Yu, at this moment had flickering eyes, occasionally surveying the surroundings, saying, "Don't act rashly for now. This mortal's appearance is too strange. It could be a scheme from Daotian sect. They might be trying to lure us into exposing ourselves with this mortal." Upon hearing this, the demonic cultivators exchanged glances. "No way. Is Daotian sect that sinister?" One demonic cultivator asked suspiciously. "Elder Yu, Daotian sect is a righteous sect. How could they do something like using a mortal as bait? That's what we demonic sects do." Yu Sha scoffed, saying, "Humph, what righteous or not? It's all nonsense. For their own interests, what wouldn't they do? It's just that our demonic sects are more obvious about it." The demonic cultivators nodded but were somewhat reluctant to agree. Perhaps some righteous sects were indeed dirty. But Daotian sect had a good reputation over the years. In any case, to sum it up, the demonic cultivators did not believe that this mortal was a scheme from Daotian sect. Yu Sha noticed the expressions of the demonic cultivators and immediately said irritably, "I can see that you all just want to drink human blood, right? Truly disappointing. What is so good about a mortal's blood? When we return, there will be plenty of blood slaves for you to enjoy." One demonic cultivator awkwardly said, "Hee, Elder Yu, we all understand the reasoning. The brothers just want to satisfy their cravings." At that moment, the demonic cultivators noticed that the mortal was actually walking towards them. Hadn't this mortal been walking straight? Why did he suddenly turn and walk in their direction? The demonic cultivators were confused. Yu Sha's brow furrowed slowly, his eyes flickering. "Elder Yu, could he have discovered us?" A demonic cultivator asked in confusion. This was truly abnormal. They had a concealment formation here, completely transparent in the eyes of mortals. Yusha relaxed his brow slightly and said lightly, "It's impossible for him to have discovered us. He must have just suddenly wanted to walk in our direction." The demonic cultivators nodded in agreement, and then their eyes shone. This opportunity was right in front of them. If they didn't drink his blood now, it would be unreasonable. Speaking of which, this mortal was really unlucky. How could someone have such bad luck to walk into a tiger's den? Soon, as Chen Xun approached within 10 feet of them, just a few more steps, and he would cross the concealment formation. Just as the demonic cultivators were grinning and rubbing their hands in anticipation, they were shocked to see the mortal suddenly stop in his tracks. What does this mean? Why isn't he coming in anymore? Oh, don't be anxious. The little snack is right in front of us. He can't escape. I'm just puzzled. Why did this mortal suddenly turn and stop at the formation? I mean, is our concealment formation malfunctioning? Can he see us? No, the formation is fine. The demonic cultivators discussed among themselves, but only Yusha's brow furrowed deeply again. He looked into the eyes of the young man outside the formation, and for some reason, he felt as if he had been seen. Just when the demonic cultivators were losing patience and wanted to directly grab Chen Xun, Chen Xun touched his chin and spoke. "What are you guys whispering about here?" The demonic cultivators exclaimed, "What the hell?" They snapped back to reality from their daze, shocked, and fell back to the ground, looking at Chen Xun outside the formation with disbelief. What did this mean? Could he really see them, or was he just talking to himself? But the demonic cultivators could no longer deceive themselves. In their hearts, they believed it was the former. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? At this moment, even Yusha felt a bit of a chill, his heart racing, feeling prickly all over. Yusha gritted his teeth and asked, You can see us?" Chen Xun nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing this, the faces of the demonic cultivators changed, and their gazes towards Chen Xun completely transformed. This was definitely not a mortal. Moreover, their concealment formation was not something that could be seen through by anyone below the transformation stage. Upon further thought, it became somewhat terrifying. Yusha swallowed hard and said, "How is this possible? Our concealment formation." Before he could finish, Chen Xun pointed at the invisible barrier in front of him and said, "Oh, are you talking about this?" Saying that, Chen Xun gently poked at the barrier, and it shattered and dissipated. At the same time, the formation flags inserted nearby exploded with a bang, falling to the ground in disarray, completely destroyed. Now, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators turned pale, their eyes revealing fear as they looked at Chen Xun. Could he be at the transformation stage? With a thud, Yusha's legs went weak, and he was the first to kneel on the ground, trembling. Hundreds of demonic cultivators also knelt down, fear overwhelming their hearts. Why? Why was there a transformation stage expert appearing in the territory of Daotian's sect? Looking at the appearance of this transformation stage expert, they had never seen or heard of him before. "Senior, please spare us." Yusha spoke in a trembling voice. Chen Xun smiled and said, "Weren't you all planning to drink my blood? I came over, so what is this now? Not drinking anymore." The group of demonic cultivators was so scared they nearly fainted. Indeed, the hidden formation had not blocked anything. Even the talk of drinking blood was overheard by this person. Seeing that there seemed to be no room left for negotiation, Yusha and the other demonic cultivators instinctively wanted to resist, but facing the young man's leisurely smile, they couldn't muster an ounce of courage. Chen Xun, noticing that these demonic cultivators were so frightened they didn't dare to speak, lost interest and turned to leave. Forget it. Yusha and the others let out a sigh of relief, feeling as if all their strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground as they watched Chen Xun depart. "We respectfully send off our senior." Suddenly, Yusha and the others' pupils trembled, their hearts tightening. They saw the young man in the distance, and the wooden sword on his back suddenly shot up into the sky, like a beam of light. It came at them with a chilling sharpness that made their hair stand on end. Swish! In the next moment, hundreds of heads flew up in unison and fell to the ground shortly after. Each head wore the same expression of terror and despair, eyes wide open in horror, unable to close even in death. Whoosh! The wooden sword swiftly returned, sliding back into the cloth sheath behind Chen Xun, falling silent once more. Chen Xun paused for a moment, then continued walking away without looking back, casually saying, "I didn't want to hold it against you, but my sword shows no mercy. So there's nothing I can do." After exiting the territory of the Daotian sect, Chen Xun inadvertently arrived at a spirit market. What is a spirit market? It is a place for cultivators to trade, where one can buy with spirit stones or barter with items, as long as there are spirit stones. One can find many resources for cultivators in the spirit market. Upon entering the spirit market, Chen Xun attracted many surprised and flickering gazes. This was because nearly all the cultivators in the market wore hats, veils, or even masks. After all, if one were to find treasure in the spirit market, it was easy to be targeted, and someone as open as Chen Xun was indeed rare, making him quite remarkable. Chen Xun naturally didn't care about the many gazes and walked straight ahead. Most of those who came to the spirit market were loose cultivators, with only a small number belonging to immortal clans or sections. This also reflected the difficulties faced by loose cultivators. Those like Xiaoting who joined sects had much easier access to resources. However, everything has its pros and cons. Loose cultivators have their advantages, and joining a sect has its benefits as well. At least, the disciples of a sect do not enjoy the same freedom as loose cultivators. The spirit market was very quiet. Apart from the sounds of movement and faint whispers, there was little other noise. The cultivators setting up stalls were also quietly sitting there, with no one calling out to attract business. Compared to the mundane world, it was indeed quite different. Chen Xun rarely stopped at a stall. The other treasures in the spirit market were like dross to him. He lost interest after just a glance, but this stall was different. It was selling wine. At that moment, a masked cultivator sat at the stall. Seeing a cultivator stop in front of him, he opened his eyes to take a look. Upon seeing the young man with no disguises, he was clearly taken aback. "You are quite an interesting person," the cultivator said. Chen Xun scanned the wines on the stall and smiled. "What do you mean by that?" The cultivator replied, "In such a large spirit market, I reckon you are the only one who is unmasked." Chen Xun squatted down, picked up a wine jug from the stall, opened the cork and sniffed it before saying, "What difference does it make whether I show my face or not?" The cultivator paused, then said, "It makes no difference. I genuinely admire your boldness." Chen Xun smiled and raised the wine jug. "This wine is quite good. I didn't expect to find it in such a remote spirit market." This wine was even better than the one given to him by Nangongyao, the leader of the Daotian sect, which is why Chen Xun said so. The cultivator's eyes lit up. "You understand wine?" Chen Xun replied, "At least it smells rich and fragrant, with more than 100 types of ingredients. Yet the aroma is pure, and this wine must have been aged for many years." The cultivator looked at Chen Xun, and a look of appreciation gradually appeared in his eyes. Chen Xun asked, "How much is this wine worth?" "I'll buy it." Unexpectedly, the cultivator waved his hand and smiled. "You are quite an interesting person and understand brewing. This jug of human world 100 flavors is a gift for you. Consider it a way to make a friend." Chen Xun was slightly surprised and looked at the cultivator meaningfully. "Are you sure you want to be friends with me?" Chapter 41. I also know you are not a man. The cultivator was momentarily stunned, then said, "Do you think I have ulterior motives?" Chen Xun smiled nonchalantly and asked, "All right, how many spirit stones?" The cultivator had no choice but to say, "Then you can give me 100 low-grade spirit stones." So cheap. After paying the spirit stones, Chen Xun picked up the human world 100 flavors and continued walking through the market while drinking. The cultivator looked down at the 100 spirit stones, then raised his head to watch Chen Xun's retreating figure, his eyes flickering slightly. After a while, Chen Xun finished browsing and exited the spirit market. At the same time, many cultivators who had long been eyeing Chen Xun immediately followed him out. The cultivator who had sold wine to Chen Xun also quickly packed up his stall and hurried out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After a wave of air fluctuations, Chen Xun emerged from the transparent air wall, turned to look back, and saw nothing but mountains and fields. There was no spirit market in sight. One can imagine that if a mortal were to stumble into this place, they might think they encountered a ghost and be scared to death. Chen Xun took a sip of the human world 100 flavors inside. The name of the wine is quite fitting. With a sip, it has all sorts of flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy, truly the flavors of the human world. After saying this, Chen Xun stepped forward, completely unconcerned about the cultivators chasing after him from the spirit market. A group of about 10 cultivators exchanged glances, all knowing each other's thoughts. They simply wanted to kill and seize treasures. From the moment Chen Xun entered the spirit market, he had been noticed by these cultivators, and then he casually spent 100 spirit stones to buy a jug of wine, which made them see him as a big fat sheep. Spending so many spirit stones on a jug of wine without even frowning, how wealthy could he possibly be? Humph. Fellow friends, let us see what each of us can do next, a masked cultivator said lightly. After finishing, he immediately chased after Chen Xun and the other cultivators. Seeing this, also sharpened their gazes and hurried to follow, while those 10 or so cultivators were pursuing. The one who sold wine to Chen Xun also exited the spirit market, quickly changing into a different robe and frowning as he hurried after them. Chen Xun walked calmly and unhurriedly. Soon, he heard hurried footsteps and the sound of breaking air approaching from behind. Before long, the group of cultivators rushed to Chen Xun's front, blocking his path. "Stop!" Chen Xun halted, holding the wine jug and clasping his hands with a smile. "What do you mean by this, everyone?" The cultivators saw that Chen Xun was still able to smile, and couldn't help but exchange glances, then burst into laughter. "Still laughing? Don't you know you're facing death? When did such a top-tier person emerge in the Beixian cultivation world? It's one thing to enter the spirit market without any disguise, but to squander spirit stones on a broken jug of wine without realizing it. And to be so ostentatious, this kind of cultivation rookie is simply infuriating." Chen Xun asked in confusion, "What are you all laughing about?" "Hee," one cultivator said, "Naturally. We are laughing at your foolishness. With that many spirit stones to buy a jug of broken wine, you might as well have given those spirit stones to us." Chen Xun frowned, glanced at the wine in his hand, and then smiled. "Thank you all for the reminder. I will pay attention next time." "Ha ha." Seeing this, the cultivators laughed even more heartily. "This is really foolish. Can't he see our intentions? Next time he will pay attention? We think he should pay attention in his next life." Chen Xun then smiled and said, "But this doesn't count as breaking the wine. I feel like spending 100 spirit stones to buy it is still a profit. After all, spirit stones are indeed precious, but good wine is worth even more." The cultivators were momentarily taken aback, losing their patience, their gazes becoming fierce. In the next moment, like a pack of wolves, they pounced towards Chen Xun. The cultivator in the shadows saw that Chen Xun didn't dodge or avoid. Thinking he was frightened, immediately focused his eyes, flipped his hand to take out a talisman, infused it with spiritual power, and threw it into the arena. Spirit fire spell, swift. The talisman flew at high speed into the arena, suddenly exploding, and a raging fire instantly burned the cultivators, causing them to roll on the ground and scream in agony. Seeing this, the shadowy cultivator suddenly rushed out, grabbed Chen Xun's arm, and flew away from the scene. In just a few breaths, the group of cultivators was burned to ashes. "Friend, why didn't you dodge just now?" Outside the mountain, on the road, the cultivator asked hoarsely. Chen Xun replied with a question. "If I'm not afraid, why should I dodge?" The cultivator paused, startled, and then scrutinized Chen Xun, only to find there was no fluctuation of spiritual power, as if he were an ordinary person. But it's likely he used a concealment technique. The cultivator immediately forced a smile and said, "It seems I was overly cautious just now. It makes sense. If he didn't have any skills, no one would foolishly appear in the spirit workshop so openly." Chen Xun then raised the wine jug in his hand and laughed. "Not overly cautious at all. I just finished drinking all the flavors of the world. Do you have any more? I want to buy a few more jugs." Upon hearing this, the cultivator suddenly took 2 steps back and said, "You actually recognized me?" To think, she had deliberately changed her voice just now, yet she was still recognized by this person. This is quite remarkable. In the cultivator's eyes, Chen Xun became somewhat unfathomable. Chen Xun merely smiled. "What's so surprising? I also know that you're not a man." The cultivator was shocked, staring at Chen Xun. After a long silence, she removed her hood, and a head of purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Then she took off her mask, revealing a delicate face with exquisite features and enchanting eyes. Ji Mengli, no longer speaking in a male voice, bitterly smiled and said, "You are truly a remarkable person." Chen Xun remained silent, simply shaking the empty wine jug to indicate. Ji Mengli immediately took out a bottle and handed it over, saying, "You don't need to pay any spirit stones. It's rare to meet someone like you who understands wine, so I'll gift it to you." When they were in the spirit workshop, Ji Mengli observed that the other party could identify over 100 types of wine ingredients just by smelling it, which indicated that he was knowledgeable about wine. Chen Xun pulled out a handful of spirit stones and stuffed them over, smiling. "I can't owe you anything." Ji Mengli was taken aback, not understanding, and had to reluctantly accept the spirit stones, saying, "I am Ji Mengli. May I ask for your name, friend?" Chen Xun, Chen, from the old stories, and Sun, seeking. Ji Mengli nodded, secretly taking note, and sighed. "This time I just wanted to find a kindred spirit in wine to drink and share some worries. I wonder if Brother Chen would accompany me for a drink." Upon hearing this, Chen Xun pulled the jug of worldly flavors he had just bought closer to himself and said, "I can, but since you propose drinking, it's not my obligation. As the listener, the wine next should be provided by you. Is that unreasonable?" Ji Mengli was dumbfounded. She had truly never encountered such a person, but it also made her feel quite interesting. She then smiled brightly. That is only right. Soon after, Chen Xun and Ji Mengli found a lakeside and sat down in a dilapidated pavilion next to the lake. Ji Mengli took out 4 or 5 jugs of worldly flavors and placed them on the stone table, but when she went to take out the wine cups, Chen Xun waved his hand to stop her. Ji Mengli was puzzled, and then heard Chen Xun say, "The scenery is so beautiful. Why do we need wine cups? This worldly flavor can be drunk straight from the jug. Isn't that delightful?" Ji Mengli looked at the scenery and smiled. Indeed. Chapter 42. Saintess of the Demon Sect. Ji Mengli. Why is this worldly flavor brewed by people? Chen Xun took a sip, smacking his lips. Ji Mengli smiled and cupped her hands. Mengli is but inexperienced. Chen Xun glanced at her and said, "You are talented." Then he continued, "The ingredients for brewing worldly flavors are not easy to obtain. They encompass the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, distributed across the south and north. You are actually selling it to me at a low price." Ji Mengli's eyes lit up, saying, "What Brother Chen said is true. In the past, to brew this worldly flavor, Mengli traveled all over the North Xian. For one type of ingredient, I even made a special trip to the mysterious snowfield north of North Xian, where I almost lost my life." Chen Xun nodded. Teasingly said, "I didn't expect you, a woman, to be such a wine enthusiast. That's quite rare." Ji Mengli laughed heartily. "I dare not claim that." Although Ji Mengli is a woman, her personality is quite bold and has a masculine spirit. But soon, Ji Mengli restrained her smile, and a hint of sorrow appeared on her beautiful face, saying, "Wine is a good thing. When one drinks to the point of cloudiness, they can forget many unhappy things." Chen Xun shook his head. "That's true, but after all, it is temporary, isn't it?" Ji Mengli murmured, "Temporary is good too." Seeing this, Chen Xun stopped talking and focused on drinking and enjoying the scenery. Ji Mengli said, "Brother Chen, previously when you learned my name, you showed no surprise or fear, which suggests you probably haven't heard of me." Chen Xun smiled and said, "It's not that I'm not surprised or afraid, but that there is nothing in this world that can make me surprised or afraid." Ji Mengli was taken aback. Such arrogance. She helplessly shook her head, thinking that Chen Xun had drunk quite a bit and was talking nonsense. "If Mengli said she came from a demon sect, would you be afraid?" Ji Mengli looked at Chen Xun, asking with some concern. Chen Xun glanced at her and smiled. "Even if the King of Heaven stood in front of me, I wouldn't be afraid. What is a mere demon sect?" Ji Mengli was dumbfounded, quickly looking up at the sky and making a shushing gesture, saying, "Shoo, Brother Chen. Such blasphemous words should not be spoken. We cultivators are most wary of the heavenly Tao. You must be drunk." Chen Xun shook his head, indifferent. "Sigh." Ji Mengli sighed, took the wine jug and drank deeply before wiping her mouth and continuing. "Mengli often resents herself for being born in a demon sect. Brother Chen, you don't know? The cruelty of the demon sect is appalling. In the past few years, I have wandered outside, free and easy, truly happy, but not long ago, the demon sect summoned me back." Chen Xun casually said, "If you don't like the demon sect, why go back?" "I have no choice." Ji Mengli bitterly smiled, then looked at Chen Xun and said with difficulty, "I am the saintess of the Dian demon sect, and the sect master is my biological father." As she spoke, Ji Mengli kept watching Chen Xun, only to find that he showed no change in expression, remaining unmoved, which shocked her even more. "He is not afraid at all." All of a sudden, Chen Xun said, "As the saintess of the demon sect, and with a sect master father, you must have been influenced by the actions of the demon sect since childhood. You should have gotten used to it by now. Why do you have such thoughts?" Ji Mengli pursed her lips and said, "If cultivators fight and kill each other, it is normal in the cultivation world. But I have seen with my own eyes how they capture mortals to refine pills and spells. Old, weak, women, and children are all included. Brother Chen, you don't know? The youngest was even just a few years old. I clearly remember that he was dragged and thrown in front of the alchemy furnace, desperately shouting to me, 'Sister, I don't want to die, I don't want to die.' It was from that day that I grew to hate the demon sect and traveled outside, during which I brewed this worldly flavor." Chen Xun nodded slightly, feeling that the wine in his mouth had become a bit bitter. He did not expect that the myriad flavors of the human world carried such layers of meaning. Ji Mengli sighed and said, "Now the Beishan demon sect has inexplicably begun to abduct righteous disciples to make them blood slaves. The righteous and demonic paths will inevitably go to war, and I suppose my father wants me to go back because of this." Chen Xun remained silent. sighing inwardly. The world is unpredictable, and a person with a good heart is born in the demonic sect. It's fate. However, Chen Xun did not show much emotional fluctuation, having lived for countless years. He had seen many facets of the world. Chen Xun asked, "What will you do after you go back?" Ji Mengli lowered her head and replied, "What can I do? I, Mengli, have been bound by the demonic sect for this lifetime and find it hard to escape." Chen Xun smiled slightly, stood up, and said, "It's getting late. I shall take my leave." Ji Mengli hurriedly got up and said, "Thank you, Brother Chun, for listening to Mengli's complaints today. It has brought me some relief. If Brother Chun is interested, you are always welcome to visit the Dying Demon sect." "We'll see," Chen Xun replied and walked out of the pavilion, gradually disappearing from sight. Ji Mengli watched him go, feeling a sense of regret. A friend who understands you is worth 1,000 cups of wine. This Chen Xun is enigmatic and unfathomable. Truly a remarkable person. Sigh. Ji Mengli sighed, left the pavilion, and soared into the sky toward the direction of her sect. A few days later, in the Daotian sect's territory, a group of returning elders and disciples stood there, their faces shocked as they looked at the corpses and headless bodies scattered everywhere. At first glance, there were hundreds of headless corpses. Zhao Ting had never seen such a scene, his face pale and unable to suppress his nausea. The inner and outer disciples also had their pupils constrict, trembling in fear. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong scanned the area with serious expressions. These hundreds of corpses were all demon cultivators. Suddenly, Wang Tianfu spotted a head and exclaimed, "Yusha, that seems to be Yusha from the Dying Demon sect." Upon hearing the name of the Dying Demon sect, everyone shuddered. Because the Dying Demon sect is also a top-tier existence among the various demon sects in Beixian. Zhou Tong's expression changed, and he quickly walked over to take a closer look, saying, "Elder Wu was right. This really is the fourth elder of the Dying Demon sect." Yusha. It was clear that these demon cultivators from the Dying Demon sect had laid an ambush here, and the destroyed flags nearby were enough to explain everything. It seems that these demon cultivators set an ambush while they were away, and they probably didn't attack at that time, thinking to catch them off guard when they returned. Although Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong were core elders, there were so many demon cultivators here, especially with the rumored Yusha leading them in the mid-Yuaning stage. The outcome would be uncertain if they were ambushed. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong exchanged glances, feeling a bit of lingering fear. The two could see that Yusha and his group of demon cultivators had been instantaneously killed. It was the kind of instant kill with no resistance. Just looking at the smooth severance of every headless corpse and head indicated this. Who could have done this? Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong swallowed hard and couldn't help but think that the disciples who had gone missing from their Daotian sect might have been abducted by the Dying Demon sect. Thinking of this, Wang Tianfu shouted, "All disciples, listen up. Bring all the corpses and return to the sect immediately." Yes. Chapter 43. The agreement. The sky boat quickly flew into the Daotian sect. Wang Tianfu and Zhou Tong ordered the inner and outer elders to take their disciples back to their respective peaks, then drove the sky boat toward Daotian Peak. Not long after those returning inner and outer disciples reached their peaks, news spread that a group of demon cultivators from the Dying Demon sect had been ambushed and completely decapitated by a mysterious powerful figure. For a time, countless shocked discussions arose across the peaks. After Zhao Ting returned to Tianxian Peak and spoke of this matter with a group of purple-clad disciples. The purple-clad disciples were also deeply shocked. Meanwhile, in the cabinet of Daotian Peak, Nangong Yao and the 9 core elders were all present. Everyone looked coldly at the neatly arranged hundreds of corpses on the ground. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. The sect master, Jing Yao, and those disciples must have been abducted by the Dying Demon sect. This Yusha is the 4th elder of the Dying Demon sect, which is well known. Jiang Bailu pointed at the corpses on the ground, furious. The elders lowered their brows, their fists secretly clenching in their sleeves. The 3rd elder was right. It could almost be confirmed that it was the Dying Demon sect targeting their Daotian sect. However, what puzzled the elders was who else was behind these hidden ambushing demon cultivators. Sect master, when the 9th elder and I returned, we discovered many decapitated corpses from the Dying Demon sect. Around the corpses, there were also destroyed flags, and these corpses had been dead for some time. Wang Tianfu said solemnly. Just as the elders were racking their brains to figure it out, Nangong Yao, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed his brow and sighed. If our sect's guess is correct, it should be the master. Master? The elders' hearts skipped a beat. Wasn't the master usually staying at the servant peak? in these 3 years. Aside from that time he went to the Tianxian Peak martial arena. He seemed to have never left the servant peak. Nangong Yao smiled and said, "The day before yesterday. Our sect went to the servant peak to look for the master, but we did not see him, so we guessed that he had left the sect. You elders do not know, but for some reason, the master has returned to the appearance we first saw him in back then, haha." Oh, the elders were taken aback, wide-eyed. If what the sect master said is true, and the master had indeed left the sect, then it is very likely that it was the master who did this. Otherwise, it is hard to think of anyone else who could instantly kill hundreds of demon cultivators, including Yusha. The sect master could also take down this group of demon cultivators, but he would never be able to do it instantly. Moreover, the hidden array set by the demon sect was very clever and difficult to detect. They would know when they asked the master later. With this thought, Lu Yunji couldn't help but ask, "Sect master, has the master returned?" Nangong Yao shook his head. "Our sect has not been to the servant peak these past 2 days, so we do not know if the master has returned." The elders were also very curious, eager to know if it was indeed the master's doing, as they had never seen the mysterious master make a move. Nangong Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "For now, the urgent matter is the Dian demon sect. Previously, we did not know which demon sect was targeting our Daotian sect and were at a loss. But now that we know, we cannot do nothing." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the elders became serious. Lu Xianin asked, "Sect master, what shall we do next?" Before Nangong Yao could speak, Jiang Bailu angrily said, "Humph. What else can we do? Of course, we should directly attack the Dian demon sect. How dare they bully our Daotian sect? We must bloodily wash the Dian demon sect this time." Lu Xianin was taken aback and immediately said in a low voice, "Third elder, do not underestimate the Dian demon sect. It is also a top-tier demon sect in Beixian. If we attack recklessly, the outcome will only be mutual destruction. Moreover, the current situation in Beixian is chaotic. If the sect suffers heavy losses at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable." Jiang Bailu's lips moved, sighed, and fell silent. Nangong Yao helplessly glanced at the two and then said, "Elder." Lu Yunji stepped forward and bowed. "Here." Nangong Yao pondered for a moment and instructed, "Draft an agreement to the Dian demon sect, stating that 3 days later, our sect will meet with the sect master of the Dian demon sect at Baihu Ridge." Lu Yunji replied, "Yes." The elders nodded, understanding the sect master's intention. If the Dian demon sect could hand over disciples like Jing Yao, they could avoid a major battle. But if they were unwilling to comply, then war was inevitable. At noon, at the miscellaneous peak cafeteria, Chen Xun got a meal and sat down to eat slowly. The other miscellaneous disciples looked on in astonishment. Was this still Chen Xun? Didn't he used to eat like a wolf, devouring food as if he were a tornado, consuming enough for dozens of people? What was going on today? Was he in a bad mood? But soon, the disciples gradually realized that Chen Xun seemed different from their previous impression. He seemed normal. One disciple, holding a food tray, cautiously approached with a hint of respect and tentatively called out, "Chen Xun?" Although Chen Xun was a mortal, no one dared to provoke him at the miscellaneous peak. Everyone treated him politely. This was because Chen Xun was a friend of Zhao Ting, and over the years, the friendship between Zhao Ting and Chen Xun had been observed by the miscellaneous disciples, who felt envious. Chen Xun paused his chopsticks, turned his head, and smiled warmly. "What's wrong?" The disciple's pupils contracted, and he quickly waved his hand, awkwardly laughing. "Ha, it's nothing, nothing." Then, the disciple returned to join the others, whispering among themselves. Their eyes filled with shock. The madman who had been insane for 3 years suddenly seemed normal. "My goodness, just eat your meal, what are you mumbling about? Hurry up and get back to work." Just then, the chubby steward Qian Lifu arrived, shouting, "Hey!" Many disciples were frightened and quickly finished their meals, dropping their trays and fleeing in panic. "Humph!" Qian Lifu snorted coldly, then noticed Chen Xun. His expression changed slightly as he rubbed his hands together and approached. Speaking in a low, respectful voice, "Senior, how's the food? Is it to your taste?" To the miscellaneous disciples, Qian Lifu's behavior seemed normal. They thought he was trying to curry favor with Chen Xun and connect with Zhao Ting, the purple-clad senior. Chen Xun smacked his lips, pointed to the dishes on his tray with his chopsticks, and said, 6 dishes and 1 soup. This meal is quite good." "Huh." Qian Lifu stumbled, his face filled with shock. It wasn't because of Chen Xun's evaluation of the food, but rather Chen Xun's demeanor. "This." Qian Lifu swallowed hard and cautiously said, "As senior you." Chen Xun naturally understood what Qian Lifu was referring to and just smiled. After placing his tray in the wash basin, he left. Qian Lifu remained in place, his face filled with disbelief, before finally exclaiming, I see, I see. The sect master said the senior plays with the world. It seems normal for the senior to be unpredictable. However, after becoming normal, the senior indeed has an extraordinary aura. Realizing this, Qian Lifu hurriedly chased after him. Senior, let me see you off. Chapter 44. The Conspiracy of the Dian Demon Sect. After returning to his grass hut, Chen Xun took a stool out and sat down at the door, pulling out a book without words to read. During this time, he was quiet and focused, occasionally nodding slightly, a stark contrast to the madness he exhibited before. It wasn't until the hour of the rooster, when the sun set and the sky darkened, that Chen Xun finally closed the book. At that moment, a rustling sound came from the grass. Chen Xun was not surprised and looked up to see Nangong Yao and 9 other core elders approaching, with Nangong Yao carrying 2 jars of rice wine and a roasted chicken. When Nangong Yao and the others saw Chen Xun, their expressions turned to one of delight. They hurried forward, bowing and saying, We greet you, sir. If this scene were witnessed by the elders and disciples of the Daotian sect, they would surely drop their jaws. This was the supreme sect master and 9 core elders, yet they displayed such a respectful demeanor. Chen Xun nodded, sit. Nangong Yao and the other elders immediately complied, sitting on the ground without regard for its cleanliness. After sitting down, the 9 elders looked up at Chen Xun, who wore a gentle smile, and quickly lowered their heads, their hearts filled with astonishment. They could see that the sir was indeed no longer the madman he once was, just as the sect master had said. But this realization made the elders feel much more restrained in front of the current Chen Xun. To them, the sir sitting there was smiling. But the invisible aura he exuded was even more powerful than that brought by the sect master. Sir, Nangong Yao handed over the 2 jars of wine and the roasted chicken. Chen Xun accepted them, smiling. I was just about to go to the cafeteria. This roasted chicken has arrived at the perfect time, still steaming and warm. Nangong Yao chuckled. He knew that the sir never missed his 3 meals a day, so he brought the roasted chicken for him to enjoy. Lu Yunji laughed. You don't know? Sir, this roasted chicken was personally prepared by the sect master. Too much talk. Nangong Yao chided. Lu Yunji paused, quickly closing his mouth with an innocent expression. The other elders wanted to laugh at the big elder's reaction, but held it in, knowing that he was the big elder and couldn't afford to laugh, lest they face consequences later. Chen Xun picked up the whole roasted chicken and took a bite, chewing and swallowing before praising. Not bad. The meat is fresh and tender, rich but not greasy, soft but not falling apart. Nangong Yao was delighted. I'm glad you like it. Chen Xun took out a jar of 100 flavors of the world and handed it over. Since you treat me to roasted chicken, let me treat you to some wine. This wine is called 100 Flavors of the World. It's a good brew. You should try it. Although it was just this 1 jar of 100 flavors of the world, Chen Xun naturally didn't mind sharing it with Nangong Yao and the others. Moreover, some wines are indeed delicious but are better enjoyed in moderation. Drinking too much would spoil the experience. 100 Flavors of the World was just like that. Don't. Nangong Yao hurriedly waved his hands, but Chen Xun had already forced it into his hands, so he had no choice but to accept it. Thanking the sir for the wine, with a faint smile, Chen Xun held the wine in his left hand and the chicken in his right, happily eating. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but swallow their saliva as they watched Chen Xun eat so heartily. However, they had long since practiced fasting and hadn't eaten such food in many years. In the world of cultivation, cultivators generally began to take fasting pills in the mid-chi refining stage. Logically, eating mundane food would only cause impurities to accumulate in the body, hindering their cultivation. Yet, they wondered why the sir ate 3 meals a day and seemed unaffected. Soon, Nangong Yao and the others took out wine cups and poured a glass for each of the 9 elders. The jar of 100 Flavors of the World was nearly empty. After tasting the wine, their expressions varied. To be honest, the taste of the wine was decent and pure, but it had a strange mix of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy flavors that made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, they naturally praised it as good wine. Sir, in the territory of the Daotian sect, we discovered hundreds of corpses of demon cultivators, all beheaded. Before Nangong Yao could finish, Chen Xun casually interrupted, I did it. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and Lu Yunji's pupils contracted. It was indeed the sir's doing. He had instantly killed hundreds of demon cultivators, including Yu Sha. The sir's realm was truly unfathomable. Although they hadn't witnessed that scene, they could imagine it was quite bloody, especially since they had seen the expressions of terror on those severed heads. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for your intervention, it would have been extremely dangerous for me and Elder Nine on our way back from the ambush. Wang Tianfu stood up, bowing sincerely. Zhou Tong also quickly stood up. Chen Xun waved his hand. It's nothing. I happened to pass by there, discovered someone hiding, and was just curious to take a look. Unfortunately, they wanted to drink my blood, so I had no choice but to act decisively. Everyone, what a decisive action. Nangong Yao and the others couldn't help but smile wryly. The group of demonic cultivators from Yusha was truly unfortunate. Instead of choosing any other blood to drink, they audaciously aimed for the blood of the master. No wonder they met their end. In the Dai Yin demon sect, a 1,000-mile crane was captured. A disciple who obtained a contract tied to the crane's leg hurriedly delivered it. In the great hall of the demon sect, an elder bowed and said, Master, the Dao Tian sect has sent a contract, and the sect master of Dao Tian requests to meet you in 3 days at the Baihu Ridge. On the throne, Ji Wutsong coldly smiled. What a Dao Tian sect. An elder said, Master, it seems that the 4 elders must have died at the hands of the Dao Tian sect. Now that the Dao Tian sect understands that we, the Dai Yin demon sect, have captured their disciples, this contract must be to rescue their sect members. Ji Wutsong slammed a cup down onto the hall, startling the elders into bowing quickly. Nangong Yao killed our 4 elders, 2 deacons, and a group of elite disciples, and he wants to rescue his sect members? What a fantasy. Ji Wutsong's fists tightened as he spoke fiercely. An elder hesitantly asked, Master, then shall we go to Baihu Ridge? Go. Of course we will go. Ji Wutsong replied expressionlessly. Elders, listen up. The elders bowed yes. Ji Wutsong slowly revealed a sinister smile, saying, In the time we have left, you all immediately go to Baihu Ridge and set up a net. Hearing this, the elders were secretly shocked. Understanding Ji Wutsong's intentions, someone immediately stepped forward, saying, Master, the Dao Tian sect chose Baihu Ridge as the meeting place probably to guard against us. The terrain there is treacherous, and with Nangong Yao likely prepared, it won't be easy for us to take him down. Humph, Ji Wutsong coldly snorted. Even if we can't take down Nangong Yao, we must heavily injure him. Once Nangong Yao is severely injured, our Dai Yin demon sect can immediately ally with other demon sections. Isn't the Northern Xian right, and evil currently at a stalemate? Since this Nangong Yao dares to kill our sect elders, we should first strike at his top Dao Tian sect. This will completely open the situation and shock the Northern Xian. The elders trembled slightly, not expecting the master to have such an intention, and they couldn't help but feel excited and bloodthirsty. It seemed this method was feasible. Thus, the purpose of going to Baihu Ridge was very clear. Even if they couldn't kill Nangong Yao, they must severely injure him. Once Nangong Yao was heavily injured, the Dao Tian sect would be like a headless dragon, and at that time, they could unite with other demon sects to descend upon the Dao Tian sect and send it to hell. Chapter 45. The peak of Baihu Ridge and the grass hut on the west side of the Zai Peak. Zhao Ting arrived shortly after Nangong Yao and the others had left. Chen brother. Chen Xun yawned, about to go inside to sleep, and said, I was just about to rest. You really know how to pick a time. Zhao Ting was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and couldn't believe his eyes as he circled around Chen Xun, exclaiming, Wow, Chen brother, you're not crazy anymore. Seeing Zhao Ting's excited expression, Chen Xun smiled lightly and said, Not crazy for now. Zhao Ting couldn't care less about the for now part. He was happily sizing up Chen Xun. He then pulled Chen Xun to sit down, took out 2 jars of wine from his storage ring, handed one to Chen Xun, and said, Come, Chen brother, I need to have a good chat with you. Oh my, I'm so happy that you've recovered. Don't get too excited, Chen Xun said, feeling a bit helpless. What did recovered even mean? He wasn't sick. Just after finishing his drink, Zhao Ting was pulling him to drink again, but seeing Zhao Ting genuinely happy for him, Chen Xun didn't refuse. The two then chatted casually, during which Zhao Ting proudly boasted about being the top talent of the Dao Tian sect after 100 days of foundation building, claiming that he was now a late-stage cultivator. He even said he was looking out for Chen Xun. Chen Xun just smiled and remained silent. After a while, Zhao Ting, feeling a bit tipsy, said, Chen brother, there's something I have to tell you that will surely shock you. Chen Xun replied, Go ahead. Zhao Ting's expression became slightly serious as he exclaimed, You don't know, when we returned during the day, we found hundreds of demonic cultivators beheaded. Do you know? Those demonic cultivators were formidable, One of them was even the fourth elder of a major demon sect, and I heard he was at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Hiss, my master is also at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. I wonder who the senior was that killed those demonic cultivators. So impressive. Chen brother. You may not know, but those demonic cultivators set an ambush. If it weren't for that senior who took them down first, whether we could return to the sect safely today would be debatable. Chen Xun nodded seriously. Hearing you say that, it does seem quite impressive. Zhao Ting rolled his eyes at Chen Xun and said, I don't like what you just said. Is that just quite impressive? It's extraordinarily impressive. I heard from the fifth elder that senior annihilated all those demonic cultivators with just one move. One move. Chen Xun was getting a headache from Zhao Ting's chatter, rubbing his temples. All right, one move is one move. Fine, I'm drunk and want to sleep. Let's talk another day. Zhao Ting was stunned. Seeing Chen Xun get up and enter the grass hut, he hurriedly stood up and said with a bitter smile, Chen brother, at least give me a reaction, be shocked or something. After hearing the grass hut quiet down, Zhao Ting sighed. Realizing that Chen Xun was just a mortal and wouldn't understand what he was saying, he could only shake his head helplessly, pick up the empty wine jar on the ground, and leave. 3 days later, at Baihu Ridge. The mountain range is named after the white fox. Not because there is a white fox den here, but because from a distance, the mountain looks like a white fox lying down. There are several large and small cultivation sects around Baihu Ridge, and with the dangerous terrain of Baihu Ridge itself, it is rarely visited by people. At this moment, at the peak of Baihu Ridge, 3 members of the Dao Tian sect had arrived, the sect master Nangong Yao, the second elder Lu Xianyin, and the third elder Jiang Bai Lu. Lu Yunjian and Chu Ningchong, one the grand elder and the other the fourth elder, stayed in the sect to handle matters and did not follow. The wind at the peak of Baihu Ridge was quite strong, causing the hair and robes of Nangong Yao and the others to flutter. Master, do you think the people from the Dayan demon sect won't come? Jiang Bai Lu frowned unhappily. To be honest, his disciple Jing Yao was probably in the hands of the Dayan demon sect, and he was feeling anxious. Nangong Yao looked at a certain direction and calmly said, they will come. Master, the demon sects are cunning, especially the Dayan demon sect, a first-rate demon sect. I'm worried they might use tricks, Lu Xianyin said, scanning the surroundings with concern. Nangong Yao sighed. Our sect is naturally aware of this. But it's a pity that Jing Yao and the others are in their hands. We have no initiative. Being able to set the meeting place at Baihu Ridge is already very beneficial for us. Lu Xianyin nodded gravely, understanding this point. Jiang Bai Lu sighed and muttered, if only that day the master hadn't killed Yu Sha but had captured him alive. Then we would have some bargaining power with the Dayan demon sect. Shut your mouth. Nangong Yao suddenly shouted. Jiang Bai Lu was startled and immediately covered his mouth. Humph, Nangong Yao coldly snorted. Since when do you, Jiang Bai Lu, have the right to evaluate how the master acts? Jiang Bai Lu trembled in his heart. Nangong Yao shot him a cold glare. If it weren't for the master exterminating the ambushing Yu Sha and others, how could the 2 elders and Zhao Ting return to the sect safely? Third elder, you have spoken out of turn in front of our sect more than once or twice. If there is a next time, our sect will not easily spare you. Jiang Bai Lu hurriedly lowered his head. Master, please don't be angry. It was my slip of the tongue. On the side, Lu Xianyin pursed his lips, suddenly sensing something, and looked sharply towards the horizon, saying, Master, the Dayan demon sect is here. Nangong Yao looked in that direction, his gaze slightly tightening. Whoosh! Several streaks of light swept down from the sky, arriving at the peak of Baihu Ridge in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the flowing light transformed into 4 figures and landed before Nangong Yao and the others. It was Ji Wucang from the Dayan demon sect and 3 elders. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yao's eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Bai Lu and Lu Xianyin also felt their hearts tighten, becoming alert. It was customary for the 2 sects to meet for discussions, usually led by the sect master accompanied by 2 elders, but the Dayan demon sect had brought 3 elders along with their sect master. What did this mean? He. Sect master Nangong, long time no see, Ji Wucang said with a courteous smile. However, as a demon sect master, his sinister appearance combined with that friendly smile seemed very strange. Nangong Yao returned the gesture with a bow. Sect master Ji. Ji Wucang's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Sect master Nangong, it is rare for our righteous and demonic sects to interact. Now that you have invited our sect to Baihu Ridge, let us get straight to the point. Sect Master Ji is a straightforward person, so I will be direct as well. I hope Sect Master Ji will return our 240 disciples. Daotian sect does not wish to have enmity with the Dian demon sect. Let us end this matter here. Nangong Yao said calmly. Ha ha ha. Ji Wucang suddenly threw back his head and laughed. It was unclear whether he was mocking or jesting, but he quickly collected himself and said, returning the Daotian sect's disciples is certainly possible. However, before that, I would like Sect Master Nangong to return our 4 elders, 2 deacons, and a group of elite disciples. How about that? Wouldn't that be fair and just? Upon hearing this, the howling winds on Baihu Ridge seemed to come to a halt. Nangong Yao's expression remained unchanged. But Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu's pupils shrank as they silently cursed. The other party clearly knew that Yu Sha and the other demon cultivators were dead, yet still made such demands, clearly unwilling to return the Daotian sect's disciples. Nangong Yao frowned and said, since Sect Master Ji knows that your sect's 4 elders are dead, why say such things? Ji Wucang's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Sect Master Nangong, your words are rather biased, aren't they? Are the lives of your Daotian sect disciples worth more than those of our Dian demon sect's elders and disciples? You still think you can get your disciples back? What a delusion. Nangong Yao's tone became heavier. Do not confuse the issue. My sect's disciples have never provoked your Dian demon sect. It was you who initiated the attack and looted us. As for your sect's 4 elders, they were ambushed in our territory and brought this upon themselves. No one else is to blame. Ha! Do not try to lecture our sect with your useless reasoning and logic. I will state it plainly. Do not dream of getting your Daotian sect disciples back. Ji Wucang laughed heartily, the coldness at the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. The winds at the mountain peak howled, growing colder. Nangong Yao and Ji Wucang exchanged icy glares, while the elders on both sides stared at each other without blinking, as if ready to erupt at any moment. After a moment, Nangong Yao took a deep breath, turned with the 2 elders, and prepared to leave. There was no point in continuing the conversation if they could not come to an agreement. They would discuss it further upon returning. Sect Master Nangong, do you think our sect will let you leave peacefully? Ji Wucang said with a smile. Nangong Yao paused his steps and tilted his head. What does Sect Master Ji mean? Do you think having 1 more elder than us gives you the right to do something outrageous? Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu turned around, watching Ji Wucang and the others closely, alert but unafraid. They could not be detained. However, they could not help but curse inwardly. The demon sect was truly shameless. Hee hee. Our 4 elders Yu Sha cannot have died in vain. Ji Wucang said with a smile, then raised his hand to clap. One of the demon sect elders immediately sat cross-legged, took out formation flags, silently recited incantations, and infused them with spiritual power. Nangong Yao sensed something, and his eyes changed slightly as he shouted, go. Lu Xianin and Zhang Bailu felt a tightness in their hearts and followed Nangong Yao as they prepared to flee Baihu Ridge. However, at that moment, numerous dark and eerie lights flashed on Baihu Ridge, casting the already gloomy area into an even more terrifying scene, resembling hell. The eerie lights slithered like snakes, rapidly weaving together from all directions, soon enveloping the entire Baihu Ridge. This sudden scene also alarmed nearby cultivation sects, who hurried towards Baihu Ridge to see what was happening, wondering if some treasure had appeared. At the same time, Nangong Yao and the others stood in midair, their escape route blocked by the eerie light. This is bad. Lu Xianin shouted gravely. Sect Master, the Dian demon sect has actually set up a formation in advance. Nangong Yao's expression remained unchanged, but his fists slowly clenched, and his eyes darkened. Choosing Baihu Ridge, which was relatively close to the Daotian sect, was meant to intimidate them. But he never expected the Dian demon sect to be so bold. He also did not anticipate that Ji Wucang could set up a formation here in just 3 days. Good job, Dian demon sect. Impressive methods. Today, it seems we will not leave easily. Zhang Bailu suddenly turned around, pointing at Ji Wucang, and shouted, despicable and shameless. Ji Wucang did not speak, but one of the elders behind him sneered. What if we are despicable and shameless? We are a demon sect. Do not expect us to adhere to the rules of your righteous sects. You. Zhang Bailu was furious, but was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Lu Xianin spoke urgently, Sect Master. 3rd Elder, do you feel it? The spiritual power within us is slowly depleting. Although it is very slow, it is indeed depleting. Nangong Yao and Zhang Bailu certainly sensed it as well. They looked up at the formation, their expressions growing more serious. It was likely this demonic formation causing the trouble. This demonic array was indeed strange. They had never heard of it before. No wonder it was a top-tier sect like the Dian demon sect, with such profound foundations. Humph. This is the ghost snake suppressing dragon formation. It isolates everything. If a cultivator cannot escape this formation, the longer they stay, the faster their spiritual power depletes. The depleted spiritual power will be fed into the ghost snake suppressing dragon formation. Under this mutual consumption, you will grow weaker while the formation becomes increasingly indestructible. Eventually, the formation's serpent spirit will manifest and devour you. The demon sect elder sitting cross-legged with the formation flags said coldly. Ji Wutsong and the other two elders also showed sinister smiles. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others took a deep breath. They did not need the Dian demon sect elder to explain. They could already sense the nature of the formation through their feelings and its changes. It was indeed a very insidious formation. Second elder, you try to break the formation. Third elder, block them for me. Nangong Yao shouted immediately. Right now, they could not afford to delay. Ji Wutsong and the others would certainly not sit idly by while they attempted to break the formation. So they had to send one person to break it while the others stalled. Understood. Zhang Bailu took out a whisk and said. Nangong Yao shot a glance at the demon sect elder sitting cross-legged with the formation flags and transmitted a message. Second elder, if you find it difficult to break the formation later, look for an opportunity to seize that formation flag. Lu Xianyi nodded seriously. Seeing this, Ji Wutsong sneered and said. Third elder, come with me to meet sect master Nangong and Zhang Bailu. Fourth elder, you stay here to guard the fifth elder holding the formation. Do not let him be ambushed. The fourth elder of the demon sect nodded in agreement. Understood. Right now, what they needed to do was not to defeat the three members of the Daotian sect, but to hold them off. As time passed, the three members of the Daotian sect would be drained of their spiritual power and would eventually fall apart without a fight. Boom. The next moment, both sides erupted into battle. Various techniques were unleashed, dazzling the eyes. The powerful aura of the nascent soul reverberated, shaking Baihu Ridge and causing the earth to tremble for 1,000 miles around. Lu Xianyin was anxious and frantic as he pondered the formation of the Yu-Shi-Zhun Long Grand Array. If only the sixth elder had come along. For among the entire Daotian sect, the sixth elder was the most skilled in formations. He never expected such a situation to arise. The battle at Baihu Ling was extremely fierce, with soaring spells and the pressure of the Yuan in causing nearby sect cultivators to flee in fear. What was supposed to be a treasure emerging in the world was actually a battle involving a Yuan Ing elder. Time passed in seconds. And for Nangong Yao and the other two, every moment was precious. Both sides were engaged in fierce combat and had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Lu Xianyin was breathing heavily, unable to find a way to break the formation, and panic was gradually rising in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at the seated elder from the Mo sect, realizing that as long as someone was guarding him, seizing the formation flag was probably hopeless. Meanwhile, amidst the intense battle and the effects of the formation, the spiritual energy within Nangong Yao and the other two was depleting rapidly. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the other hand, the smiles on Ji Wutsong and the others' faces grew more pronounced. It seemed that today they could not only heavily injure Nangong Yao, but perhaps even capture him directly. Sectmaster, you and the second elder leave now. At that moment, the blood-stained Zhang Bailu shouted. Ji Wutsong and the others' expressions froze as they turned to Zhang Bailu. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianyin were momentarily stunned. But when they saw Zhang Bailu's abdomen swelling, their pupils suddenly contracted. Third elder. No. If this continued, none of us would be able to escape. Zhang Bailu smiled. Sectmaster, you said I only care about Jing Yao and not the other disciples, but that was just an impulsive remark made in haste. Just now, I misspoke again unintentionally. Although the master cannot hear this, when you return to the sect, please help me apologize to the master. I often speak without thinking. But for the sake of the sect, I am willing to die. After saying this, Zhang Bailu's abdomen swelled rapidly. Nangong Yao and Lu Xuanyin's eyes instantly turned red, their bodies trembling. No, don't. At this moment, Ji Wutsong and the others also turned pale. They never expected such a thing. Ji Wutsong shouted in desperation. Disperse the formation. Retreat. Whoosh. The Yu-Shi-Zhun Long Grand Array dissipated. And Ji Wutsong unwillingly glanced at Nangong Yao before fleeing with the three elders outside Baihu Ling. Although Lu Xianyin was heartbroken, he also pulled the dazed Nangong Yao to flee outside. In the next moment, boom. A massive explosion erupted at the peak of Baihu Ling, and the mountain was suddenly flattened, with a tremendous shockwave sweeping in all directions, causing devastation for hundreds of miles. leaving everything withered. Poof! Just as Nangong Yao and Ji Wutsong had not fled far, they were caught in the wave, and they all trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, sustaining serious injuries. The self-detonation of a Yuan Ying was terrifying. Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin were oblivious to their injuries as they slowly turned around, staring blankly at the flattened Baihu Ling in the distance. Tears welled up in Lu Xuanin's old eyes. Sect Master, the third elder. Nangong Yao's dazed gaze gradually focused, his voice trembling and filled with killing intent as he said, return to the sect. Chapter 47. Dao Tian bell rings 9 times. Poof. On the other side, Ji Wutsong and the 4 had pale faces, looking back with lingering fear at the flattened Baihu Ling. The self-detonation of a Yuan Ying was that terrifying. Coughing, Ji Wutsong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The 3 elders were also gasping for breath, still shaken as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. Although they had not died, they had all sustained serious injuries. They could never have imagined that Jiang Bailu would suddenly choose to self-detonate to allow Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to escape. Who was Jiang Bailu? She was the 3rd elder of the Dao Tian sect, a mid-stage Yuaning powerhouse, well-respected in the Dao Tian sect and famous in the Beixian region. And she just self-detonated. Jiang Bailu was indeed loyal and righteous. Ji Wutsong looked up at the sky, feeling complicated, and suddenly asked, if today we had fallen into a trap and found ourselves in a desperate situation, would the 3 elders be willing to die to help our sect escape? The 3 elders were taken aback, their eyes flickering for a moment, and they hurriedly replied, Sect Master, we are naturally willing. Yes, the Diyin Mo sect can still operate without us, but it can't do without the Sect Master. Ji Wutsong could easily see through their intentions and couldn't help but laugh heartily. It seems I asked unnecessarily. I can clearly feel the loyalty of the elders. At the same time, Ji Wutsong sighed deeply in his heart. In this regard, he envied Nangong Yao. It's just a pity that the Mo sect was still the Mo sect, filled with self-serving individuals. As the leader of the Mo sect, Ji Wutsong understood this well. Sect Master, I believe Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin must have been heavily injured in the explosion just now. What should we do next? One elder asked, clutching his chest. Struggling to speak, Ji Wutsong did not hesitate and said directly, immediately return to the sect to mobilize the disciples, and send messages to other Mo sects to head to Dao Tian sect and suppress it. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Sect Master, we have also sustained considerable injuries. Is this really okay? One elder hesitated. Uniting with other Mo sects to take down Dao Tian sect would be more secure, but they feared that once they captured Dao Tian sect, their injuries might prevent them from having the upper hand during the distribution of benefits. Moreover, the Mo sect was inherently cunning. Perhaps other Mo sects would have other ideas upon seeing the high-ranking members of the Yin Mo sect injured, making it necessary to be cautious. Hearing this, Ji Wutsong smiled lightly. That's not a problem. I have a spirit herb that can temporarily conceal our injuries. And as the Yin Mo sect, being a top Mo sect in Beixian, they wouldn't dare have other intentions. This time, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin being heavily injured, along with Jiang Bailu's death, had significantly weakened the combat power of Dao Tian sect's upper echelon. This was a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders felt much more at ease, though the pain from their injuries still caused them to wince. By the way, Sect Master, could you reveal to us why you suddenly decided to capture disciples from the righteous sects as blood slaves? We have been quite puzzled about this lately. Another elder asked curiously. To be honest, they had always captured mortals in secret, but now they were openly capturing cultivators. They didn't know the specifics, only that they were following orders. Otherwise, they wouldn't target the righteous sects, as that was a tough nut to crack. Nangong Yao frowned and said softly, it's no problem to tell you. This was an order from the Tun Tian Mo sect. As for what they want these blood slaves for, that remains unknown. Perhaps the leader of Tun Tian Mo sect is cultivating some unparalleled demonic technique. Or maybe they want to unify Beixian. Tun Tian Mo sect. The 3 elders were dumbfounded. That was the highest authority among the demonic sects in Beixian. If the Yin Mo sect was a first-rate sect, then calling Tun Tian Mo sect a super-demonic sect would not be an exaggeration. Among the righteous sects in Beixian, there was also a super-immortal sect, the Tianjin sect. However, their demonic path and righteous path were not the same. The demonic path was united, and one of the main reasons was that almost all demonic sects in Beixian bowed to Tun Tian Mo sect. The righteous path, however, was not united due to the freedom of each sect. Tianjin sect would not interfere much because once it showed intentions to unify the righteous path, it would face resistance and condemnation, as such behavior was no different from the demonic path. Ji Wucang saw the expressions of the three elders and shook his head, saying solemnly, "In fact, the truth of the matter may be more complicated than this. I suspect that the blood slave incident may have the influence of either the southern heaven or eastern Qian involved. Don't look at me with such shock. This is merely my conjecture." The three elders were already stunned, not expecting the blood slave incident to be so complicated. Coughing, Ji Wucang spat out blood and said, "Quickly return to the sect." Yes, the three elders were also heavily injured, their bodies swaying and feeling dizzy. If they delayed any longer, they would likely faint on the way back. At the edge of the Daotian sect's territory, two streams of light passed by, which were Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin, supporting each other as they returned from Baihu Ridge. "Sectmaster." At this moment, a voice called out. The weakened Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin looked up and saw Lu Yunji and a group of core elders rushing over. Earlier, disciples guarding the soul lamp hall had urgently reported that the soul lamps of the sect master and the second elder were flickering, with ominous signs of extinguishment, and that the third elder's soul lamp had already gone out. This was serious. Startled, Lu Yunji and the others rushed out of the sect to head towards Baihu Ridge, only to encounter the returning Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin just outside the sect's territory. Seeing their injuries, everyone, despite being mentally prepared, still felt a tremor in their hearts and hurried to support them. "Sectmaster, we must return to the sect." Lu Yunji and the others did not ask any questions. They solemnly helped Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin and quickly turned back towards the sect. With their support, Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin leaned their heads and fainted. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yunji could no longer hold back and shouted with a fierce expression, "Bring me the Zhun Daotian bell." Zhun, Dao, Tian, bell. Boom, 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 boom. 9 thunderous bell sounds, as if from the primordial age, echoed through the skies, causing the Daotian sect to erupt in chaos. In an instant, even the miscellaneous disciples doing chores at the miscellaneous peak and those cultivating at various peaks groaned and were forcibly pulled out of their cultivation, with some even suffering backlash. But they did not care at all, rushing out of their residences or caves, looking up in horror. 9 sounds of the Daotian bell. What has happened? At the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Zhao Ting suddenly stood up from the grass, his pupils contracting as he muttered, "The 9 sounds of the Daotian bell mean all disciples must stop what they are doing and stand by." "Brother Chen, I have heard my master say that when the Daotian bell rings 9 times, it indicates a major event has occurred concerning the life and death of the sect." Chen Xun nodded, took a deep drink of wine, wiped his mouth, and said, "All right, you go ahead." "Okay." Zhao Ting took a deep breath, soared into the air on his sword, and left the miscellaneous peak. On the miscellaneous peak, over 10,000 miscellaneous disciples stood in place, looking tense. They were all well versed in the sect rules, which stated on the last page that when the Daotian bell rings 9 times, all miscellaneous disciples must stand still, without orders, and may not move, even if it means standing until death. This included Qian Laifu, the steward, who stood there with a big belly, looking worried. He did not know what serious matter had occurred, even after many years in the Daotian sect. This was the first time he had heard the Daotian bell ring 9 times, although he was just a small steward of the miscellaneous peak, with a status barely equal to that of an outer disciple. Qian Laifu asked himself if he was satisfied with the current situation and did not wish for the sect to be in trouble. At Daotian Peak, a group of elders stood with worried expressions. In front of them, the 7th elder was examining the injuries of Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin. Lu Yunji said hoarsely, "7th elder, how are the sect master and 2nd elder?" The 7th elder, Jin Huashan, who was the best at alchemy in the Daotian sect, was currently helping Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin recover. After feeding them a few pills, Jin Huashan stood up, shook his head, and sighed. The sect master and 2nd elder should wake up soon, but their injuries are too severe. It will likely take several years for them to fully recover. Everyone took a deep breath, having anticipated this outcome, but their anger grew even more intense. Thinking of the extinguished soul lamp and the 3rd elder who did not return, they could hardly contain their grief. What had actually happened? Cough, cough. At this moment, everyone saw Nangong Yao cough and slowly open his eyes, and they hurriedly surrounded him. "Sectmaster." After a moment of silence, Nangong Yao weakly said, The Dayan demon sect had set up the ghost serpent suppressing dragon formation at Baihu Ridge in advance, making it difficult for us to escape. The third elder self-destructed, forcing Ji Wucang to withdraw the formation, allowing the second elder and me to escape. What? Nangong Yao's concise words made Lu Yunji and the others' eyes turn red and their bodies tremble. They had considered that the third elder might die in battle, but they never thought he would die by self-detonation. Sectmaster. The Dayan demon sect first kidnapped 240 of our disciples and then forced the third elder to perish. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Lu Yunji growled. The other elders also clenched their fists tightly, feeling extremely suffocated. Now, with the sect master and second elder heavily injured and the third elder gone, how could they take revenge on the Dayan demon sect? In the end, they would only face defeat. Nangong Yao gritted his teeth slightly and said, Ji Wucang and the three elders' injuries won't be much lighter than the second elder and mine. Hearing this, everyone felt energized. They looked at Nangong Yao, waiting for his orders. Nangong Yao took a deep breath, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. We must rescue the disciples, and we must avenge the third elder within 5 days. After the second elder and I rest for a bit, 5 days later, we will point our swords at the Dayan demon sect. Although the situation in Beixian was severe now, after witnessing the third elder's demise at Baihu Ridge, Nangong Yao was not going to endure any longer. As the sect master, he had always been rational and considered the overall situation, but this time, he could no longer be rational. This time, even if it meant a fish dies and the net breaks, he would take action. The third elder was willing to die for the sect without regret. Then, as the sect master, he was also willing to give his all for the third elder. Yes, the elders were moved. Some wanted to advise, but the warmth in their hearts made it hard for them to speak up. Since the sect master had made up his mind, they would accompany him. Even if it meant death, they would not hesitate. Elder, quickly prepare the disciples and elders. Gather at the mountain gate in 5 days. Nangong Yao said. Understood. Lu Yunji nodded, just as he was about to take out a talisman to send messages to the various peaks. At that moment, a figure walked in slowly. The elders paused and turned around, ready to reprimand whoever dared to enter. But when they saw the person, their hearts shook, and they hurriedly bowed, saying, Sir. The person was, of course, Chen Xun. Upon seeing this, Nangong Yao was startled and tried to get up to greet him. Chen Xun raised his hand, gently pressing him back down, saying, You're in this condition, so there's no need for that. Nangong Yao forced a smile. Please forgive me, sir. Chen Xun smiled. It's no problem. Please take a seat. Lu Yunji brought a chair and placed it behind Chen Xun. Chen Xun nodded, sat down, and said, I heard you discussing which demon sect you were going to target in 5 days. The crowd lowered their heads, biting their lips. Sir, it's like this. Nangong Yao was about to explain the situation, but Chen Xun raised his hand to interrupt. I generally understand the situation, so there's no need to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yao and the others' expressions changed slightly. How did the sir know? Oh, right. They must have heard what was just said outside. Nangong Yao could only whisper. The teacher said, in 5 days, we will point our swords at the Dayan demon sect. This enmity must be avenged. Chen Xun glanced at the core elders, once 9, now 8. Nangong Yao often brought these elders to the thatched cottage, so Chen Xun naturally recognized them. As for Jiang Bailu's death, Chen Xun felt little turmoil in his heart. After all, he had seen too many lives and deaths. Chen Xun nodded slightly and said softly, In my opinion, you don't need to go to that so-called demon sect. The crowd was taken aback. Nangong Yao sat up slightly, saying with difficulty, Is the teacher implying that the current situation in Beixian is severe and wants Nangong to consider the bigger picture? Teacher, 214 disciples of the sect have been captured, and now the third elder has perished. If Nangong continues to hesitate and look back and forth, it would be a disservice to many disciples and elders, and it would also create inner demons. We must go to the Dayan demon sect. Please do not stop Nangong. Chen Xun smiled and said, Why would I stop you? Don't misunderstand my meaning. I mean you don't need to go to that demon sect. They will come to your Daotian sect on their own, and it should be soon. Nangong Yao and the elders exchanged glances, but soon their expressions changed slightly as they realized something. Previously, they had been blinded by anger and didn't think much, but now, after what the teacher said, they understood. Seeing everyone in deep thought, Chen Xun yawned, slowly stood up, and handed over 2 pills, saying, I have 2 pills here for treating serious injuries. The efficacy is barely acceptable, so I'll give them to you. All right, I'm a bit sleepy now. I'm going back to sleep. Nangong Yao took them in confusion, wanting to see him off, but his injuries were too severe, so he had to give up. He thought of Zhang Bailu and ultimately swallowed some words, saying, "Please take care, teacher." The elders bowed, wanting to send Chen Xun off. "Please stay." Chen Xun waved his hand, walking outside with his hands behind his back, his figure becoming increasingly illusory until he gradually disappeared. The crowd watched in shock at this scene, resembling an immortal. After a long time, they finally came to their senses and hurriedly said, "We bid farewell to the teacher." Nangong Yao was fine, but it was the first time for the elders, and it was hard not to be shaken. Cough, cough. A cough from Nangong Yao brought the elders back to their senses. "We are lost in the situation, but fortunately, the teacher reminded us." Now that I think about it, Ji Wucong's ambush at Baihu Ridge was to weaken our sect's high-level combat power, and then immediately launch an attack, even if he is also filled with rage, thinking to take advantage of the chaos in Beixian and strike at our Daotian sect. Ji Wucong is indeed bold, Nangong Yao said solemnly. The elders were filled with anger upon hearing this. "Sectmaster, but didn't you say that Ji Wucong and his 3 elders were also heavily injured?" Lu Yunjian asked in confusion. Nangong Yao pursed his lips and said, "Such a good opportunity. Ji Wucong would definitely not want to miss it. He is likely to join forces with other demon sects." The elders were immediately alarmed, their hearts tightening. Lu Yunjian recalled what the teacher had just said about it being soon, and anxiously said, "Sectmaster, what should we do next? Facing the Dian demon sect is one thing. We won't hesitate in our homeland battle, but if it's not just the Dian demon sect, our Daotian sect might not be able to withstand it." Nangong Yao did not dare to be reckless and said without hesitation, "Send messages to other righteous sects, requesting assistance." "Yes." Lu Yunjian bowed in response and quickly left. Nangong Yao added, "Elder Zhang, also instruct the elders and disciples of each peak to prepare for battle." Lu Yunjian paused, said he understood, and left. In front of the elders, Nangong Yao then opened his palm, revealing the pills given by Chen Xun. "Sectmaster, may I observe this pill?" Elder Jin Huashan said earnestly. In his view, the pills given by the teacher must be top-grade elixirs that could significantly reduce the recovery time for the sectmaster and the second elder. As a pharmacist, Jin Huashan certainly did not want to miss this opportunity. Seeing Nangong Yao nod, Jin Huashan immediately took the 2 pills for inspection. The others remained silent, wanting to hear Jin Huashan's evaluation of the pills given by the teacher. "Wait a minute." Jin Huashan raised his palm, examining the pills closely, and frowned. "These 2 pills not only lack any spiritual herb fragrance, but they also don't have any pill patterns. No matter how you look at them, they are the most ordinary pills." Due to certain reasons, Jin Huashan had already spoken very tactfully. Otherwise, in his opinion, these 2 pills were even subpar. "Oh." Nangong Yao and the others were surprised, somewhat incredulous. How could what the teacher gave be ordinary? But they did know Jin Huashan's alchemical skills. Since it was given by the teacher, then this sect would not believe it was ordinary. Nangong Yao took the pills back and said, "Even if it is ordinary, it is still the teacher's intention." After speaking, Nangong Yao, with the support of the elders, sat up, crossed his legs, and put 1 pill in his mouth. Holding his hands in a meditative posture, just about to circulate his energy to refine it, when he was astonished to find that the pill melted upon entry. Nangong Yao was still in a daze when the power of the pill had already spread to his limbs, starting to heal his wounds at an unbelievable speed. And Nangong Yao's pale face visibly became rosy in the slowly astonished gazes of the elders. Feeling everything in his body, Nangong Yao felt as if it were a miracle, his heart trembling. "Immortal pill, immortal pill." With a loud clap, Nangong Yao pushed away the elders supporting him, stood up suddenly, clenched his fists, and was filled with shock. The elders were left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the sectmaster could barely turn over. How could he suddenly? "Sectmaster, you. Please support the free love-powered project. Thank you all." Chapter 49, Sex War Preparation, the boy from 3 years ago. Nangong Yao came back to his senses, seeing the elders staring at him in shock, and couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? But soon, Nangong Yao realized that it must have been his sudden vitality that startled the elders due to the stark contrast. So, Nangong Yao opened his palm to display the remaining pill, exclaiming, "This pill melts upon entry, requiring no refining, spreading through the limbs, with a terrifying speed nourishing the organs. Healing all wounds, even some hidden injuries from before have completely healed. The power of this pill is unprecedented. Calling it an immortal pill is not an exaggeration at all." Could it be that the teacher is truly an immortal descended to Earth? As he spoke, Nangong Yao's heart trembled. The teacher became even more mysterious in his heart. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. All the elders were shocked by what Nangong Yao said, swallowing their saliva. Does such a pill really exist in the world? They had personally witnessed the heavily injured sect master go from taking the pill to having a rosy complexion to suddenly standing up full of vitality. All within just 5 breaths. This terrifying and shocking healing speed was simply unbelievable. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would think it was a tall tale. It's worth noting that Elder Jin Huashan had said earlier that for Nangong Yao and Lu Xianin to recover, it would take at least a few years, and during that time, they would need to take medicine every day. But now, seeing everyone in a daze, Nangong Yao took a deep breath and stopped speaking further, instead turning around to press the pill into the still unconscious Lu Xuanin's mouth. No, sect master. Please wait. Suddenly, the elders hurriedly spoke to stop him. Nangong Yao paused, looking up at them. What is it? Master, this pill is too precious. You should keep it for yourself in case of emergencies. Yes, master, the second elder is fine. The elders spoke one after another, all believing that the pill was too valuable and it was better to keep it. If Lu Xianin had any awareness at this moment, he would definitely say, thank you. However, Nangong Yao shook his head and unhesitatingly pressed the pill into Lu Xuanin's mouth, causing the elders to jump in their hearts. Several elders rushed forward anxiously, trying to pry open Lu Xuanin's mouth to take out the pill, but to their surprise, the pill had already dissolved. What are you all doing? Nangong Yao raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice. The elders felt embarrassed, sighing inwardly, still feeling it was a pity. Nangong Yao said, even if it weren't the second elder lying here, but any one of you, this sect would unhesitatingly press this pill into your mouth. Hearing this, the elders felt warmth in their hearts. They were not selfish. They simply thought it was best for the master to keep the pill for emergencies. Nangong Yao continued, moreover, this was granted by the master, and that pill was originally meant for the second elder. How could you dare to keep it? The elders were startled and repeatedly said they dared not. At this moment, Lu Xianin woke up, feeling his condition, with horror and confusion in his eyes. Second elder, you finally woke up. We were so worried. The elders quickly surrounded him, looking extremely anxious. Wait a moment, let me gather myself. Lu Xianin raised his hand. He looked at Nangong Yao, somewhat dazed. Hadn't he been severely injured? How could the master be here too? Lu Xianin even suspected he was dreaming. Fortunately, after the explanations from everyone, Lu Xianin learned that he was saved by the Master's elixir, and he was shocked, while feeling sorrowful that the third elder had indeed perished. Elders, please retreat and get back to your duties. Prepare thoroughly for the arrival of the demon sect. Nangong Yao waved his hand. Yes, everyone retreated. In the next 2 days, the atmosphere in the Daotian sect was unusually tense. Disciples hurried back and forth everywhere in the sect. Some elders went to the resource storage to unlock hidden resources for immediate use. Many elders also led groups of disciples out of the sect, setting up formations in advance within a radius of several thousand miles, including illusion formations, killing formations, and confinement formations. This scene caused the usually comfortable disciples of the miscellaneous peak to feel very anxious, making it difficult for them to concentrate on their work and cultivation. Although they still didn't know exactly what had happened, they could sense something was off. Perhaps a war was about to break out, as the 9 tolls of the Daotian bell from the previous days indicated a lot. This time could be the moment of life and death for the sect. At the miscellaneous peak, in the dining hall, it was noon. Chen Xun walked in to get his meal. Chen Xun, the disciple serving food, seeing Chen Xun, greeted him as they were quite familiar. Chen Xun nodded slightly, glancing at the empty dining hall. There are so few disciples eating today. Aren't they hungry? The serving disciple paused for a moment, then sighed. It's not that they aren't hungry, it's just that most of them can't eat. You must have heard the 9 tolls of the bell from the past couple of days. It seems a sect war is coming, and in this situation, everyone is worried sick, so how can they eat? Chen Xun smiled and said, I see, but there's no need to worry. If a sect war breaks out, the miscellaneous disciples won't need to fight, just stay safely. Sigh, the serving disciple sighed, handing over a plate full of food. That's true, but it seems very serious this time. I hope the sect can remain safe. Here, your food. Thank you. Chen Xun took it and turned to find a seat. Behind him, the serving disciple suddenly said, Chen Xun, if a war breaks out, you'd better stay in your residence and not come out. When cultivators battle, The heavens collapse, and the earth shatters. We miscellaneous disciples can hardly withstand a bit of it. You have no cultivation, and if the battle's fluctuations affect you, it could be fatal. Chen Xun nodded and found a seat to sit down. As Chen Xun picked up his chopsticks and hadn't eaten much, a disciple came over with a food tray and sat down next to him, smiling. "Hey, Brother Chen, do you still recognize me?" Chen Xun turned his head and said, "I don't recognize you." The disciple's face turned awkward. "Brother Chen, it's me, Yu Zheng. 3 years ago, I came with you and Brother Zhao Ting from Tianqing City." It turned out this disciple was one of the 4 young men brought to the Daotian sect 3 years ago with Zhao Ting by Xinhe. Chen Xun smiled and said, "So it's you. How have you been?" Yu Zheng waved his hand and sighed. Brother Chen, you don't know. The other 3 left the sect to return to Tianqing City not long ago. Then it seems you're doing well, still able to stay in the sect. Yu Zheng shook his head dejectedly. "No, it's been 3 years, and I'm still at the first level of qi refining. If I don't break through this year, I'll have to leave the sect by the end of the year." Chen Xun nodded without speaking. Yu Zheng put down his chopsticks, resting his chin on his hands. The once youthful boy had matured quite a bit in 3 years, and he sighed. "I really envy Brother Zhao Ting. He established his foundation in 100 days, while I've been unable to break through to the second level of qi refining in 3 years. I must say, the gap between people is really huge." Suddenly, Yu Zheng turned and smiled. "But even if I leave the sect and return to the mundane world at the end of the year, with a bit of cultivation, I can probably still live quite well. Brother Chen, don't you think so? Although people are born different, everyone has their own way of living splendidly. In this regard, I have a good mindset, hee." Chen Xun smiled, right? Yu Zheng grinned and said, "Brother Chen, what about you? Are you planning to stay in the Daotian sect forever? Although staying in this immortal family's blessed land can slightly extend a mortal's lifespan, won't you feel out of place? Won't you feel lonely? With your relationship with Brother Zhao Ting, he could easily get you a high official position if you return to the mundane world. And then you could take a few concubines and live a carefree life. Just thinking about it makes me drool." Chen Xun shook his head helplessly, but jokingly said, "I have to say, your idea sounds quite good. I guess I need to think about it." Chapter 50. Brother Chen, I'll see you off from the sect. At Daotian Peak, in the inner hall, Nangong Yao and the 8 core elders gathered there, each with a grim expression. "Master, apart from the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion, which are already on their way, no other sects have replied," Lu Yunji said in a deep voice. "It's truly infuriating." Before Nangong Yao could speak, Lu Xianin angrily waved his sleeve. "Now that the North Xian is in chaos, and the demon sect is rampaging, don't they know the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold?" Chu Ningchong said, "Second elder, don't be angry. As far as I know, among the righteous sects nearby, only the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion have disciples captured by the demon sect. Other sects are temporarily safe, which may be why they are unwilling to take the risk to come. Sooner or later, it'll be their turn," Lu Xianin said angrily. The elders sighed, unsure of what to say. After a moment of silence, Lu Yunji said, "Master, the demon sect is bound to come with great force. Should we ask the Tianjin sect for assistance?" Nangong Yao shook his head, saying, "Our sect believes that if the Tianjin sect knows about this, they would be willing to come to assist, but the Tianjin sect is too far from our Daotian sect. They won't make it in time." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunji had no choice but to give up. "Master, our sect is preparing for battle on our home turf, with numerous formations set up secretly within a radius of 1,000 miles, and now we also have the support of the Tian Kuei sect and Qing Dao Pavilion. I believe that even if the demon sect comes with great force, they won't gain much," Chu Ningchong said solemnly. Nangong Yao and Lu Yunjian nodded upon hearing this. It was indeed the case. However, what they wanted was far more than just to withstand the demon sect. They aimed to take down the Dayan demon sect and avenge the third elder. What the sect was most worried about now was not this, but that Jing Yao and the other disciples were still in Ji Wuzong's hands. The sect feared that, with the demon sect's insidiousness and cunning, they would use Jing Yao and the other disciples as hostages to threaten them. Nangong Yao said solemnly. The elders' pupils shrank. If the sect master hadn't mentioned it, they might have almost forgotten about this matter. "Sect master, if the master takes action, those demon sect members should not be a concern, right?" At this moment, the 5th elder Wang Tianfu cautiously asked. The air tensed. "Impudent," Nangong Yao shouted angrily, and then coldly said, The master previously annihilated the ambushing demon cultivators of the ghostly evil and later generously bestowed 2 immortal pills to heal our sect and the second elder. Had it not been for the healing from those pills, this battle would have been utterly lopsided. How dare you speak such words now? You may have no shame. But our sect still has some dignity. Tianfu realized his mistake and quickly bowed. Sect master, please calm your anger. The other elders also coughed dryly and remained silent. Nangong Yao intended to reprimand Wang Tianfu further, but suddenly remembered the recently deceased third elder. The third elder had been even more reckless with his words than Wang Tianfu. Yet at critical moments, he had shown genuine love for the sect. Thus, he shook his head, unable to continue scolding. 2 days later, members from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion arrived at the Daotian sect. The Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Azure Blade Pavilion, among the northern sects, were not considered top tier. They were only second tier. Both were led by their respective sect masters and pavilion masters, each accompanied by 3 elders and hundreds of disciples. Showing the importance they placed on this trip, Nangong Yao personally received the sect master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the pavilion master of the Azure Blade Pavilion. At Tianshan Peak, in the guest reception area, 3 people sat facing each other. Nangong Yao, sect master Pang Nian of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, and pavilion master Pu Yidao of the Azure Blade Pavilion. Pang Nian was old and frail, with many wrinkles on his face. Whenever he smiled, the wrinkles moved, making him look somewhat eerie. Pu Yidao appeared middle-aged and robust, having lost one eye, but the other was bright and fierce, containing a sharpness reminiscent of blades. You two must have had a tiring journey, Nangong Yao said, pouring them drinks with a smile. Pang Nian forced a smile and said, Sect Master Nangong, there's no need for such pleasantries. I just didn't expect that only Sect Master and Pavilion Master Pu would come. Is it possible that Sect Master Nangong? Before he could finish, Nangong Yao helplessly said, Not at all. Our sect previously sent messages to 10 sects for assistance, but 8 of them did not respond. Pang Nian and Pu Yidao immediately understood, exchanging glances without saying much. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that their own disciples had also been captured by the demon sect, they might not have come to assist this time. Even so, Pang Nian and Pu Yidao had decided to come after much consideration. After all, in their view, the Daotian sect was still a top-tier sect, and being on its home turf might allow them to unite with the Daotian sect to rescue their captured disciples. Pu Yidao said solemnly, Sect Master Nangong, could you please tell us the details of what has happened? All right, Nangong Yao nodded and then recounted the recent disputes with the Dian Demon sect. During the conversation, upon hearing about the matter of the White Fox Ridge, Pang Nian and Pu Yidao's pupils trembled. The third elder of the Daotian sect has fallen? We express our condolences for the loss of a long elder, Sect Master Nangong. They clasped their hands and sighed. When mentioning Zhang Bailu, Nangong Yao pursed his lips, feeling too saddened to say anything more. He then stood up and said, You two stay here for now. If you can't stand it, you can also walk around the sect. Before the demon sect arrives, our sect still needs to arrange some matters, so I will take my leave for now. Pang Nian and Pu Yidao stood up and clasped their hands. Sect Master Nangong, take care. After Nangong Yao left, Pang Nian clenched his fists and said solemnly, Pavilion Master Pu, after hearing what Sect Master Nangong just said, I can't help but feel uneasy and anxious. I fear we might have stumbled into murky waters. Pu Yidao's eyes flickered. Sect Master Pang, there's no need to worry too much. Although the Dian Demon sect is strong, the Daotian sect is also a first-tier sect with its own foundation. As for how this battle will end, we shall see. The next day, in the skies above the Daotian sect, the originally peaceful sky suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder as a terrifying dark cloud floated in from the horizon. Beneath the dark clouds, countless demon ships flying blood-red flags swooped in, and at first glance, there were at least 100. Each ship was filled with Foundation establishment and above demon cultivators, all with bloodthirsty and cold gazes. At the forefront were 10 massive leading demon ships, each representing a demon sect, and there were exactly 10 demon sects. On the ground below, thousands of Qi refining period demon cultivators from the 10 demon sects were either running or jumping within the territory of the Daotian sect. In an instant, the Daotian sect's territory was filled with overwhelming demonic energy, causing countless birds and beasts to panic and flee. At this moment, within the Daotian sect, all disciples and elders at the Foundation establishment stage and above soared into the sky, gazing at the distant dark clouds and demonic energy, their hearts trembling uncontrollably. The 10 demon sects were coming together. In their cultivation journey, they had never seen such a terrifying spectacle. Zhao Ting's legs felt a bit weak, and he panicked. For the first time, he had the opportunity to confront the demonic path, and the opposing force was this intimidating. Soon, on every peak, all disciples of the sect saw the scene in the distance, their eyes wide with shock, and an overwhelming sense of oppression and heart palpitations swept over them. The faces of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and Azure Blade Pavilion members turned pale as they instantly regretted their decision. 10 demon sects. They really shouldn't have come this time. Coming to assist the Daotian sect was akin to courting death. But now, it was too late for regrets. As sect master, they have arrived, Lu Yunjin murmured. Nangong Yao was also intimidated by the aura of the 10 demon sects. Regaining his composure, he said in a deep voice, "Once they enter the arranged area, activate the formations we set up in advance." Yes, Lu Yunjin gritted his teeth in response. With the overwhelming momentum of the demon sect, the Daotian sect had truly reached a critical point of life and death. At this moment, the tense atmosphere in the Daotian sect reached an unprecedented level. Zhao Ting came to his senses, as if recalling something, and suddenly flew toward the miscellaneous peak on his sword. At the grass hut on the west side of the miscellaneous peak, Chen Xun was resting one hand on his chin, looking at the distant 10 demon sects when Zhao Ting suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Chen Xun saw Zhao Ting quickly extend a hand toward him, urgently saying, "Brother Chen, I know there is a secret path in the back mountain that can lead us away from the Daotian sect without encountering the demon sect. Hurry, I'll take you out of the sect."